Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jonathan Wong, coming from Hong Kong. I would like to take this opportunity to thank six tons of food are being thrown away every second. So next time, think about whether you should throw away your food.
Test test test，一二三四。
Hello, hello. 1、2、3、4。I only know counting. शीशे and बुक्काची. भाभी यहाँ से स्टेशन पे.
一二一。
Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of IBA, International Bioprocess Association, and National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology, Kaohsiung, Taiwan, welcome you all to day 3 of the 10th IBA 22 conference being held in NKUST, Taiwan. So shortly we are going to start with the session 1. And I think we can play the first one is the plenary lecture by Professor Jonathan W.C. Wong from Hong Kong, and his invited talk is on the topic regulation of acidogenic fermentation through exogenous additives for promoting carbon conversion of food waste into phase anaerobic system. So it's a pre-recorded file, so we will just play it right now. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jonathan Wong, coming from Hong Kong. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Panti and Professor Dong for inviting me to give a talk in the 10th International Forum on Industrial Bioprocess held in Kaohsiung University Science of Technology. So Hong Kong Baptist University is a small university in Hong Kong with a total population of 12,000 students, ranked top 64 in Asian University and top 287 in the world. In the recent research assessment exercise, we ranked number 3 in the overall 4-star world-leading research performance in biological sciences among all the Hong Kong universities. Department of Biology also ranked number 1 in the world-leading research impact in biological sciences in this exercise. So if you have time, come to Hong Kong and visit us. You are welcome to Hong Kong Baptist University. Okay, my major research area is on the bioconversion of biowaste from fertilizer and biogas, organic farming, waste separation, soil remediation. And here is a laboratory setup to show the two-phase anaerobic digestion research. And I also build composting setup for the government and also for the community. So here's the presentation outline. First, I will give you some idea about the food aid generation and its implication. Why we are doing two-phase anaerobic digestion. What are the strategies for improving two-phase anaerobic digestion research? And finally, give you a summary of how we study. Okay, first is the global picture on food waste. We waste around 1.3 billion tons of food yearly, and it's worth nearly $1 trillion US at the retail price. And alarmingly, around 66 tons of food are being thrown away every second. So next time, think about whether you should throw away your food. So the food waste generation, here is a pie chart to show you the food waste law in different countries. China heading other country, and then followed by India and United States, Indonesia, Brazil. And then that's related to greenhouse gas emission. So look at this pie chart. Food waste system, we generate 25 to 27% of the global greenhouse gas emission in carbon dioxide equivalent. And if you count food waste greenhouse gas emission as a country, food waste is ranked number 3 in the world after China, United States, and followed by India. So in Hong Kong, in order to manage our food waste, the government in 2013 released its policy paper on the Hong Kong Blueprint for Sustainable Use of Resources. And at the same time, the government got a more detailed planning for food waste and yard waste management in Hong Kong. So in Hong Kong, we are taking anaerobic digestion as the technology to handling and treat food waste with the purpose to produce methane gas as bioenergy. And at the same time, the solid resin can be utilized for the digestate, can be used like for compost. And finally, if we're doing well, we can utilize the effluent for production of organic acid. So that's create a win-win situation for waste disposal and also for energy recovery and production of VFA. So the global situation is that there are a lot of microdigesters in many different countries, like in China. We got 15 million in the whole world. We got 15 million microdigesters. For small, medium, and large-scale digester, there's together of 132,000 over the world, and there are 700 upgraded plants. So if we estimate the electricity generation potential from these food waste after anaerobic digestion is around 6 to 7%, 6 to 9% of the primary energy consumption in the world. That will reduce the greenhouse gas emission and also reduce our dependence on coal and natural gas. So here is a map. We have done a research to show the distribution of food waste being treated by anaerobic digestion all over the world. European countries are the major anaerobic digestion facility being built. You have a treatment capacity, for example, for Germany, with 4,280 kilotons per year. When we move to the North America, you can see that not really a lot of facility. In Canada, it's only 100. And when we go back to the Asian country, China is taking a leading role with 1,350 kilotons per year of food waste being treated by anaerobic digestion, and Australia with around 178 kilotons per day per year. And in Hong Kong, we generate around 11,500 tons per day of municipal solid waste, of which 350,000 tons, 3,500 tons will generate daily food waste, and they are going to be treated in the future. But currently, we're treating around 200 tons per day. And in the biological treatment facility, we call it OPAP 1. And in the coming year, we expect 5 to 6 more new ORC will be built that can go up to a treatment capacity of 1,500 tons per day. Among all the digestion system can be divided into either wet or dry system. In European country, almost 50-50, wet and dry system. But when you go to North America and China, most of the system are wet system. Only a few, only 20% in China is dry system, 59% in North America is the dry system. Among all the anaerobic digestion system, almost 90% are single-phase digestion system. And then while two-phase system is only around 11%, that gives an indication that even two-phase system theoretically will have a better performance. But however, most the commercial systems still go for single-phase system. There should be something we need to look into and how to improve it. So we look into literature, almost 60 or 70% of the published literature from 1980 up to now is working on leachback reactor and UASB as a methanogenic reactor. From 1980 to 2015, most of the research work is focusing on the substrate, the energy production, and also the process optimization. And then since 2015, there are a lot more work working on the low-flow construction and the mechanism to enhance the methane gas generation. From our searching, we found that 96 paper is working on leachback reactor in the last almost 7 years. And then most of them, they will try to look into the biochemical reaction, how we can manipulate in the leachback reactor so that we can improve the methane generation in a two-phase anaerobic digestion process. So almost more than 10 years ago, we start our anaerobic digestion, also follow the same trend. We work on the engineering parameter to show the anaerobic digestion process. We have pH regulation, inoculum ratio, microaeration, continuous recirculation, and water respiration. We have done all this work in a two-phase anaerobic digestion system, including a leachback reactor and a UASB. But however, the margin that we can get is really limited. So from this, we understand that if we want to further increase the performance of two-phase anaerobic digestion, what we need to go into the biochemical reaction and also the microbial diversity, the system inside it, so that if we understand more about the microbiology, then we may have a better way in controlling the performance of the two-phase anaerobic digestion process. So we carry a mass balance of our initial study. We found that 1 kg of TOC going in, 79% will go in the hydrolysis. Carbon will be in the soluble phase, of which 21% will be lost as carbon dioxide together with hydrogen. And then the soluble fraction will then go to the methanogenic phase. And 50% of this will be used to form methane gas. And we found that there's 41% of carbon dioxide in the system that cannot convert into methane gas because there's not enough hydrogen in the system. So that means if we can increase the hydrogen in the second phase, then we may increase the methane gas generation. If we can reduce the loss of carbon and hydrogen in the initial phase, acidogenic phase, then we can also reduce we enhance the methane gas generation. So these are the two simple approach that we can adopt to enhance the methane gas generation. So we start our next stage of research when utilizing the off-gas by diverting the off-gas from the initial phase to the second phase. And from our result, we found that methane gas generation increased after the off-gas diversion from the Leachback reactor to the UASB. And then the carbon COD removal also increased. So what does it mean? The gas from the first phase, including the hydrogen, will go to the second phase, may enhance the methane gas generation, and the nitrate, because of the change in the metabolic pathway, we may have more acetate generation, and that will increase the methane gas generation in the second phase. The total increase around 20.7%, and 8.1% coming from the hydrogen gas diversion from the first phase to the second phase. And then the rest is coming to the change in the property of the nitrate that enhance the acetate in the system, that enhance hydrogen methane gas generation in the UASB. So that means from the diversion, we understand that the hydrogen from the first phase and the acetate formed in the first phase will be important components affecting the methane gas generation in the second phase. And from here, we're thinking about the hydrogen high partial pressure. Because from literature, we understand that the headspace pressure will be a major factor affecting the metabolic pathway in the acidogenic phase in the LBR. And other study also that the physical pressure can increase the enzymatic hydrolysis of starch from Petra and Yu in 2013. And other researchers also saw that homoacidogenesis would strengthen by increasing the partial hydrogen pressure. And at high partial hydrogen pressure, the hydrogen sympathetic pathway will shift to the production of more reduced compounds such as lactate and ethanol. Okay, all this indicated manipulation of the headspace hydrogen pressure may enhance the methane gas generation in the second phase. So that's why we try to explore the manipulation of physical and biochemical pressure and their effect on the food waste bioconversion in the Leachback reactor. So we start another series of experiments by regulating the gas diversion amount. So in the control, we divert all the gas, so there's no hydrogen partial pressure. All the gas will be diverted to the UASB. For the treatment, we maintain an autogenic pressure of 3.3 psi. And then when the hydrogen pressure is higher than 3.3 psi, the excess of gas will be diverted to that of the UASB. So here, so the metabolic product, the small molecular product, the volatile fatty acids, they generate in the whole process in the Leachback reactor. The fermentation process can be divided into two stages. The first stage is the lactic fermentation. The second stage is the butyric fermentation process stage. In the first slide, basically is the lactic fermentation stage. Look at the control. It's dominated by lactic acid, ethanol, and other VFA, including acetate, propionate, and butyrate. And when compare the one with the autogenic hydrogen pressure of 3.3 psi, we have much higher lactic acid formation. That means autogenic pressure seem to enhance the lactic generation. And there's a decrease. There's a 50% decrease in the VFA, including the acetate, propionate, and also butyrate in the reactor under the hydrogen partial pressure. So in the lactate fermentation stage. So that means under the hydrogen partial pressure, it reduces the ratio of sodium and NAD plus to NADH. And from this, it will enhance the reaction between pyruvate and NADH and enhance the production of lactate. And in the same time, under the autogenic pressure, it increase the carbon dioxide pressure, so it will resulting in a lower pH that will limit any side reaction during the lactate fermentation. That explains the lower VFH formation in this stage. Okay, when we go to the second butyrate fermentation state, for the control dominant VFA is butyrate, but there's propionate, acetate, and also quite high valeric acid. And when compared with the autogenic reactor, the hydrogen partial pressure seems to increase the production of butyrate and also acetate, and a decrease in propionic acid and also a decrease in valeric acid. So when we compare the propionic acid generation during the whole fermentation stage in the leachback reactor, all the time the butyric acid, the propionate of the reactor under the autogenic hydrogen pressure, LBRS, is lower than that of control. When we look at the butyric production, initial state, the production of butyrate, in fact, is lower in the LBRS. That means it favors for the lactate formation. But after the lactate fermentation state, you will find that the more butyrate in the LBRS compared with the control. So when we compare the molar ratio of the butyrate to the propionate, so initial state that we can clearly see that the control have higher molar ratio than that of the LBRS, but after the lactate fermentation state, in the butyrate fermentation state, much higher ratio than that of the control under the autogenic pressure. So under the autogenic pressure is favorable for the butyrate and acetate formation. So when we look at the microbial community under autogenic pressure, so look at the lactate fermentation phase. The dominant genus is the lactate producing bacteria, and for the specific species under the control is mainly consists of the homofermentative lactic acid bacteria, Lactobacillus delbrueckii, which is 2.7 times higher than that of the reactor under autogenic pressure. When we go to the autogenic pressure reactor, the dominant Lactobacillus species, Lactobacillus reuteri and Lactobacillus mucosa, which is much higher than that of the control reactor. That indicates that there's a shift from the control reactor with homofermentative lactic acid bacteria to heterofermentative lactic acid bacteria in the reactor with the hydrogen pressure. So when we go to the butyrate fermentation state, so the dominant species is Megaspora and the Lactobacillus for both reactor. But the Megaspora of the reactor under the autogenic pressure is higher than that of the control reactor. And we look at the specific species, we can easily see that the Megaspora is the major species of the control reactor and also the reactor with the hydrogen pressure. But the one with the hydrogen pressure will have higher Megaspora than that of the control reactor. And this is Megaspora is a really typical lactate utilizing microorganism, which will enhance the lactic conversion to butyrate. That explains why the butyrate concentration will be higher than that of the control reactor without hydrogen pressure. So then we calculate the mass balance, mass flow for the lactate conversion in the Lichbach reactor. So lactate conversion can undergo through either the acrylic pathway or the reverse beta oxidation pathway. So when we look at the acrylic pathway, the lactate formation to propionate for the Lichbach reactor LBRS, which under the hydrogen pressure, we have less propionate compared to that of the control reactor. It's 50% less. So what does it mean? It maintains more lactate in the Lichbach reactor for the conversion under the effect of the megaspora to lactate convert to butyrate and then go to acetyl-CoA. We can find higher lactate in the LBS compared with the control reactor. And then in the same time, we found that in the Lichbach reactor of under hydrogen pressure, we have more hydrogen, which is 2 times higher than that of control reactor. So all this, the higher butyrate, the higher hydrogen will favor for the formation of acetyl-CoA. And so we found that more acetyl-CoA, almost 45% higher than that of the Lichbach control reactor. So then when we look at the acetate and the butyrate, we have higher butyrate in the LBS, NBRS, which is 36% higher than the control, and the butyrate in the LBRS is 49% higher than that of the control. So when we look at the butyrate metabolism, we can find that indirect pathway produce almost 95% of the butyrate in the LBRS, and compared with the control, it's only around 76%. So that means it's almost 25% higher than that of the control with the reactor under the hydrogen pressure. Also, that indicates that with hydrogen pressure, we have higher hydrogen, we have more acetyl-CoA, and as a result, we have higher acetate and high butyrate than that of the control reactor. And when we look at the hydrogen production, we find that the hydrogen production is in fact almost the same in the 2 reactors, but we have more butyrate in the one with the hydrogen pressure. So then we try to use this to calculate back what's the amount of hydrogen produced in the LBRS compared with the control. In the LBRS, we found that we have almost 40% higher hydrogen compared with that of the control. And so finally, we can conclude from here that during with the hydrogen high partial pressure, we reduce the acrylic pathway for the formation of butyrate, and we facilitate the lactate generation, to butyrate, and then more acetyl-CoA being formed in the system through the reverse beta oxidation, and as a result, we have more acetate and more butyrate generation under the hydrogen partial pressure. So from this, we understand that megaspora play a major role converting lactate into butyrate, and so we confirmed it in our serum bottle experiment with lactic acid, with inoculum and without inoculum of megaspora. So after 24 hours, we found a lot of conversion lactic acid being converted to pyruvate. And then we also, from the literature, we found that acetate will play a major role. Also, if we provide exogenous acetate, we can have more acetyl-CoA generation and more butyrate generation by literature. So from this, we have another series of experiments. We carry out another series of experiments by exogenous additives of megaspora, L-silane, and also by adding 0.1 molar sodium acetate into the system and see how we affect the methane gas generation in the UASP. So the hydrolysis, we found that higher hydrolysis with the addition of megaspora compared with the control, and also with the acetate, exogenous addition of acetate together with megaspora, we can have much higher COD dissolution, COD production. And then when we look at the total the VFA generation, then we can find that this is the control one, dominant butyrate in the butyrate fermentation stage. And then with Megaspora, we will further enhance the butyrate and acetate portion. And with exogenous acetate and also Megaspora, we further enhance the butyrate and acetate generation. So when we look at the hydrogen generation under the different system, the control one is the lowest one, and then with Megaspora inoculation and also with exogenous acetate and Megaspora, we have a 1.5 increase in hydrogen generation. And then the percentage is around 22% to 42% of hydrogen yield increase. And for methane gas, we can find that there will be a 14 to 25% increase with the inoculum of Megaspora, and also both acetate and Megaspora addition. And if we measure the methanogenic activity, which indicated by the coenzyme F420, so there will be an increase with the inoculation of Megaspora, and further increase with Megaspora addition and also acetate addition. So finally, we can do a mass balance to show the carbon conversion efficiency. So this is the same mass balance with 1 kg of TOC and food waste in terms of the TOC. 78% go to solubilize, become soluble carbon, and then 72% go to the intermediate soluble product, and that's a reduction of carbon dioxide gas. And then when we go to the methanogenic phase, 67% of carbon convert into methane, and there's a lower percentage for carbon dioxide. And total carbon conversion efficiency is around 42%, which is much higher than the 31% we obtained in the original initial gas diversion system without the external addition of acetate and also Megaspora. So when we look at the mass balance in the Lichtenberg reactor, so we can see the increase in the carbon content with the addition of Megaspora and also Megaspora together with acetate, and then the decrease in the gas phase and also a decrease in the solid phase. So when we go to the USB, the methanogenic reactor, there are higher methane gas generation, more carbon in term of methane gas, less carbon in term of carbon dioxide. So from this we can conclude that with the gas diversion together with the external addition of Megaspora and also acetate, they will enhance the methane gas generation. So in summary, we can see that there's an improved the solid waste degradation efficiency can be improved by the external addition of Megaspora and also the chemical addition of acetate. And then the conversion will enhance the lactic butyrate conversion by the inoculation of Megaspora, and that improves the hydrogen generation in the acidogenic phase. And as a result, we have a better methane gas production and a carbon conversion efficiency being improved. And in the future, I think more work needs to be done in the endogenic acetate synthesis. If we can enhance it, so we can enhance the methane gas generation. And also, in the same time, we need to do a techno-economic assessment on this new two-phase anaerobic digestion scheme, see whether it is more commercial viable. Okay, finally, I would like to acknowledge my co-workers and also the funding agents. And if you are looking for a full-time research assistant professor or postdoc fellow, you can write to me. We can vacancy open for you. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your listening. And if you've got any question, you are welcome to raise your question.
Hello. So this was the first plenary lecture of the day by Professor Jonathan W.C. Wong. So I think Professor Wong is with us right now, live.
Yep.
Yeah. Good morning, Professor Wong from Thailand.
Good morning. Thanks a lot.
So it was a very great presentation we just saw today morning. So if there are any questions from the audience, yeah, there is one question from Hasina.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
I have a question. If we add extracellular acetate and it will result in more butyrate production.
Yes.
Okay, so but if we add extracellular acetate and we are creating more butyrate, so that it makes the reaction to end soon, right?
I don't know what you mean by make the reaction to enzyme. I think this is a fermentation process.
Yeah, no,
So
I'm
when
saying
you
like
add-
the accumulation of butyrate
Yep.
will make a feedback inhibition or not? That
No,
is
I don't think so. The butyrate will then enhance the methanogenic reaction,
okay.
and then we will have more methane gas generation.
Okay, it won't create a feedback inhibition.
No, no,
Okay.
no, it won't create an inhibition because we want to have convert more lactate to
Okay.
butyrate, and then from butyrate to methanogenic reactor. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Wang, for your presentation. And so next we will
Thank you.
proceed. Yeah. So next we will proceed towards our next talk. It is an inviter lecture, and it's coded as IL-30, and it is by Dr. Siming Yu, and I think he is also there with us live right now. And he will be presenting on the topic Sustainable Waste Management Insights from Case Studies. So he'll be there with us online, and he'll be presenting from his place right now. Over to you, Professor Yu.
Thank you very much. So let me share the screen. Okay, I hope you can see my screen clearly.
Yes, Professor Yu, we can see. Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm really glad to be part of this conference, and today I'm going to have a very quick overview of what we are doing about understanding the environmental impacts of sustainable waste management in Glasgow, and some of the effort we made to improve our analysis. So this talk will be made of two parts. The first part will be about their feasibility studies and environmental impact assessment. The second part will be about the machine learning based models we have recently developed. First of all, waste management is keep being a major issue for the mega cities around the world, and by 2025 it's estimated that about 2.2 billion tons of municipal solid waste will be generated every year. And in Scotland, the government sets up very ambitious goals as well, including no more than 5% of all waste will be landfilled by 2025, and 70% of all waste will be recycled, composted, or prepared for reuse by 2025. If we look at the waste management hierarchy, definitely minimization, recycling should be prioritized, but unfortunately not all the waste could be handled by those two prioritized methods. We need to look into alternative method that could recover valuable resources or energy from the waste. So here we will quickly review some of the case study we did to understand those alternative waste to energy measures in Glasgow. So in Glasgow, we have about 30 million bin connections every year. And in the first case study, we're going to look at if it's economically viable and environmentally friendly to produce energy from their waste collected in a decentralized way. By decentralization, we mean that we will look at those smaller scale systems deployed at local community level. So we have three scenarios: 6AG, 6G, and 3A energy that correspond to different sizes of townships, and A represents anaerobic digestion, G represents gasification. So these two figures shows the division of the greater Glasgow area. So in each division, in which region there will be a system of anaerobic digestion and or gasification there to handle the waste. This is the system boundary we use to carry out the life cycle assessment. Here we don't consider about waste generation connection, but we do consider the transportation of municipal solid waste from connection points to treatment facility. We also consider about the technologies, gasification and anaerobic digestion, as well as the combined heat power generation. This is our life cycle assessment result. Generally, we found this kind of decentralized small-scale development could save about 350 kilograms of carbon dioxide per ton of waste treated. And the electricity displaced has a greater benefit in terms of carbon saving than the heat displaced. Transportation has minor impacts on global warming potential, but it has more significant impacts for acidification and eutrophication potential. Here shows the Monte Carlo simulation-based cost-benefit analysis. So we found that for the baseline scenarios, the calculated benefit to cost ratio are all smaller than 1. And then we explore the alternative scenarios where the sale of biochar and digestate are considered. In this case, the profitability of the three scenarios improve significantly. Specifically for the 3A and G scenario, the profitability chance increased to 98%. We also carry out a very simple sensitivity analysis, trying to understand the impact of the heat utilization rate on environmental impacts and economics. We find if none of the heat being utilized, the impact of scenario 6A and G will be reduced by 1/3. And the biogas leakage is a major contributor to the global warming potential of this kind of development. The second case study, we specifically look at the food waste, and we specifically look at the technology of anaerobic digestion. And in this case study, we look at even at smallest communities, and here we consider Glasgow is split into 23 wards, and in each ward there will be anaerobic digestion system to take care of the food waste generated in that ward. And the biogas being utilized to generate heat and electricity as well in this case. This is the boundary of the life cycle assessment. In this case study, we even consider about food waste connection process and try to understand its impacts on the overall one of their development. The life cycle assessment results shows that this kind of development saves about 92 kilograms of carbon dioxide for each ton of waste treated. Again, the benefits due to electricity displacement is greater than benefit due to heat displacement. Biogas leakage has a significant impact. It's a key priority to reduce to 0% for greater environmental benefits. The cost benefits analysis shows that this kind of small scale development is hardly economically viable, and but if there's a carbon tax in place, the economics could be improved significantly, and the break-even biogas yield in this case will be 145 cubic meter per ton of food waste treated as compared to 197 cubic meter per ton of food waste treated. The food waste connection transportation is the main cost factor, and the gate fees are the main source of the income. In the third case study, we look at the co-digestion of food waste and cow slurry generated in one of the council in Glasgow, and try to look at what is the environmental footprint and economic viability of biomethane generation, biofertilizer generation from the co-digestion of food waste and cow slurry. So in this case, we try to look at biomethane production instead of heat and electricity generation as considered in the first two case studies. So we compared 4 biogas upgrading techniques that could be used to upgrade biogas to make biomethane, which is pressurized water scrubbing, chemical scrubbing, membrane separation, and pressure swing adsorption. This is the system boundary of our analysis. Digestate used as a substitute of chemical fertilizers on farms. Transportation of digestate to farm is not considered in assessment, and biomethane used to partially displace the domestic loads on the natural gas grid, whose connection transportation model is similar to their second case study. We found that for the co-digestion system, this could save up to 264 kilograms of carbon dioxide per ton of waste treated. And the biogas leakage emissions contribute to about 55 to 120 kilograms of carbon dioxide per ton of waste treated. And reducing food waste and cow slurry waste disposal to the environment could be very important for saving the global warming potential, as well as displacement of chemical fertilizers by biofertilizer and the utilization of biomethane instead of conventional natural gas for households. The cost-benefit analysis shows that the net present value of the projects is -9 to -12 million pounds, suggesting that the investment is not profitable. And the positive net present value components includes BMC, which is the biomethane certificate price, wholesale price of natural gas, digestate, gate phase, as well as RHR, which is renewable heat incentive. Well, the negative NPV contributors include operation and maintenance cost, initial investment, and the connection transportation costs. Our sensitive analysis shows that the biogas yield, gate phase, and RHI subsidy are 3 most influential or major factors in affecting the net present value. And since gate phase vary widely in the UK, strategies to include gate phase in economic model must be carefully considered. So this is the case studies, and when we were doing our case study, we found that we are encountering the difficulty of getting accurate data for our analysis. So we are trying to use the tool of machine learning to develop models to predict the gasification processes and the bar-edge technologies to help us to get more accurate impact assessment and cost-benefit analysis. We particularly look at artificial neural networks and random forest kind of models. And the very first model we're trying to do is that we did a very comprehensive machine learning based model for predicting the gasification process. So it's considered feedstock types, gasifying agent, even the reactor options. And we gather the data for that comprehensive model, including feedstock information, ultimate composition, proximate composition, as well as gasified conditions, including temperature, equivalent ratio, steam to biomass ratio, agent, reactor type, bed material, catalyst, and scale of the development. And this is the workflow of our machine learning based model, and I will skip it due to the time constraint. And this is model we developed to find this generally with a good accuracy with R squared over 0.93. This is the model performance for the prediction of the different products. We found generally for the syngas compositions, it could achieve relatively high accuracy, but for char yield and the tar yields, for the char yields and the gas C2H10 yields, its performance is relatively bad because of the limited data for these two type of productions. So this indicates it's important to gather more data for such for the prediction of such products. Then we develop the process optimization model for biomass gasification. So this model is trying to optimize the production for gasification by identify the appropriate process conditions. So in this model, we first create a kinetic gasification model based on single shrinkage core model for fixed bed gasification with air being its gasifying agent. And then we combine this model with a random forest algorithm to try to identify the optimum process conditions for achieve the maximum syngas yield. So this table shows the performance of the kinetic model validation. The predictions from the kinetic model is generally within 12% of the experimental data. And this table shows the optimization result from the random forest model, and the identified optimum process conditions is generally within 66% of the experimentally determined process conditions. The third effort we made is about applying the machine learning to predict the biochar yield and composition from the processes of biomass. So we consider two methods: multi-layer perceptual neural network and artificial neural fuzzy inference system. So this slide shows the main points about these two methods, AMPHIS and the multi-layer perceptual neural network. And briefly speaking, the AMPHIS model is made of 5 layers, and for the multi-layer perceptual neural network, it's made of 3 layers, including input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. And we explore the variations of 3 activation functions and try to find out the best ones for their model prediction. And this is the prediction performance of the two models. We found their multi-layer perceptual neural net model generally achieve a better prediction accuracy. So in conclusion, our first model, which is the comprehensive gasification one, can be used to predict gasification outputs over a wide range of feedstock and operating conditions. And there are fast methods to compare different feedstocks and options, and very useful to guide decisions made by policy makers and investors. And what we're doing now is to integrate these models with the techno-economic analysis and life cycle assessment to improve our impact assessment and economic viability assessment. So thanks to the group members and also all the funding supports. And thank you so much again for having me in this conference. I hope you enjoy the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu, for such a wonderful talk on sustainable waste management topic, and I think waste management, especially the organic waste management, is one of the biggest challenges we are facing today around the globe. So I think in the coming times, for sustainable development, the waste can be managed in a very efficient manner. And okay, so if there are any questions from the audiences, we can take it right now. Okay, so we have a question right now. Okay.
Hello, Professor. It was really wonderful. I have few question out of curiosity. Like the composition of food waste is always varying, and it may affect with the final or expected yield. So on a range of maybe plus to this extent or minus to this extent, what will be the variability of expected outcome? And I hope if we are calculating it previously, we will add something or manage. I don't know whether how you are doing on that. And it also you will give the feed in the when you are making the design also. These three questions I have, like what will be the variability in the range of output with the composition changes, and did you add something or manage the initial feed values, and accordingly you will change the design or program? That's the question.
Thank you. This is indeed a very interesting and very important question. Actually, I don't think I have an exact answer at the moment. So indeed, the variation of the food waste composition could have impacts on their performance of their, for example, anaerobic digestion process as well, and subsequently their life cycle assessment and the economic viability result. So to understand it, we need to carry out a sensitivity analysis and the issues that we are short of the models to link accurately their compositions of food waste and the yield of biogas production. So what we're doing is that we're trying to still develop some kind of machine learning based models to more accurately predict biogas yield in terms of the composition of the food waste. And then hopefully then we could combine those models with the conventional life cycle assessment and the cost benefit analysis and the carry out sensitivity analysis to understand to what degree the variation of the food waste compositions could affect the results of the economic viability and the environmental impact assessment. So I hope this addressed your question. Thank you.
Now we have the next invited lecturer, Dr. Sunita Varjani from India. She will be joining online, and the topic will be on municipal solid waste based biorefinery for obtaining high value products. Dr. Varjani? Okay, you can share your slide now.
Yes. I am just going to share. Is that just a minute? Just a minute. Is it visible?
We cannot see.
Or is it okay if I share the screen with you, share the PPT with you to play?
Yeah, it will also be nice, but can you see the share option on your screen?
Yes, I can see, and I have given it to for the privacy settings also, but I don't know why you are not able. able to see it. Just a minute. I usually do this only, but at this time I don't know.
Dr. Vajani, have you sent your PPT file to us earlier?
I'm just sending you.
Yeah. Do you know the email ID?
I have your email ID. Yesterday you did the email.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just send it to me right now.
Yes. Just a minute.
Yeah.
This PPT file is having large size. So I'm sending you the PDF.
You don't have the PPT file, ma'am?
I have the PPT file, but it is larger in size. I can send you that also.
It's okay, ma'am. You can just send it over.
Yes.
Please.
This PPT file may be shared with you by Drive, so you may access from that.
We have received the PDF. We have received only the PDF, not the PPT.
Because if I try, then it is asking me to quit and then rejoin again to share the screen.
Ma'am, you can do that, please.
Shall I quit and reopen again?
Yeah. Please, ma'am.
But I have shared with you the slides. See if you can open it, that is okay.
Ma'am, if you can send us the PPT, we can play from here. But
I have sent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Have you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Please play from your side.
Yeah. Slideshow. Yeah. Can you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Because we are already running short of time. We have already.
Don't worry. I'll try to skip some introductory part and Can you please go on the first slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may start.
Yes. I'll skip some introductory part and we'll try to focus on the content of the results.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So very good morning to you all. I'll be delivering a talk on municipal solid waste based biorefinery for obtaining high value products. Next slide, please. So this is the outline of my presentation to show the linkage with the municipal solid waste with the sustainable development goals and how this landfilling is affecting in case of the municipal solid waste management and different value added products from it. And finally, the case study on which we did research in our lab for the production of biofertilizer and energy from municipal solid waste. Next slide, please. If we see the municipal solid waste and the global sustainable goals by UNEP, then 17 sustainable development goals have from 17, at least 12 are having a direct target or indirect linkage with the solid waste management. And for the projected timeline regarding the waste generation and how the impact of our activities would be, until 2030 has been shown in this table. Next slide, please. Next. Yes. According to World Bank, the world generates around the 2.01 billion tons of waste every year. Next slide, please. This is simply a waste management hierarchy, and most preferred one is the source reduction and reuse instead of the treatment and disposal, which has been the earlier focus. Next slide. This is about the global generation of municipal solid waste generated by the sub-Saharan African regions by 2050 would be on the 516 tons per year. However, for East Asia and Pacific region from which we belong, the waste generation would be increased of 714 tons per year by 2050. So you can see there is a constant step or growth in the waste generation. Next slide, please. This is again the global scenario for waste generation, like what may be in the billion metric tons by 2050. Next slide. Yes, if we see the Indian scenario from where I belong, then yes, the facilities which are there, so waste disposal facility, another is the landfilling site and the dump site. If we see in Maharashtra, there are high number of the waste processing facility, and also along with that there are long history of the landfill sites, and apart from that dump sites are also good in amount. However, in West Bengal the case is different, where very less processing facilities are there and dump sites are more. Next slide, please. This is some figures which shows the waste generated in India tons per year. Next slide, please. So particularly if we see in case of India, then with the scenario 2017 to 18, 18 to 19, and if we refer with 19 to 20, the waste processing is obviously increasing in case of the disposal. Next slide. About the effects for the municipal solid waste, it leads to the land degradation, open burning causes the air pollution, and litter carried downstream causes the groundwater pollution, and hence there is a need to study the proper processing of municipal solid waste, and one of them is the resource recovery from the waste. Next, please. About the municipal solid waste and landfilling as focused, it is having the impact on air, impact on water, and impact on land. For impact on water, it will definitely lead to the surface and groundwater pollution. Impact in air would lead to global warming and health impacts. And impact on land, having the ecosystem degradation and health impact. And all these impacts are having the interlinkages with each other. Next, please. So, which are the hindrance and opportunities in that? Yes, cleaner areas gives the equal healthier population, which would create the more local jobs, new venture for the local entrepreneurs, and yes, obviously the resources would be the generation or production of energy and fertilizer. Next, please. About the zero waste route, so they were first, this concept was brought in the small towns in the New Zealand. Next, please. About the sustainable development, it is very basic thing that one needs to balance with the environment and economic and the social needs to use the resources present with us in a view or in a better way, which is not compromising the future of the generations. Next, please. So these are some concepts of the sound waste management, like cleaner production, resource efficiency, life cycle approach, sustainable production and consumption, so on. So we are working basically on these concepts. Next, please. About municipal solid waste to value-added products, different resources can be recovered. Say, for example, from organic waste, bioenergy and biofertilizers can be recovered. Maybe for the inert waste, composts and nutrients can be recovered. Or in case of the e-waste, metals can be recovered. Next, please. About municipal solid waste to biofertilizer and energy, these are some of the processes in which biological processes include biomethanation, composting, and vermicomposting. However, thermochemical process includes gasification, incineration, and pyrolysis. Next, please. For the compost production, these are some of the steps which have been followed by the municipalities, such as door-to-door collection, masonry beans, push carts, and finally, after transportation, it would be used for production the compost, and finally, they are disposed to landfill areas. About the construction waste, it is transported in the low-lying areas. Next, please. So yes, organic matter can be useful in the compost such as browns, greens and water which are present in the waste. Next, please. The benefits of proper municipal solid waste management includes the reduced depletion of natural resources, reduced acid gas emissions, reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions, and reduction in the land contamination, and so on. Next, please. Now, I would be focusing on the case studies for the production of biofertilizer from municipal solid waste. Next, please. The study was carried out in the Ahmedabad area, which is the 7th largest city in India. The site was from the Pirana dump site, as the picture is shown here, and 300 to 500 tons per day municipal waste is converted into compost by using this facility. Next, please. This is somewhere the waste composition in which you can see the maximum is in case of organic, it is the waste, vegetable waste, or maybe the cooked waste are forming the major components. However, for the inorganic waste, plastic is forming the major components. So here the opportunities lies for the researchers to work on this three type of wastes. Next, please. This is the composting process by windrow system which has been followed. First few steps are for the screening, and after screening there is a sun drying, and finally the final compost which is prepared, which is shown here. Just to note that the compost which is prepared, it is already available in market with the name Ritsil, and many farmers and are using this facility. Next, please. So the results of the compost have been compared with the recommended standards by the Food FCO 1985, and here are some compositions which are definitely meeting with the recommended standards by FCO. Next, please. Now, next case study is the municipal solid waste to syngas. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So in this also we have carried out the samples from India, that is Gujarat, Ahmedabad, in which what we did is we have done study with the municipal solid waste alone by using the Aspen Plus model, and with the basic characterization of the municipal solid waste. And apart from that, we have tried to mix this municipal solid waste with the rice husk. The results would be shown here. So this is somewhere the waste collection zone by the deployment in the Ahmedabad city. Next, please. These are the results of the proximate analysis as narrated earlier. The rice husk was blended as desired by the policy which has been following in this state. So this is showing the fixed carbon, volatile matter and ash components in the sample which was finalized to do the study with the modeling. And another one is the ultimate analysis of this municipal rice husk blend and municipal solid waste. So these are the results of the components such as carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and sulfur. So carbon component was very good, such as 50% in amount. Next, please. These are some of the reactions involved in this process. Next, please. These were the assumptions, like feed rate was taken as the 1000 kilogram per hour. So it is an isothermal process and the process is performed in the steady state. Ash is considered to be the inner. Inside the gasifier, the pressure and temperature were considered to be consistent. Heat losses are neglected. No pressure losses across the system, and the product had no unconverted carbon. Next, please. So this is the simulation approach which has been shown through the gasification, which were the temperatures and which were the intervals in that. And finally, after blending, whatever results were obtained. So the analyzing the effect of the amount of syngas obtained by using this gasification model. Next, please. Yes. So this is again the simulatory model where the feed is shown here. There were different separators. And in the next slide, whatever is written here, 1, 2, 3, 4, or what were the separators in this, it is shown in the next slide. So this is the gasifier system, and the syngas production was further analyzed. Next, please. So these are the different blocks which were shown, such as dryer, separators, and which are the separators such as R yield and R gips, which are the functions of that. One of them is simulating the drying process. Another one separates the moisture and feedstock. Then the next one is used decomposes the feedstock. Next, the helps to achieve the chemical equilibrium, and finally the separation of ash from syngas. So these are the different functions of different blocks which were identified in Aspen Plus. Next, please. Yes, the process steam, it is shown over here, which are the temperatures there and which were the constituent for each process steam. Next, please. This is showing the optimized ratio for SM ratio was obtained at 850 degrees centigrade temperature for MSW alone. So where the syngas production was a bit higher in case at the 0.5% of the 0.5 of the SM ratio. So with this, we have carried out the study for the blend of rice husk and the municipal solid waste. Next, please. Next, please. Next, this is the pictorial diagram of that graphical representation. The different components in the gas which is produced. The flow rate is shown here and the quantity of syngas. Next, please. Yes, this is the final result in which you can see the syngas produced is around 80% of that. So this can be concluded that this is the better blend. It is better to blend the municipal solid waste with rice husk for the gasification process on which the samples were collected. Next, please. These are some of the perspective where the syngas can be used. It can be used in the boiler to produce the steam or electricity. Electricity can be used in IC engines and gas turbine to combine the cycle. It can be useful for production of hydrogen, which is the biohydrogen, and can be useful in the fuel cell to produce the chemicals such as methanol and fertilizers. This methanol can be used to produce the other chemicals, formaldehyde, methyl acetate, and so on. Ethanol can be produced. So these are some of the perspective of producing the syngas. Next, please. So with this, would like to conclude that waste is a good source for creating value from it. Biofertilizer is having the presence of required amount of moisture content, organic carbon, total nitrogen in this, and it falls within the recommended standards by FCO. This biofertilizer is useful in the development of sustainable agriculture. And the another aspect which was covered for the energy or syngas generation, this can be useful for the production of syngas in the industries and which are having the industrial applications for energy biohydrogen production. Yes, obviously the cost of the treatment and the management of waste is the hindrance for that and perspective lying with this. Next, please. Next, please. So these are some of the books I would request. Yes, just go ahead with this in the relevant areas. Next, please. Next, next. Yes, next, please. Yes, next. Next slide. So I would like to acknowledge the authorities of Gujarat Pollution Control Board and the conference organizers. Obviously, grateful to the students who have performed the research work, and special thanks to Professor Dong, Professor Patel, Dr. Rita, and Professor Wu for inviting me to deliver the talk. Next, please. Thank you. Next, please. Thank you. If there are any questions, would be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vajani, for such a beautiful and wonderful talk on solid waste management. First of all, I would like to say that I'm personally very motivated to just see the list of books you have. So it will just motivate us in future also to just go on your path. And yeah, we personally, we all think that solid waste management, especially the municipal waste in countries like India, is a huge problem in the 21st century. And I think with the development of research all over the country which is going on, and I think in future coming years, solid waste management must be taken care of because it will not only create a problem to the environment, but also at the same time it will also be not good for our future generations to come. So thank you, Dr. Vajani, once again for giving us a view of your research prospects. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker in Inviter Talk series is coded as IL36, and he will be Dr. Tainwei Hao from China. So he is live present with us online. So he'll be talking on the topic of carbon fixation of chemically enhanced primary treatment sludge through methanogenesis inhibition by integrated electrochemical pretreatment and anaerobic digestion. So the topic itself sounds quite interesting. So Dr. Hao, it's over to you. Dr. Hao, we can't hear you. Yeah, you're not audible to us. Is it coming there? Still we can't hear you. Maybe you can just rejoin again. Disconnect and rejoin again. Okay, we just will wait for a minute to join him again.
I think you can ask him to check the speaker.
Yes, Hao. Yes, Dr. Hao, we can hear you now. You can share your slide. Thank you. With somebody else? Sorry, Dr. Hao can't hear you right now. Sorry, I think he...
You can ask him to check the speaker. Using a Mac, check the preference and select the speaker. Use the speaker or computer mic.
Yes, Dr. How you can check your speaker at your end if it is working. No, we can't hear you. Yeah. I think we have unmuted him from our end, right? Yeah. Uh, yeah. Because we can hear Professor Wong from his end, yeah? Okay. I think he'll be rejoining again.
So how you try to select the speaker and then check whether you are not connected to your computer.
Dr. How, if you have earphones, you can use them. It will be, I think, in that case, it may work.
Yeah, this is another way to do it.
Yeah, you can use your earphones with your laptop. Headphone or earphone.
You can try the part. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another laptop. Oh, this is a technical glitch. We have the pros and cons of internet and technical problems.
That's why I need to check before. I mean, before there should be a testing time to let the speaker to test once first, a day before, to make sure they know what to do.
Yes, Professor Wong. We are so sorry.
Are you you are now broadcast from India, not from Taiwan?
Yes, Professor Wong. I am from India only.
Yeah, but how about the venue? The venue is in Taiwan or from India? I think you are in India.
No. I am in Taiwan, Professor Wong.
Oh, in Taiwan. Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing postdoc here.
Okay, yeah.
Under the leadership of Dr. Professor Dong.
Dong, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we will just wait for 2 or 3 minutes for Professor Dr. Howe to join us again. Dr. Howe? No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, finally.
Finally, it works. Okay,
you can
sorry.
share your screen.
for-
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just share my screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Share screen.
So, Dr. Howe, we will just request you to complete your presentation in time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Thank
no
you.
problem. Okay.
Bye-bye.
So I'm trying to window. Okay, here is my window. Okay, I understand. Okay, everyone is busy. Yeah. Okay, can you hear my screen? Can you see my screen, sir? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Howe, we can see. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm sorry for all those inconvenience caused. Okay, I am Tim Wei Hao. Okay, and I'm currently an assistant professor at the University of Macau. Okay, the topic of my presentation is about the carbon fixation of chemically enhanced primary treatment sludge through methanogenesis inhibition by integrated electrochemical pretreatment and aerobic digestion. In other words, we are trying to convert the active sludge or waste active sludge to the volatile fatty acids, VFA. Okay, so currently the dilemma exists for wastewater treatment, that is we don't have enough carbon source, particularly in China. Okay, so the carbon source in wastewater is pretty low. So we have resulting the CN ratio, carbon to nitrogen ratio, is around 6. That's in other words, the carbon source, organic carbon source, or the availability of the carbon source are not sufficient for nitrogen or phosphates removal. So in this case, we have to borrow or buy extra carbon source like acetate from industry, from the market, to dose the carbon source to the wastewater, and then to remove the nutrient for example, the phosphate and the nitrogen. But in this case, we produce large amounts of the sludge. So for the sludge production, the sludge production, normally we just bury it or dump it. But currently, based on the laws or the new regulation, we have to take care of the produce the sludge. Now we try to use the sludge to produce the biogas like the methane through anaerobic digestion, and of course, most of them in China is burned, okay, through the incineration. So now we have the problem is that, okay, if we want to reduce the nutrients, we have to add carbon to the wastewater. In this case, we have the sludge production. We have such a kind of a circle. It's really hard to break this circle. So, maybe this case can be solved by what? By turn the sludge from the active sludge, turn the sludge to the VFA, volatile fatty acids, VFA, because the VFA could be served as a carbon source to enhance the nutrient removal of the wastewater treatment plants. Of course, the VFA is a basic industry material, so could be used for other products production. Okay, so now the problem is that if we want to produce the VFA, we have to cut off the methane production. We have to cut off the methane production. So currently, about the methane production, if we want to cut the methane production, we have to adjust the pH or add the inhibitor to disinactive the methanogenesis. But the problem, we got such strategies, we got a lot of problems, such as continuous chemical dosing, secondary pollution, and a lot of operation difficulties. Since 2001, okay, some professionals they developed the electrochemical process. At the beginning, they use quite high voltage, apply quite high voltage to the anaerobic digestion, as to use the electrochemical process as a kind of pre-treatment to enhance the machine production. But 5 years ago, we find that okay, some of the professionals, they try to use low voltage, okay, to enhance the machine production, like from 15 to 13 volts, okay. And here we have contradictory results. Some of the literature says okay, it works, but someone finds that it actually inhibits the biogas production. So in this case, we want to know why, what happened. So we design an experiment. Okay, we use an electrochemical pretreatment cell. Okay, this one. After the pre-treatment, we add the pretreated sludge to an
Dr. Hao,
anaerobic digester
yeah,
to see.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not moving.
Not moving, really?
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
You need to go to full screen first.
Yes,
Full
it's
screen.
full screen.
You see, it's not moving. I
It's
can
not
see your
moving.
sidebar. Yeah.
Not moving, yeah.
Sorry. So
Yeah,
later,
I-
how about
I
later?
don't think
send
that
you
you're full screen.
Yeah,
You
maybe
go
you
to the
can just
full
turn to slideshow. Yeah.
Let me check. Stop sharing. Okay, screen window. Okay, here is the window. Okay, now you can see it, right? Suppose
Yeah,
it's
we can
moving.
see. Yeah, on which slide you are right now?
It's moving.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just share the full screen. Yeah.
Actually, last time I did. Now it's moving.
No.
No. Okay. In this case, okay. Let me just finish it. Okay,
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
Sorry for that. Okay. So in this case, we design a pretreatment electrochemical pretreatment cell to pretreat the sludge. After treatment, and then we put the sludge into an to the MPB biomethane potential test in anaerobic digester. Okay. So and let's see what happened. So in this case, it seems. Oh. It's moving? No, not really. I got
The
a lot
sixth slide, right?
It seems right?
I think we can see your sixth slide right now. You are on the sixth slide, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the full screen. All right, you have. Okay, anyway, later I send my slides to you. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, on this slides, I would like to share is that okay, at the beginning we have the anaerobic digestion. It's a producer machine that is quite stable, and then we add the EPT electrochemical pretreatment. Okay, after the sludge treatment, look at here, we don't have machine production. Correspondingly, we have a VFA accumulation here in the middle stage. And it's not occasionally. We want to verify this phenomenon, and then we replace the sludge without the pretreatment. Look at here, in the stage 3. Okay, the machine production recovered. It's recovered. Also, the VFA accordingly, the VFA production decreased. Okay, that means it works. All the produced VFA. More than 80% of the produced VFA is acetate, so it seems works. Okay, and also I would like to share, and then we try to understand what happened. So we look at the Markovi's community structure. We find that okay, with the pretreatment electrochemical low voltage electrochemical pretreatment. Okay, the machine. The methanogenesis, the abundance of methanogenesis reduced, but at the same time, the hydrolysis or acidifications, bacteria abundance increased. Okay, so that's it's tries after the pretreatment, the microbial community structure was changed. Okay, and but that cannot explain everything. And then we conducted a lot of bad tests to try to figure out what happened, and we compare our results with the literature. For example, from the literature, 12 voltage, okay, actually can enhance the methane production by 31%. 50 voltage can enhance more than 60%, and the 20 voltage also increased. But our is also in the range of from 1 voltage to 15 voltage. But what happened to our experiments? We try to understand that, okay, and then we compare all the possible parameters with the literature. First, that is the electrical mode, okay, like continuous input the voltage. Or for example, we have two about the pretreatment, 2 seconds on and 2 seconds off, 2 seconds on, 8 seconds off, something like that. So that is the pretreatment mode. Okay, and then we compare the VSS, pH, conductivity, and we find, okay, even we check everything, we comply all our parameters with the literature, we still have the results of inhibition of methane production. And then we suddenly realized that the sludge contains a high concentration of chloride. That maybe it produces a lot of hypochlorite, like this one. This one could somehow inhibit the activity of the methanogen genes. Okay, maybe this guy was responsible for the methane inhibition. And then we try it. We try it, and finally we find, okay, we try it. We find it was not this guy. Actually, once we add the hypochlorite, the methane production was increased. So now the problem is that maybe from the electron, the materials itself. Okay, in this study we use three types of electron. The one is the carbon electron, another one is the graphene and the titanium electron. Those are the three electrons. Okay, the conclusion is that once we use the titanium conclusion electrons, it enhances the methane production. But we use the carbon electrons, it causes quite a long lag phase of the methane production. And also, once we use the graphene electrons, almost completely inhibited the methane production. So that's a preliminary conclusion. Okay, the problem is about the electron, the materials. Okay, and then we look at the pathway, degradation, metabolism pathway of the bacteria. We find, okay, with the graphene electrons, okay, it can reduction of the methanogenesis directly. Okay, and also once we use the graphene electrons, okay, the expression of several functional enzyme like this one, the acid-CoA, the carboxylase and the THMPT, okay, methyltransferase, okay, those two enzymes expression was reduced significantly. Okay, so that is quite preliminary investigation. On the other hand, we cannot neglect what happened in the liquid. Okay, the above results actually happened or occurred in the solid, the sludge, and we cannot neglect what happened in the liquids, supernatant. So we also to simulate what happened in the liquid, like we find, okay, the soluble compounds in the liquid, chlorine and the sulfate had different inhibition effects on the methane production. So finally we have this slides. Okay, we use three different electrons to inhibit the methanogenesis, try to convert the sludge to VFA, volatile fatty acid, and graphene has the best results. It worked well, and also the problem is graphene electron itself, nothing to do with the other parameters. But in terms of the ions in the liquid, we find the sulfate can also reduce the methane production. but no lag phase. Okay, and of course it reduces the methanogenesis. The chloride in the sludge will induce a lag phase in methane production, but no decrease in methane production. It can after the pretreatment, EPT pretreatment, the chlorides may be responsible for the enzyme inactivation and also enhance the biogas or VFA production. Okay, that's a preliminary results of my study. Now it's almost there. Sorry about all my delay. Sir, I return the time to you. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hao, for your presentation. It was indeed a good presentation, and we are so sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. And of course, thank you all the organizer very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Hao. So with this, we will come to the end of the session 4, which is the first session in the morning. So we'll take a short break. It's a tea and coffee break, and we'll just join after the short break. And at 10:30, we will join for session 5, and it will start with the plenary lecture from Professor Roger Ruan, who is there with us since morning. He was also there yesterday. So we'll start sharp at 10:30. Thank you.
Well, before you break, can I try it to make sure the connection works?
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we can hear you, Professor Ruan.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
See.
So we'll meet at 10:30. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Hey, Dr. Vagina.
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you. Good talk. Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Morning, Roger.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello.
Great talk. Thank you. So my fireworks is it okay?
It's working. It's working. I can see.
That's wonderful. Good. Yeah, Jonathan, where are you?
I'm now in Hong Kong.
Oh, you're in Hong Kong. Okay. Yeah, I was actually going to travel to Kaohsiung, but I saw they actually, because of a quarantine issue, so I actually stopped the trip. So yeah, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, initially I want to go, but I don't know the quarantine situation. And also sudden change of a quarantine situation, making us really hard to adjust.
I know.
We only change at the end of
Nervous.
September. So that's the reason why I could not go to Taiwan. Yeah.
Yeah.
How soon? Is okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. So
Very good. Yeah. So next year,
yes,
May, you will come to Hong Kong, is it?
yes, that's the plan. I will.
No problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan.
The invitation. So, yeah.
Thank you.
How are you?
Well, doing no complaints. Doing well.
No comment. So you will say going back home, you say after the trip to Hong Kong?
After
your trip to Hong Kong?
yes, I will visit my mother. Yeah, in Fuzhou. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a long time you're not back home. Yeah.
I know. It's not easy.
2.5 years. But when you go to China, you need to do quarantine.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 7 plus 3.
Hopefully,
something like that.
since we're changed by then, will be, much
hope
easier
so.
by then. So
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, it's
I
making
heard
us
some-
really
I heard
difficult.
there's probably changes in policies. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see. But currently, after the meeting in China, there seems no change in the quarantine requirement. But I hope in next year, early next year, there will be some change. Yeah.
Yes, that's the hope. So we'll see.
Yeah. But you know that the reason it's really difficult for us how to plan for the conference because almost 50% of the participants coming from
That's right.
China.
Yeah.
Because they have in that situation, they may not come to Hong Kong.
Correct. If they cannot travel.
Yeah, so we it's a bit difficult. We arrange it. If you got people coming from China, then our participate 100 to 300 people. But without them, we may have only 100 or 100 something.
That's right.
So
Well,
making
next
it
time
really
you should come
difficult.
to United States to have a meeting because there's nothing. There's no quarantine or anything. You know?
Yeah, I know, but still, the people from China, they cannot go.
Right. Yeah.
Because they are the biggest population to
Yes.
participate in this type of overseas conference nowadays. Especially China,
Well, hopefully the
people
pandemic
from
will be
China.
over soon. So yeah,
I hope so, but I don't think it will
it's
be.
been too
It
long.
will be continuous like a flu. So you still have infection, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to go to hospital.
Right. That's a key. You know, as long as it's just like a common cold, then you're fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. But now I think in China is that not many people are in the or about not a lot of injection. Their injection rate is not high.
Yeah, that's kind of surprise to me. Not sure why.
I don't know why exactly, because in China you need to have injection, but I don't know why.
It's not a vaccine issue. It's not. I just can't understand why that's the.
No. It seems to me it's a vaccine issue. Now,
Really?
some young people refuse to have injection because it's really not serious. Why I need to have injection?
That's true.
And then for those over 60, they will say that, oh, it's a bit dangerous. Maybe something wrong if I got the injection. So their injection rate is lower than 70%.
Yeah.
But you know,
That's actually
yes, I think you go up to
yes.
90 something percent.
Price. Yeah.
You know, in Hong Kong, our injection rate is almost 95%.
95% now. Wow.
Yeah. So a bit strange in China. These two age group is around 60 something percent only. So that's why they don't want to open the border. They worry that they got infection, they will be getting serious, and the medical system may not be able to handle.
Yeah, that's right. So they can evaluate, by now they should be able to evaluate all those vaccines, the effect of vaccines. If there's no serious side effect, then they should just encourage everyone to,
Yeah, exactly. But
and then, yeah.
the aged people are so stubborn in China. Not many people injection.
Actually, yeah, I don't understand.
The
Yeah.
injection
I don't understand. Yeah.
So that's we can go to China easy. Still have to quarantine and all this.
Yeah.
But coming to Hong Kong now is okay. It's only 0+3. That means you can come and you don't need to quarantine. Only medical surveillance only. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's
Yeah. So I think not more people come to Hong Kong for business. Travel still to days I can't come to, and people will think why I need to come to Hong Kong.
Well, the business side, the effect is very
It's okay.
serious, I think.
They will come.
They will come.
They can come here to Hong Kong for 3 days and then they go and they can have meeting and all this without any problem. That's why for our conference, no problem. They can come and attend the conference. So you come 1 or 2 and can accept that they cannot go to restaurant. But after the 3rd day, they can go anywhere. Yeah.
Oh,
Even
okay.
restaurant.
Oh, okay.
So in that case, if you come 1 or 2 days earlier, then it should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we definitely-
Otherwise, you need to have takeaway. You need to eat at the hotel room or something like that. But you can go to tourists. That means you go anywhere,
Oh,
but
really?
not
Okay.
eating.
Yeah, sure. Oh, that's good.
So that means it's not like a quarantine in a prison. That you can go anywhere except that you can't eat in the restaurant.
Right. That's certainly doesn't look like a quarantine to me.
Not a quarantine. I think still enjoy the freedom except that
Yeah.
you need to eat in the restaurant. You need to eat in the hotel room for the first 3 days. After that, it's okay. But they count the first day. If you arrive at 11 p.m. at night, this is already the first day.
Uh-huh.
So then
Okay.
you only need
Wow.
to stay 2 more days.
Right.
Understand? So
Well, that's good to know.
if you are careful, arrive at night in Hong Kong. So you count for 1 day already.
Yes.
And then 2 more days, then you can go anywhere. Yeah.
That's good thing, no?
So you should come, Sunita, to Hong Kong next year.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
It should be fine. You can come to Hong Kong easily from India.
Yes,
Yeah.
Hopeful to meet you.
Yeah, I think so. You should come. Perhaps
Yes.
Pandi will come. Yeah.
Oh.
We will send the invitation to you, Sunita.
You already sent it to me.
Yeah, but have you submitted the abstract?
I'll do maybe in 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
We will
don't
do
worry.
another round.
Don't worry. Yes,
We
I'll
extend,
do.
we extend the deadline already, but now we already have around 100 abstract.
Okay.
But still, a lot of people I know they not yet submit. So I
Yes,
will
yes,
definitely
yes.
go up to 200 abstract. Yeah.
It's in my to-do list in next 2 days. By 31st,
Yeah.
I'll send.
Yeah. And also ask your student to submit your abstract, even though they cannot come, we can have online for them. So in that
Yeah,
case, we
sure.
can have more participation.
Sure, we'll do that. Don't worry.
Yeah. Or Roger, ask your student to submit.
Yes, I will do that.
They
then.
cannot-
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't know.
if they cannot come, we can still arrange. They have online presentation and all this.
Good.
Okay.
I'll do that.
That's great.
But online presentation sometimes is a bit complicated.
Yeah, but yes, if you do not have any fund to travel, then online presentations are a good option.
Yeah. So we will accept that so that enhance more people to participate. And
Yes.
and also in China, because now they still have the quarantine period, some already indicate whether they can have another venue in China. So they gather all the people and then online attend the conference. I said it's okay. So
Yeah,
they can
that's
have
a
a small
approach.
venue in China. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is also good. That means
yeah.
more
Oh,
people
yeah.
participate.
Face meeting is always good, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That's why online mode plus face to face may be a new version in the future.
Yes, hybrid mode.
Yeah. But online mode, we need to do a little bit more testing. Just like last time we had the conference, we asked all the participants, they need to test first.
consumer product or industrial product, like into biochar, for example. So over the years, we have developed many different type of microwave-assisted powerized system, from benchtop, okay, to these kind of lab scale, to pilot scale, and then to larger commercial scale system. And this is actually the system produced by Resynergy, a company that we license our technology to. Okay, they produce these commercial systems. They use it for all kind of solid waste, but right now their focus is mainly on the waste plastic utilization, for example. But all kind of solid waste you can be used to convert into energy, fuel, chemicals, materials, and of course biochar, for example. And this is a pilot mobile fast microwave powerized system. And this mobile, because it can go anywhere, because it contains its own syngas electricity generation systems and its own cooling condensation systems. Okay, so you can just drive to whatever the solid waste is and convert all those solid waste on site to produce these, syngas to power itself, and then to produce the biochar, for example, to apply back to the land, or use as a filter media, or to collect the bio oils and so on. And this is an improved downdraft type of fast microwave powerized system. Okay, so this system, all the feedstock coming through from the top, and then all the volatiles coming out from the bottom, and then going through these kind of catalytic reforming systems before they are condensed. They are, collected, the liquids, and the char goes down to the bottom. And then all of, uncondensable gases, they can be, cleaned and then use it to power to generate electricity, or later on we'll see different uses. And these systems, you can see that it's actually, right now, the syngas is simply just flare off here, okay? And you can use all kind of feedstocks like sawdust, wood pellets, chicken manures, waste plastics, or wastewater sludges, and so on, like what we have been using, and also all kind of other low-value solid bio waste. And this is actually a stationary system that we developed earlier. The feedstock comes through here, are powerized, and the volatiles are, condensed here to produce either syngas or the bio oil or the biochar. And then this biochar come down here. You can also have another stage for the gasification, for example. And then the remainder chars or ashes can come out here. And then the syngas again goes through the cleaning. You can power the systems. This one also have a generator too. So. And this is an application of the use of the MAP in wastewater sludge utilization. Okay. So we actually, you can see that these are in this case for the gasification, so you can see the gas yield and also the kind of gas compositions and the stable operations and so on. So we actually compare to a range of other kind of gasifiers, including the fluidized spec pyrolyzer, tubular furnace pyrolyzers, or fluidized spec gasifiers, and so on. Okay, so at a gasification temperature of about 800 degree, this system actually can obtain a higher quality syngas with a low heating value of 18 megajoules per cubic meter, or 67% volume of the syngas can be hydrogens and COs. The yield can be over, about 0.8 cubic meters per kilogram of this kind of, dry biomass. Okay, so very high quality, because in these systems, we don't actually burn any of these kind of feedstocks to generate electricity. We don't supply any oxygens and so on. So the heating value is much cleaner. Heating value of the syngas is much higher, and the syngas is much cleaner also. So, and these syngas, they can be fermented. For example, in this case, I mean, we know that people use syngas to generate powers and heat. Okay, electricities and heat and so on. But again, it can be used through this kind of immobilized bacterial cell fermentation. Okay, so you can use that to produce acetic acid, for example. And in this case, these are the plastic polymer packings, and then syngas comes through here, utilized by these bacterial cells. Okay, and here you can see the syngas utilization and also the bacterial, the acetic acid productions from this syngas fermentation process. And they're always about often about 30 to 40% of uncondensable gas there, right? Besides the fermentation, besides the electricity and power heat generations, we can also use another process to convert these syngas, these uncondensable syngas, into hydrogens and carbon materials through what we call a chemical vapor deposition process. Okay. So basically, when all these non-condensable gases pass through a high-temperature reactor packed with an effective catalyst, such as nickel iron, on these kind of foam-structured aluminum oxide, for example, the high yield of hydrogen can be achieved. Okay, in this one you can see here the hydrogen selectivity is over 88%. Okay, and the remaining carbon is deposited onto those catalyst surface. Okay, and these carbons all you can use as a these carbons or biochar as a filter media, for example. And we can produce these carbon materials in many different kind of forms too, and in different qualities also. For example, we can deposit these carbon materials onto these nickel foams. Okay, so these are pure nickel foam. And then after going through this chemical vapor deposition process, all the carbon will deposit on top of these nickel foams. Okay, and then after these nickels is dissolved away, okay, so nickel is removed, then what you will have is these 3D freestanding, the kind of carbon foam materials, okay, and these carbon foam materials, they can be used as a filter also, right? But these materials, it could have a lot more high value applications, because you can make into high quality 3D graphene materials. It can be used as electrodes and a number of other applications and so on. And we can produce very high purity hydrogen at the same time. This hydrogen selectivity increased by 4 to 5 times. Okay, so this is the before CVD. You see these kind of uncondensable gas, okay, compositions from one of the feedstocks, and then after that you see mainly hydrogen here. Okay. So again, high concentration of hydrogen can be produced after these chemical vapor deposition process. So in summary, there are many advanced technologies that could effectively treat animal wastewater through utilization, therefore helping achieving sustainable circular economy development, such as these advanced anaerobic digestions, algae and hydroponics, and biochar filtrations and microwave assisted pyrolysis. Of course, the energy efficiency could be further improved. But the key is all these technologies mainly utilize electricity only, and electricity, it could potentially become much cheaper and much greener in the hopefully near future. So then these processes will become very, very practical. So okay, here are some of the acknowledgements. We have many collaborators over the years, and also we have received many grants from different government agencies, companies, organizations for all these different kind of research and development. So I want to thank them all here. And I want to thank you all again for your attention. If you have any questions, you can ask, and also you can email me too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wan, for your presentation. It was indeed a very enlightening presentation from your end. Thank you very much. And the session is open for any questions and answers. So you have a question? Okay.
Hello, Professor. It was really amazing. But I have some queries. Like, I don't know. I had seen in your slide there is heavy metal removal is there. And I'm asking how much efficient is your heavy metal removal system? And another comment is like persistent organic pollutants like PFAS and all. What about their amounts in the final wastewater, or how you manage to treat them? That's the two queries I have.
Excellent questions. So you talk about heavy metal first. So heavy metal is actually, one of the key advantage of using algae is usually negative charged, so heavy metal are usually positive charged. So they actually are helping out, in these removal, because they actually attach to the algae very well. So when you harvest these algae, okay, you actually harvest these heavy metals at the same time often, also, okay. And then if you use, for example, these kind of pyrolysis and so on to convert these algae into other kind of fuels, chemicals, and materials and so on, often these heavy metals remaining in the char, so actually help you concentrate these heavy metal so you can recycle and so on. Because when you have a lot of heavy metals in these wastewater, you probably don't want to use that as a feed or as other kind of nutraceutical, other applications. But you can use for fuels, but then it can actually concentrate in your char, in your ash. So that's actually very good. And then you talk about the PFAS. Yes, there are a lot of cases. There are a lot of these kind of PFAS in the wastewater, and these the idea is when you use these kind of algae or other kind of char, biochar filtrations and so on, hopefully you can all kind of absorb some of these, okay, and then you can actually destruct them, because these biochar now, after being used, it can still be pyrolysis, for example. And that biochar right now, the commercial companies making all those plastic and so on that create these biochar in the first place, they destruct these by the thermal destruction, for example. So you can easily destruct them as long as you can concentrate it, as long as you can absorb them all together, then you can destruct them using this kind of pyrolysis technique. So it's actually quite effective. So thank you for the great questions.
Thank you, Professor Ron, for your presentation. And next.
The next talk will be by Professor Yen Wa Tong from Singapore. His talk is labeled as IL39 and he will be joining online. The title is Acidogenic Fermentation of Biowaste for Production of Volatile Fatty Acids, focusing on effects of feedstock, temperature and plastic inhibitor. Over to you, Professor. You can share your slide now.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me see if I can share. Right. Hope this is sharing.
Yes, Professor Wa, we can see your slides. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to the chairs for the introduction and for the invitation also to take part in this conference. And yeah, thank you, Professor Ron, for the very interesting talk leading up to this. So my presentation this morning is focused on specifically the anaerobic digestion process, but the specific aspect of it is on acidogenic fermentation to produce volatile fatty acids. So we're only looking at one part of the AD that Professor Ron was talking about just now, and the output that we are looking for is volatile fatty acids. But before I begin this morning, I would like to thank my research fellow who did this work, Dr. Zhang here. So he is the one who did all of this work, and it was a great pleasure to work with him because he has now left our group and went to Shanghai Jiao Tong University, our collaborator in this project, to join as a faculty member there. So wish him all the best with his new position. He just started this month. I would also like to thank the funding agency for this, the National Research Foundation of Singapore, under the CREATE program for funding our work under this E2S2 CREATE program, the collaboration between Shanghai Jiao Tong University and the National University of Singapore. So we have been working on anaerobic digestion for quite a number of years under this E2S2 CREATE program. This is focused more on managing the food waste in Singapore. Just to show you some statistics of how much food waste is generated, you can see in the second row of this table at the top here that the food waste produced in 2019 is about 750,000 tons. So in Singapore, that is quite a lot. So the amount that is recycled, actually we don't read it, but basically recycling means converting it into some other useful material, is quite low, only about 20% of what we produce. I also show the statistics on the plastic waste because usually when you have food waste, you have plastic waste together with it, plastic wrappers, plastic utensils, plastic plates. So they are usually disposed of together and you have to treat both of them together. But of course, plastics are also disposed of by themselves, and the total amount generated in Singapore in 2019 was about 930,000 tons, so a bit more than the food waste. The amount that's recycled is very low for plastic waste, even though we can recycle plastic waste more effectively, like bottles or other plastic materials. But we don't, because in Singapore, what we do with all of the waste is that we send them to 4 incineration plants that convert all of these waste into heat that can be used to produce electricity, and the byproduct of this is bottom ash. This is a problem for Singapore because our land is limited and the bottom ash that we produce, it has to be placed in a landfill. So that is a waste of both useful resources in the plastic and the food waste, but also it takes up space. So our research here, we previously have been looking at just anaerobic digestion of food waste into biogas that we can use for production of electricity. And as Professor Ron was talking about just now, another product of this is the digestate that you can use to grow microalgae, you can use to grow plants or vegetables, and also produce a lot of other things. So you can actually recover a lot of these resources from the food waste itself using this anaerobic digestion process to start with. But today I'm going to deviate a bit slightly from that. The idea that we are looking at here is to see if we can get more valuable compounds from the AD process by looking at just harvesting the volatile fatty acids instead of going all the way down to the production of biogas, the methane and carbon dioxide. So we try to stop the methanogenesis and try to harvest the acids like acetic acid, propionic acid, butyric acid, and so on. So all these fatty acids that we can make use of because they are chemicals and they are quite valuable for the chemical industry. But the problem with stopping this is that the entire AD process is the separation and recovery of the volatile fatty acids itself during this digestion or fermentation process. We came up with a very interesting two-phase leachate bioreactor to try to do this. Let me skip ahead first. So this is the two-phase leachate bioreactor where we do the digestion in a high solid process on the top part, and we have a glass mesh where we take the leachate out from the digestion process to collect all these volatile fatty acids that can come down. So the food waste itself is high solid, so the digestion does not remove any of the food waste, but as it gets digested and degraded into the more liquid part of the volatile fatty acids, we can collect them. So we've been doing this in a small bioreactor, about 4 liters, and we can run this semi-continuously by adding food waste regularly with a loading rate of about 22 grams of volatile solids per liter per day. The hydraulic retention time for this is quite short, only about 8 days, because we are collecting the volatile fatty acids. We have optimized this. We have run this reactor under different conditions, at different pH and different temperatures. So at mesophilic temperatures of 35 degrees and at thermophilic temperatures of up to 50 degrees and different pH. So there are a lot of figures here and a lot of different lines, but the interesting point that you might get here is that the green line with the green triangles show the highest amount of different kinds of fatty acids, such as acetic acid, propionic acid being produced. So that condition is the mesophilic condition, 35 degrees at the pH of 7. So we use this for further studies, and we looked at running this for quite a long periods of time, up to 45 days, and you can see the production of the volatile. It's quite continuous. We can get about average BFA of 3 grams of BFAs per liter, and the different amounts of the different volatile fatty acids are characterized over this period of time. So the production of the VFAs are quite consistent, even up to 45 days using this two-phase leachate bioreactor. We also looked at the microbial species within this digestion process itself, and found that the functional bacterial species in there are mostly Clostridia, Bacteria, and Bacilli, that contributes mostly to the hydrolysis step and the acidogenesis step. So we actually don't get a lot of the methanogenesis step because we have removed the VFAs for the methanogens. So it proves that we do get the VFAs being produced in this case. And there are differences between the mesophilic and thermophilic conditions for different species. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but as you can see, if the community does evolve from the original sea sludge to mesophilic conditions and to thermophilic conditions with different species of functional bacteria. So this is just what we have done earlier with pure food waste. So pure food waste, the acidogenic fermentation does work, and the feasibility of this process shows that we can get quite a good amount of the VFAs being produced. But what I was talking about earlier is that there is a lot of plastic waste in the food waste when you get them in, like from the general waste disposal process. So we wanted to study the effect of plastic waste within this acidogenic fermentation itself. What would happen if you have these contaminations when you do AD of food waste? So that's what we looked at. We tried to add in different types of plastic waste: polyethylene, polypropylene, PET, the polyethylene terephthalate, and polystyrene. So these are the common types of contaminants, plastic waste contaminants, we call it, that is mixed together with your food waste. Well, for example, from your takeaway food containers or plastic bags and so on, right? The plastic wrappers. So what would these contamination do on the effect on the volatile fatty acids? Or even would these plastics be degraded, and would that have an effect on the microbial community? So we did the same thing. We just used our two-phase leachate bioreactor, and instead of just adding in pure food waste, we took different kinds of polyethylene, high-density polyethylene, polystyrene, PET, and polypropylene, yeah, and rounded them up into very fine, or well, not very fine, but small pieces, and added into the fermentation process at the same time, and looked at the different parameters. So just to characterize the input, our seed sludge and the food waste have different total solids and volatile solids. The pH, and we also look at the carbon to nitrogen ratio. So the food waste, of course, has optimal CN ratio of about 22. So it's in between the optimal range for digestion. So after adding in the plastic waste, again, there are a lot of data here for different kinds of volatile fatty acids with different effects. So the black lines here are the controls without any plastic waste. And then we have the red, the green, the dark blue, and the light blue for polyethylene, polystyrene, polypropylene, and polyethylene terephthalate. Their effects on acetic acid, butyric acid, propionic acid, and the total VFA production. So first glance at this, you would see that the addition of the plastic waste actually increase the amount of all kinds of fatty acids for some reason. So you can see the red, the green, the red, the light blue are all in all these charts here, figures here, higher than the black lines. So we are producing more volatile fatty acids. And it seems that the polystyrene itself, the green one, has the highest amount of volatile fatty acid production. So are the plastic waste doing something? Are the microbes growing on them, or in the food waste interacting with the plastic waste, absorbing onto it to ferment more? So we looked at the plastic itself within the digester, so before and after the fermentation process. So before is the raw lines here. We just look at it under scanning electron microscope, and you can see it's quite smooth, quite regular, because these are from the plastic materials untreated. And after we fermented it or digested it, so the bottom row here for the treated plastic waste. So we see it has some significant change. So maybe some of it has actually broken down or degraded. So there are formations of these particulates in there, but looks like the polyethylene terephthalate hasn't degraded as much, but the polystyrene has broken down the most. Also, the polypropylene didn't really break down a lot. So there are different degrees of the degradation of the plastic themselves within this fermentation process. It could be that the acidic environment of this digestion process has contributed to the degradation. So, but actually the mass did not change significantly. So it's just that the morphology of these plastic compounds have changed. We also analyzed the microbial community after the addition of the plastic waste. So the control without the plastic waste is in the first bar here, and then we have the addition of polyethylene, polystyrene, polypropylene, and PET, showing changes in levels of the different microbes. So the red, for example, would be the Thermatogae, the blue would be firmicutes, so significantly higher amounts of firmicutes, different levels of the Thermatogae. And then there are other species that somehow has increased a lot, especially in the polystyrene group, like the Urea chaota, and also the bacterial DTs. So maybe the changes in the microbial community has helped the breaking down of food waste into the volatile fatty acids in the hydrolysis and the acidogenesis process. So, but different plastic waste have led to different shifts in the microbial community. we also try to see if we can pick out if there are some specific species of microbes that are found only in the plastic waste from added by fermentation. So we speculated there are some, and by doing a comparison between the control and the other 4 that have plastic waste added, we can see that there are some species. For example, for polyethylene and polystyrene, is the addition of this new species, Clostridium stricto-8, and for polypropylene and polyethylene terephthalate is this Delph-fluorotoga. So these 2 are not seen in the control, the pure food waste fermentation. So maybe these have helped in the degradation process. So just a quick conclusion for our study here is to show that the addition of a small proportion of the plastic waste into the food waste has enhanced the acidogenic fermentation in changing the different volatile fatty acid compounds, but actually increasing the amounts of BFA being produced. We do observe some degradation effects on the plastic waste themselves, and we have also seen that the addition of these plastic waste have changed the different types of microbes available in the fermentation process. So we're still doing this, we're still running for longer periods of time in this semi-continuous reactor, having recycling to see if we can further enhance and add more of these specific plastic degrading microbes. So we try to identify them and see if we can isolate them and add them in. But what we are trying to do is solve the issue of unsegregated food waste and plastic waste in pure anaerobic digestion process. Yeah. So overall, we like to conclude with just a separate thing that we are doing to treat the plastic waste with the food waste is that for plastic waste, in the food waste is not very good. So, but it still come out at the end. It's not going to be fully degraded. So what we did was with the sludge in the plastic waste, like what Professor Ron has been doing, is to use the thermochemical process of gasification. So we gasify the sludge with the plastic and actually produce more energy from this together with the biochar. So I won't talk about that just because that's time is up. So I'd like to thank all of you for your time, and it's a pleasure to be able to give this talk, and I'd like to thank the organizers. Thank you. I can't hear you, sorry.
Amazing work. It is quite new to us,
Yeah,
especially for me, like to integrating the plastics into the organic waste so that the efficiency will be increased. So in this context, I have some comment, or it's not a question also. Maybe the bacteria which degrade PS, I don't know whether it degrade to its monomer and why they are not toxic to them. They might have some mechanism or genes for the tolerance. I don't know if something is there. If we look into the more into that mechanism in future, we can increase the tolerance and maybe the efficiency, and we can look into more practical application, not to this smaller level of PS amount, or we have to increase, and maybe more plastic degrading technology will be coming. I hope so. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you. I think that's a very good, very good observation. So but we have difficulties in actually trying to measure if the plastic has degraded significantly, because we are harvesting it out from the mixture is not easy after you've added it in. So we from the SEM images, we can't really see big degradation So we do see changes, but we are not sure whether they are broken down into monomers. I don't think so, but probably just broken down slightly. But well, we still have a lot of these solids left over. So the plastic is not really, these are non-degradable polystyrene. It's really not degradable microbially. So I think that is a very interesting thing that we should study a lot more on. Thank you.
Next, we are going to next session, IL 42 by Cristina Gonzalez Fernandez from Spain. The talk will be pre-recorded, and title is Expanding the Use of Anaerobic Digestion for the Production of Alternative Chemicals.
Hello everyone, my name is Cristina Gonzalez and I'm going to talk about different options to produce chemicals by means of anaerobic digestion instead of producing biogas. The subject that I'm going to talk about is food waste, because food waste is nowadays a big issue. In fact, food waste is produced during the life cycle of food, so we have different stages: production, processing, distribution, retail, and consumption, and the final disposal of wastes. But it's true that during this whole cycle we are producing a lot of wastes. In fact, 75% of the total food wastes is generated during the production, processing, and consumption. It's important to know that 17% of the food that is produced is wasted. So we have every year 1 billion kilos of food wastes. This is also important not because we are losing food, it's because we are also affecting to climate change, the water resources that we have, and the land. As you can see here, 30% of the greenhouse gases emissions are due to these food wastes. We are using 25% of the world fresh water available and 28% of the land that we have available for agriculture. So it is mandatory that we start rethinking again on what we are doing with the food, how we are producing and how we are consuming this food. As you can see here, according to the Sustainable Development targets that are set by the United Nations, the goals that we have for 2030 is that we have in fact to decrease these food wastes at retail and consumer level, but also we have to reduce the loss in the production and in the supply. So here you can see this figure that is telling us that the first thing we need to do with food wastes is to avoid these wastes. So we have to reduce it at source by producing, for instance, animal feed. But it's going to be unavoidable that we have wastes, and this is the bottom part of this inverted pyramid, in which is telling us basically that we need to manage these wastes, and this is exactly what we are doing in Day3. Day3 is a research institute located in Spain, more specifically in Madrid. So here is what we do at Day3. More particularly, I'm the head of the biotechnology unit, and here you have our main goal. So we always work with wastes, and we try to recover carbon and nitrogen from and phosphorus from these wastes to produce either energy or biochemicals. How do we do that? We always think on squeezing our wastes in such a way that we get as much products as we can. So following this biorefinery scheme. We work with two types of bioprocesses: open mixed cultures, in which we have a lot of microorganisms, and in this case what we do is try to identify who is more responsible of the process efficiency we are getting. Or when we work with single strains, we try to make them more robust to be applied in our bioprocesses, and we do that via evolutionary engineering. So as most probably you know, anaerobic digestion is a complex process in which you have different stages. So you feed your digester with complex organic matter, a waste basically, and this waste goes through four reactions: hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis, that is conducted by this open microbiome. So we have a lot of bacteria in there, and fermentative bacteria are the responsible of the three first stages, so going from a complex organic matter all the way down to simple molecules like acetate, CO2, and hydrogen. And the last stage is conducted by methanogenic archaea, in which these metabolites are converted into biogas, which is this mixture of methane and CO2. So the scheme would be that we have an organic waste that we digested, and we get this biogas that then can be fed into a cogeneration engine to produce heat and power, and also solid digestate that can be used for fertilization. But instead, we at IMDEA, we do something different. Instead of going to biogas, we try to avoid this last step. So we are avoiding the activity of the archaea community, because what we want is to accumulate short-chain fatty acids, which are basically metabolites of this anaerobic fermentation. These chemicals are the ones that you have here in the list, so acetic, propionic, butyric, valeric, and hexanoic, and we target at these compounds because they have a high economic value in the market, and they are an environmentally friendly alternative to petrochemicals. Sometimes you can also have different, in addition to these short-chain fatty acids, you can have some other metabolites like hydrogen in these stages, or even ethanol, as you will see today. So in biotechnology, as I said before, you can have two ways of manipulate a consortium, a microbial consortium. We can either start from single strains and make them do something that they are not normally doing, like for instance what we do in the evolutionary engineering, or we can start with open mixed culture, in which we are having a lot of microorganisms with a lot of different activities, and what we do is to make that some of these microorganisms prevail. So we are manipulating the microbiome in such a way that we are making some activities that prevail in our microbiome. So how do we do that? We do this by working with different reactor configurations, or with the different operational conditions that can be implemented in the reactors. Or also we can get different results, so this means different chemical composition in our effluents depending on the type of substrate that we use. Today I'm going to talk exactly about some investigation we conducted with what I call the super rich carbohydrate substrate, and what we got by changing the pH in the fermenters. So in this case, we started with a super rich carbohydrate waste. You see here a nice melon, but indeed what we are using is rotten melons that we collect when they are not good in the supermarkets anymore to be sold. So what we have here is a substrate that has a percentage of 76% of carbohydrate, so that's why we consider it a super rich substrate in carbohydrates. And we inoculate a reactor with conventional sludge collected from wastewater treatment plant, and our objective is to produce these short-chain fatty acids that goes from C2 acetic acid to C6, which is the caproic. In general, acetic acid has a lower value than caproic, but in the market the volume that is demanded is much higher for acetic than for caproic. So I would say that all of them are equally important. So in this case, we run a CSTR, a completely stirred reactor, anaerobic, and we set 25 degrees, and this is the organic load and our retention time of 30 days more or less. And as you probably know, anaerobic digestion is normally conducted at pH 7, but when you want to go to the short chain fatty acids, so you want to inhibit your last stage, which is this archaea activity, instead of putting your pH at 7, you decrease a little bit the pH, so you favor the activity of the acidogenic population. So in this case, we operated the reactor at pH 6.5, and then we decrease further the pH to 6. So here you have the results. You can see this is over time, over 66 days of fermentation. Here in your y-axis you have the short chain fatty acid concentration. Different colors mean different different carboxylates. And here on this other axis you have the bioconversion. Bioconversion means it's calculated in COD terms, so we know how much COD, this is organic matter, that we are feeding into the reactor, and we calculated how much COD we are getting in the effluent, so how much of the complex organic matter we are converting in these carboxylates. So as you can see here, our first stage was operating the reactor at 6.5, and we got a bioconversion of approximately 50%. This 50% is more or less represented mainly by butyric acid and acetic acid. Also relevant is that we got almost 40 grams per liter of ethanol. This is pretty high value that is normally achieved in fermentations just going to ethanol. In our case, we attain this value in the anaerobic fermentation, so this is really high. But we still saw that we had some biogas, we had some methane produced. So this meant that the archaea were not totally inhibited, and they were consuming some of these short chain fatty acids to produce methane. So what we did was to decrease a little bit further the pH. So in a second stage, we decreased the pH. In this case, we went to 7. We operated the reactor to 100 days, and as you can see, the bioconversion jumps from 50 to 60%. So this meant that there was no methane and no consumption of VFAs for methane generation. Also really important is that we have a slight change in the short chain fatty acids profile distribution. As you can see before, we had butyric and acetic acid, which were the prevailing short chain fatty acids, but in the second stage we have a high increase in caproic acid. As I said before, this compound has a high value in the market, and we reach really high concentration of this acid. And this was at the expenses of ethanol consumption, as you will see now. In this case, we didn't have methane, so this meant that we had the archaea totally inhibited at this pH. So how are these chemicals produced? We normally start from wastes with a percentage of carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins, and they go through different reactions of degradation, and then you can have your short chain fatty acids, propionic, butyric, or acetic, whatever, but you have some other metabolites. You can have CO2, but you can also have lactic or ethanol in the broth. This is relevant because these two compounds can help to have chain elongation of these short chain fatty acids. This is what we see here, that we can have, normally it's added externally, but in our case, because we were producing it in situ inside the reactor, we didn't have the need to add no external chemicals. We had ethanol, you can have ethanol or latte to elongate your carboxylate. So if you start from an acetic and you have one of these two compounds, you will go to butyric, you increase your carboxylate by 2 carbons. So in our case, as I said before, we had ethanol. So what we saw, it was a decrease in ethanol because our butyrate was increased by 2 carbons into caproic. That's why we had a higher concentration. Also important is that we are not only looking at the chemical output of the reactors, we are also trying to see, as I said before, who is responsible of the changes we are seeing in the fermenters. So who is doing what? Here you see we extract the DNA and we sequence it, and this is the plots that we get, in which you can see here the 2 first columns that they are representing the inoculum. So this is the bacteria that they are coming from the wastewater treatment plant, the sludge that we collect there and we use as inoculum, and how does it change the population along the fermentation if we conduct it at pH 6.5 or at pH 6. Here you have all the strains that we have in the reactors, and as you can see from the inoculum to the fermenters conducted at different pH, the population changes. Not only this, as you can see, the Shannon index, which is basically telling you how biodiverse the population is there. We started from a Shannon index of 6, and how we are decreasing the biodiversity there. This means that you are like specializing your microbiome. You are reducing the activity to the activity you want. So you can see here how drastic the Shannon index decrease when you change your pH to 6.5, and how it decreases even further if you go to pH 6. In this case, what we, because this can be a mess, what we did was to see who was really responsible of the main changes. So who was contributing in a larger, the population that was contributing in a larger extent. So here you have the 3 taxa of microorganisms contributing to 50% in this in the fermenter operated at pH 6.5, and the 3 taxa related to the reactor operated at pH 6. So then we combine the chemical output with the biological output, and this gives us these kind of plots, which are basically telling us who is responsible of each of these biochemical routes that they are taking place in these fermenters. So what we saw is that this ethanol production that we are seeing at pH 6.5, so the first stage, who is responsible of that? So here you have the microorganism responsible for that, and we also see who is responsible in the second stage when we decrease further the pH to 6, and who is conducting more responsible of conducting this chain elongation. So as conclusions, what I have been showing is basically that you can play with anaerobic fermentation by tuning the by playing with the pH in your reactor. So just by decreasing 0.5 your pH, you saw already how much your product can be changed. We're already getting 50% bioconversion, so this is we were achieving a high concentration of short-chain fatty acids, these green chemicals. And if we go further to pH 6, so 1 point in pH was helping us to avoid consumption of these short-chain fatty acids and accumulate these chemicals. Also, we have in these 2 stages different compounds which are really relevant. So in this case, ethanol at pH 6.5, ethanol at really high concentration. And in this second stage at pH 6, we can get really high concentration of caproic acid. So this is also really important because we were consuming ethanol that was produced in situ. So our message here from our unit is that we want to decrease our waste disposal, and if we have wastes, we have to upcycle to convert it into resources. And in our case, we are into converting these wastes into green chemicals. Lastly, I would like to thank the projects that they are supporting this research, a national project and a European project. You can go in the website and see what we are doing. And also you have here my email, just in case you want to make some questions of what I just presented. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed my presentation.
So this was Dr. Cristina Fernandez from Spain. So she had sent us her pre-recorded file. So our next invited speaker is Dr. Binod Kumar, and he's from Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, Jammu, India, and he's at present with us in Taiwan. So he'll be presenting on the topic sustainable process for the production of clavulanic acid by a Streptomyces clavuligerris on agro-processing residue. Welcome, Dr. Binod. It's over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Vishalji. And good morning. Good morning. Myself, Dr. Binod Kumar, working as a scientist in IIM Jammu. And today's my research topic is production of the clavulanic acid. This is our as a API chemical, active pharmaceutical ingredient, is production utilization of the agriculture processing residues. First of things, CSIR is you all know 37 laboratories in our countries, and our laboratory is situated at the north region in IIM Jammu, and this is our institute focus area in the medicinal chemistry, pharmacokinetics, formulation, and the biotechnology on the plants and microbial secondary metabolites. Our division is involved the fermentation-based production of the industrial product, pharmaceuticals, drug discovery, enable quality control analysis of the different drugs, and so other societal program also involved our institute, like the skill development program and Jigyasa, etc. Our division involved in the production of the enzyme and fertilizers, biofertilizers, and secondary metabolites for production through the fermentation route up to the pilot scales. Research activity is involved in the upstream process of process optimization and downstream process for and purification of the characterization of the molecule productions. Vision of our division is the helping to the Indian industry to scale up the process and building the confidence in Indian industries through the transforming technologies. Now this is the pilot facility available at our division. Is 500 liter fermenter is facility is available, and downstream processing, microfiltration, and continuous centrifuge is also available at our division. Now my research interest is the isolation of microbes and from the halophilic like microbes and halophilic actinomyces microbes, and for the production of the API chemicals and key starting materials and high value production through the fermentation route. So today's is a many traditional method is using the synthetic medium, and it means in a glucose, xylose, acetate, peptone, and defined ingredients, and this is the very costly compared to the other process. So our target is how to produce this any high value product with the cost effective manner by utilization of the primary processing or secondary processing residues. Now is the API chemicals as the active pharmaceutical ingredients. Why use the fermentation production? From Dr. Binod already saying chemical route is the very chemicals catalysis and high temperature and high pressure is required, and some side effect remaining the effluent is very environmental pollution, create the environmental pollution, and how to reduce this environmental pollution and on by using the fermentation. And second things in the fermentation method is very easily normal temperature, water medium, as no hazardous chemical is produced during the fermentations, but in the chemical reaction is required the highly purified substrate convert into the product, and not a specific reactions occurred in the chemical reactions, but is the fermentation is the can be microbes can be easily use the partially purified of the sucrose, any compound substrate. Now it is the but first of things, beta lactamase inhibitors. Beta lactam antibiotics, today is the many antibiotics used in the beta lactam rings is against the any disease, any the create the microbial pathogenic infection is using the beta lactam antibiotics. And beta lactam antibiotics when pathogenic microbes is release the beta lactamase enzyme, this enzyme inhibit the beta lactam rings, and antibiotics cannot be effective against the pathogenics, so create the multi-drug resistance. And today's the amoxicillin and clavulinate is the broader spectrum of antibacterial and inhibit the beta lactamase producing microbes. Beta lactamase is a clavulanic acid is the first discovered in around 1974 and 1975, and beta lactamase is the many microbes is the release the beta lactamase enzyme, and clavulanic acid and block this beta lactamase enzyme, and or easily, and beta lactam antibiotics can be easily effective against to the pathogenic microbes. Many failure of antibiotics due to the beta lactamase enzymes, and some product is available in market antibiotics, and this is the molecular structure of beta lactam clavulanic acids. And today's the many countries is produce the clavulanic acids, but problem is the cost of the clavulanic acid is related to the complexity of the production process, because in fermentation broth, clavulanic acid is highly unstable in the fermentation processes, and this is very difficult to produce through the chemical reactions, and wild type of microbes is the produce is very little amount in the fermentation process. Only the one and Chotal is 19 produce the 5.52 gram of clavulanic acid in overexpressions, but wild type of microbe is very little amount. So our target is approximately should be reached nearest to the optimized conditions through the strain improvement and fermentation process. This is our research outline. How to utilize what is our aim. First is the cellulosic biomass, processing residues and treatment and detoxifications, and then fermentation process, solid state fermentation and submerged fermentation, medium formulation, then finally the purification process, and finally clavulanic acids. Project novelty is the clavulanic acid production through the newly isolated microbes, which already is available in market, and utilization of the membrane filtration for the detoxification process, and solid state fermentation also will lead for the maximum production of the clavulanic acids. So today, isolation of the potent streptomyces is for the clavulanic acid production is from the soil samples. All of know that soil is the very rich of the microbes. So we collect the soil is from the halophilic regions, because the some extreme condition is there. So there is the microbes isolate streptomyces, isolate from the different plate assay method, and develop the plate assay method. You can directly see in the plate and collect the isolate for the clavulanic acid production, and only the two isolates is the potent compared to the MTCC is a reference culture for the production of the clavulanic acid, and two potential other isolate also isolate, and they are approximately similar production clavulanic acid. Next method is how to analysis of the clavulanic acid, because clavulanic acid is a very absorbed on the C18 columns, and very rare detection method. So this is the imidazole derivative. Imidazole clavulanic acid is bind and made the third clavulanic acid derivative, and easily detect by the HPLC method. Now is the selection of the medium, and number of literatures is available on the clavulanic acid production. We are M2 medium is suitable for the maximum production of the clavulanic acids by both of the culture. Now is the carbon source, and in this reaction, this result is clearly shows that xylose can be used as a carbon substrate for the production of clavulanic acid instead of the xylose and glycerols. So this result is clearly shows. So we thinking using the agriculture, we can use the agriculture processing residues. So we choose the spent biomass. Why spent biomass? In our institute is located in the northeast, and there is a huge amount of the spent biomass is present in the present, easily available for the product for the processing. So spent biomass is already treated, and number of inhibitors removal during the distillation process, because during the distillation is hot water distillation and removal of the essential oil, and remaining the essential after the essential oils collect, and this spent biomass can be easily extract the pentose sugar and other sucrose for the process. Xylose in processing for number of the acid used for the extraction of the xylose. So nitric acid is suitable in only the 0.25% of the nitric acid suitable for the maximum of xylose extraction from the spent biomass. Now many inhibitors during the acid hydrolysis, number of inhibitors like lignin and other impurities is present. These inhibitors is and salt also produced when neutralizing this of acid hydrolysis by the NOH, and these salts and other inhibitors should be removed before the fermentation. Otherwise, this is the negative effect on the production of the and target product. Second thing, say how to reduce this all these things with the cost effective manner. Because the process should be minimal steps, we cannot increase the steps, otherwise your product cost should be increased. So membrane we are choose here is the detoxification through the membrane filtration process. Membrane filtration steps can be reused and the many times, and the microfiltration and ultrafiltration by using removal of the inhibitors on the basis of the molecular weight. Because in the many inhibitors is the particular compound is contain the molecular weight, and molecular weight is can be easily removed by the membrane filtrations. And after this some other salts is also there, because permit limit, and this salt is removed by the ion exchange process, and SCP HP20 adsorption resin is drastically decolorized of the acid hydrolysis and completely maximum purified of the xylose, and by using these two methods. By this partially purified of xylose rich solution can be utilized for the production of the clavinic acid. Pure xylose is produced approximately 96 hours taken, and partially purified hydrolyzate and concob here, so 0.56 gram, and direct utilized we cannot if you are not using the any process, detoxification process, microorganisms cannot be easily grow. Now is the second process is using utilization of the agric processing residues, use corn gluten meal as a nitrogen source, and yeast extract we are replaced of the yeast extract by utilization of the corn gluten meal. Corn gluten meal is the byproduct of the corn starch industries, and corn starch production is contain the crude protein. 60 to 70% of the protein is there, and amino acid also, and this is a very similar properties of the yeast extract and easily available of the corn gluten meal. Now is the phosphate. Phosphate also role in the important role in the clavinic acid production, and when increase the phosphate level in the streptomyces, clavinic acid cannot be produced in their metabolic pathway, and pH is also important, and 7 pH is suitable for the maximum clavinic acid production. Now is the recovery of the clavinic acid fermentation broth, because clavinic acid is unstable in the fermentation broth. So our target is how to recover of the clavinic acid with the minimal loss. So we are using the IRA resin here, ion exchange process, and ion exchange process IRA 4000 resin and sequential resin, and we have successfully collect the clavinic acid from the fermentation broth. And our future plan also is the pilot scale impurities remove of the concentration membrane process and ion exchange process, and clavinic acid is their derivative because it's potassium clavinate, and these are the more stable compared to the clavinic acids. And finally, conclusion, biomass utilization of the spent biomass, and 0.25% nitric acids, temperature, this is all the parameter optimized during this process, and hemicellulose content can be used, and this is the outcome of the project. Finally, key spent biomass, size reductions, and acid hydrolysis, liquid part and solid part. Liquid part can be centrifuged and membrane filtration for the removal of the detoxifications, and further the other impurities, and by an ion exchange process, and during the fermentation, agri-processing residues can be used as a medium supplement, and pH, temperature, other parameters should be optimized during the fermentation process, and finally this developed after this process. Now is the acknowledgement. Thank you very much for the sir, and especially thanks to Professor Kupar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar, for your presentation. The session is now open for any questions.
Remaining fraction?
Actually, sir, clavinic acid is very unstable in the fermentation bath. So first thing, so we are absorb this clavinic acid on the resin. SCP IRA, first of the IRA 400, removal of the metabolites produced during the fermentation and proteins by IRA 400, sorry. Or after SCP 20 is resin used for the absorption of the clavinic acid particular for this purpose. We are also working on that how to concentrated of the broth, because clavinic acid molecular weight is 199, so we are using the nano filtration also. First ki fermentation broth, take the fermentation broth and concentrate it through the membrane filtration. And but problem is ki their stability is very low in the ferment, because pH is slightly pH acidic ya basic, so 50% is clavinic acid degrade on the fermentation broth.
But okay, so how much means how was the desorption then? Once you bind
yes,
in the
bind, so we are using the NOH and HCl, nitric acid, sorry, nitric acid.
It's 100%.
Yes.
Okay.
Slightly acidic pH, give the acidic pH, we can extract the absorptions.
Okay, thank you.
One more question.
Hello, sir. Thanks for the nice presentation. I have a small doubt, but you say that clavulanic acid is not very stable, and you also mentioned that you derivatize the same for detection in HPLC. So is there a possibility you can derivatize clavulanic acid in the fermentation broth to stabilize it so you can increase the yield? Thank you.
Hello, Professor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have just one small question. You mentioned in your presentation that there are impurities which you need to remove. So my question is, when you will be scaling up for the pilot scale or for example, industrial scale, how this purification process will impact the economy of the process?
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. I have a question. What is your fermentation temperature? Because chlorinic acid is heat sensitive. So what is your fermentation temperature? And one more thing, what is the purity after desorption and all? How much? Yeah, yeah. And one more thing, after you are saying that you used acid desorption method, so there might be some clavulanic acid become degraded. Okay. 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 Okay, okay. And one more question is, for 100 ml broth, how much resin you are using? 20%. Thank you, thank you, sir.
Dr. Binod, for your presentation. So with this, we come to an end of session 5C. We may proceed now for lunch. So the lunch time will be from 12 o'clock till 1 p.m. And during that session also, from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock will be the poster session. After which we'll be coming again and joining again for our session 6C. And yeah, so it will be having total of 4 presentations, sorry. So we will join again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sang-Yeon Kim.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Good afternoon. I am glad to participate in this. Good afternoon. I am glad to participate in this conference and thank the organizer.
Hello everyone, I'm Sang-Yeon Kim. Hello
A very good afternoon to all of you from NKUST Taiwan. So we are entering into the next session, session 6C, and we'll resume our series of invited talks and presentations. So our next presentation is by Dr. Sang-Hyun Kim. He has already sent us our pre-recorded file, but he's also available with us. Professor Kim, if you wish to present online live, you can do that. Or shall we play only the pre-recorded file?
I think the recorded file should be better. So yeah,
Okay.
due to the internet
Okay.
issues, I think.
Yeah, so you'll be there with us to for question and answer session,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Hi, everyone.
So before starting your presentation, I'll just brief. Okay, so our presentation, next presentation is coded as IL48. It's by Dr. Sang-Hyun Kim from South Korea, and his invited talk invited talk is on the topic biohydrogen production from red algal hydrolysate using dynamic membrane bioreactors, bioreactor system. So we will be playing his pre-recorded version and version of the presentation, and he's also available with us online for answering any questions after the talk. So we'll just play this video right now. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sang-Hyun Kim, a professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Yonsei University, Korea. I appreciate the efforts of the IBA-IFIBiop 2020 organizing committee to hold this hybrid conference. My presentation today is titled as Biohydrogen Production from Red Algal Hydrolysis using Dynamic Membrane Bioreactor System. Hydrogen is the best energy carrier, in other words, the best fuel. But hydrogen is not a primary energy source, so we need to find a way to make it environmentally friendly. Green hydrogen is defined as hydrogen produced with low carbon emission. As the conventional hydrogen production from natural gas is around 9 kg CO2 per kilogram hydrogen, if hydrogen is produced with a carbon emission lower than 4 to 5 kg CO2 per kilogram H2, it is generally regarded as green hydrogen. According to the IRENA guideline, the technology options for producing green hydrogen include water electrolysis fueled by renewable and electricity, biomass gasification, pyrolysis, photocatalyst, and dark fermentation. Biological hydrogen production does not require extensive external energy, so carbon emission of biological hydrogen production is regarded below 1 kg CO2 per kilogram H2. Among several biohydrogen production technologies, my research group is focusing on dark fermentation, as I believe this technology has several advantages to be used practically, including fast hydrogen productivity and the utilization of various composite biomass at non-sterile conditions. The energy productivity of dark hydrogen fermentation is much higher than anaerobic digestion and even comparable to bioethanol production. So, dark hydrogen fermentation can be a viable option in the biofuel production aspect also. Many researchers have suggested various technologies for high-rate biohydrogen production, such as immobilization, media, and membrane. Today, I will introduce the concept of dynamic membrane for biohydrogen production. Dynamic membrane means a self-forming biofilm on a coarse surface materials, which works as membrane. Because of the use of support material with large pore size, bioreactor with dynamic membrane, so-called DMBR, can be operated with higher flux than conventional membrane bioreactor. And it will be possible to be used for substrate containing particulate matter such as waste biomass. The other potential advantage of DMBR is lower materials and operational cost compared to other hydrogen production technologies. Previous studies of my research group reported the feasibility of DMBR for hydrogen production by high bacterial retention without immobilization. Today, I will briefly summarize the achievement of my research group in biohydrogen production. I believe the hydrogen productivity of dark fermentation should be higher than 10 liter per liter per day, which is equivalent to the energy productivity of conventional and aerobic digestion. Otherwise, it would be better to produce hydrogen from the reforming of biogas rather than fermentative hydrogen production. In my research group, the hydrogen productivity over 10 liter per liter per day was firstly achieved when immobilization technology was applied in inoculation. The immobilized structure is broken in 10 days of operation due to the high shear forces in continuous operation. But the immobilization induced self-aggregated granular biomass formation, as shown in the pictures. Once the granule was formed, the high productivity as well as the hydrogen yield over 2 mole hydrogen per mole hexose were achieved. The self-aggregated biomass initiated by hybrid immobilization was also resistant to shock loading with extreme pH change and starvation. Then several methods was tried to increase the hydrogen production performance as well as the biomass retention in my research group. This slide shows one example using a fixed bed configuration. In the case, the hydrogen production rate of 65.6 liter per liter per day was achieved along with granule and biofilm formation, as shown in the pictures. Even though it was mixed culture fermentation inoculated by heat-treated sludge, the population of microbiome was almost occupied by the single genus Clostridium, which is known as hydrogen producer. Now, most of continuous hydrogen production research of my group is conducted using dynamic membrane bioreactor DMBR. As I explained previously, this technology is suitable for inflow condition containing particles. Fast-growing hydrogen producers can generate dynamic membrane rapidly, actually in 2 to 3 days of continuous operation as shown in the pictures. The other advantage is that immobilization is not required in the formation of the hydrogen-producing biofilm as well as the granule in this configuration. My research group has investigated the effects of operational parameters to find the optimal conditions as well as the scale factors. This slide shows one example, the effect of shear velocity, in other words, upflow velocity in dynamic membrane module. Shear velocity significantly affected the hydrogen production performance and biomass retention, in other words, the formation of dynamic membrane and granules. The formation of dynamic membrane and granules are also highly affected by hydraulic retention time, in other words, HRT. Dynamic membrane shows the high hydrogen yield at a short HRT like 2 hours due to the retention of the hydrogen producer dominated biofilm and granules. Influence substrate concentration is also one of the critical parameters. The figure on the left-hand side shows the daily hydrogen production rate and yield while the figure on the right-hand side shows the average values along with glucose consumption efficiency according to the substrate concentration. The highest hydrogen production rate of 59 liter per liter per day and the yield of hydrogen mole of 2 per mole hexose were achieved at the inflow substrate concentration of 20 gram per liter. Filtration pressure was maintained very low without backwashing at the high flux rate of 136 liter per square meter hour at this long-term operation more than 90 days. Hydrogen yield decreased when the substrate concentration was higher or lower than 20 gram per liter, which implied metabolic flux was partially shifted to non-hydrogen production or hydrogen-consuming pathways. Additionally, lower substrate utilization was found at 25 gram per liter. The highest biomass retention was also found at 20 gram per liter. To analyze the metabolic flux, organic acid and alcohols were monitored as shown these figures and table. The major byproduct was butyric acid in all the examined conditions, while the highest concentration was found at the optimal condition for hydrogen production, 20 gram per liter. Acetic acid can be produced either by hydrogen producing or consuming pathway. Metabolic flux analysis shows that hydrogen consuming acetate production, so-called homoacetogenesis, showed higher flux in both 15 and 25 gram per liter compared to 20 gram per liter. Also, higher lactic acid and ethanol production was found when substrate concentration increased from 20 gram to 25 gram per liter. The most abundant bacterial species in each case of the DMBR operation was affiliated as Clostridium butyricum, which is known as hydrogen-producing microorganism by means of the butyrate and acetate pathways. The highest copy number and the fraction of Clostridium butyricum was found at 20 gram per liter. The second abundant species was affiliated as Sporulus and Lactobacillus species. The highest copy number and the fraction of that group was also found at 20 gram per liter, but lactic acid production at 20 gram per liter was lower than 25 gram per liter. So, we conducted pie-cross analysis to predict the expression of hydrogen-producing gene, FDH gene, and lactic acid production gene, LDH gene. The left-hand side graph shows the predicted FDH gene expression, which is straightforwardly related to hydrogen yield. Most of FDH gene was predicted to be expressed by Clostridium species, but an interesting result was found for predicted LDH gene. In closed-field biohydrogen production, LDH is generally considered to be expressed when metabolic flux was switched to lactic acid production. But the right-hand side figure shows that the highest predicted LDH gene at 20 gram per liter, where lactic acid concentration was maintained low. So the Clostridium species was predicted as a dominant genus expressing LDH at the condition. The finding implied that lactic acid produced by lactic acid bacteria would be further converted to hydrogen by Clostridium by the reverse reaction of the LDH at the inflow substrate concentration of 20 gram per liter. My research group also examined the feasibility of continuous dark fermentative hydrogen production using complex feedstock as the substrate. Let me share some of the results with you. 5-HMF is the representative bioproduct generated using the chemical pretreatment of lignocellulosic or algal biomass. The furan compound is known very toxic to bacteria, so they should be removed by an additional process between the biomass pretreatment and hydrogen fermentation. This research is conducted to find the criteria for 5-HMF concentration on continuous dark fermentative hydrogen production. We found that the 5-HMF up to 0.6 gram per liter did not inhibit hydrogen production performance at all. So the criteria has been used in the research using the chemical pretreatment of complex biomass. This slide shows the result of continuous hydrogen production from radioalgal biomass. By applying the optimum conditions for pretreatment and TMBR operation, my research group achieved the average hydrogen production rate up to 22 liter per liter per day at HRT 3 hours. The lower HPR compared to the result using the sugars shown in the previous slide was related to the relatively higher propionate concentration which consumed the hydrogen. In the microbial analysis based on the 16SR DNA, we cannot find the generally known propionic acid bacteria in the microbial population. So we guessed that the hydrogen consuming propionate pathway would be conducted by Clostridium. So the prevention of the hydrogen consuming pathway is a challenge to be overcome to get higher hydrogen yield from radioalgal biomass. However, the achieved hydrogen production performance is one of the best ones reported so far, which is fed with biomass as the substrate. Based on the hydrogen yield achieved in my research group, as well as the statistics for the biomass amount and the available fraction in Korea, it will be possible to produce hydrogen of about 72,000 tons in this environmentally friendly way in Korea. Now my research group is conducting a pilot scale project to verify the feasibility of dark fermentative hydrogen production at a process scale of 500 liters. According to the project plan, we are supposed to test the scale in 4 years, and I really hope to share the successful result someday in IBA conference later. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for your presentation. So Dr. Kim is also available with us right now online. If there are any questions from the audience, online or offline, they can ask. Yeah, sure, Professor.
Hey, Professor Kim, this is Shiwu-san. How are you?
Hi. Yeah. Oh, I cannot see you now. So
I'm on the audience. Okay. By the way.
Oh yeah.
I want to ask you the current state. What kind of substrate you use? You still use really high concentration substrate? For testing hydrogen production. You summarize those tables with the potential for South Korea to produce those hydrogen, but those are substrates from where? What kind of substrate? I'm talking about it. It's right now the current research state still require really high COD as a substrate. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So here yes, but as you know, mostly the high concentration of the carbohydrate is essential for the biohydrogen production. So mostly I think at least 10 gram per liter of the carbohydrate. So yeah, but most of them have the higher concentration than that criteria. Yeah, but sludge were sometimes lower than that. Yeah, but others mostly higher than that. Higher than that criteria. For example, the Korean food waste contain the carbohydrate concentration about 100, sometimes 50, but 100 gram per liter, and yeah, of the carbohydrate.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Kim, for your nice presentation. So we'll move ahead with the next inviter talk, and I will give my mic to Dr. Hazina. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, the next invited lecture is IL-51 by Suan Than Bu from Vietnam. The talk will be on activated algae granulation for wastewater treatment. The talk will be pre-recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So my name is Than from Ho Chi Minh City, University of Technology. Today I'm pleased to present my research on activated algae granule for wastewater treatment. This is the outline of my talk. As you know, the water pollution issue in developing country is a serious problem nowadays. So at AK in Ho Chi Minh City, we have 90% of wastewater without treating, and it is discharged daily to the river and canal system. It's equivalent to around 2.75 million cubic meter water per day. And this wastewater, after the septic tank, they contain high nutrient and phosphorus content in the wastewater. So it can say that we cost around $600 million per year because of the widespread water pollution nationwide. It's a top 3 of economic recession due to the natural deterioration in 2050. So that's why it's urgent to have a sustainable technology for wastewater management in the developing country. As you know, the conventional activated sludge has been popular for many wastewater treatment plants around the world. Up to now, it's still we can say that the best available technology. So this kind of technology we have we need to supply the aeration, and we need a liquid solid separation unit, recycle system, and at the moment it's the high energy consumption and investment cost for the wastewater treatment process. The main drawback is it costs 20% of municipal energy consumption for the operation of the wastewater treatment plant, and among that 15 to 49% from the cost of aeration. And also it produces excess sludge, and it costs $150 to $600 per ton to treat the waste sludge. So that's why it's important to have a sustainable solution. In this study, we propose activated algae granule system. So what is the activated algae granule concept? So we can say that this is effective wastewater treatment, low operation cost due to not providing the aeration during the treatment. So low required area come with the compact design, and they can create the valuable biomass product. So the algae and bacteria, they co-culture together. So in this, that the bacteria can consume the organic carbon, and the oxygen were taken from the production of the microalgae, and microalgae and also bacteria also can consume the nutrient and phosphorus. In this case, we need a light. We need a lighting source, maybe from the sunlight or the synthetic light. So if the system is running in the natural condition, and then we can take from the solar light. So the algae and bacteria can combine together, become the flock or even the granule. So we call this guy activated algae or bioflocculation. And this biomass can be used like other value-added product like the nutraceutical, fertilizer, biofuel, or pigment, or even other different kind of the value-added product. So for the activated algae granule, so when we need to we don't need to have complicated harvesting process. So for example, like the algae or bacteria alone, when we want to harvest, we need to conduct in centrifugation or filtration or flotation. Those are the high cost of treatment, high energy consumption, and also increase the algae biomass in market price. If we can make it become granule, AAG, activated algae granule, and then it will be healthy, strong structure, and you can see it like a seed, like a particle, like a salt particle, or even a green bean particle. So for this one, they can easily to be harvested by the gravity sedimentation. This will be the low cost of harvesting, low energy consumption, and easy for other application. To create the activated algae granulation, at the moment we have 3 methods for granulation. So first we untarget the microalgae grow on the surface of activated granular sludge done by some other researcher. Or the second way, we can cultivate the activated granular sludge and target with the microalgae. And the last one, the third one, we can cultivate targeted microalgae and activated clutch cell and form it to become the granule. For this case, we don't need the granule seed sludge, either the activate bacteria or the algae particle. This one can reduce the cultivation time. And this research was initially done by Tricosili and Tirong initially from 2017. However, the mechanism is still not clear for the activated algae granulation. So for the concept of activated algae granulation, we have 2 main contribution factors. It's including the extracellular polymeric substance and filament. So for extracellular polymeric substance, EPS, they are come from the microalgae or bacteria secretion, including polysaccharide, protein, phospholipids, and humic substance. And this one function like building and maintenance structural integrity. Bound EPS located inside the granule. Soluble EPS is dissolved in water medium, and proportional factor is depend on the carbon substrate availability. And for the filament, it's either germ cell in initial seed sludge and algae is external source, and this one called microbial PC, and it function important like the substantial element for granule backbone, and it can have at a low shear stress less than 0.15 pascals. And current research field, there are some research on the granulation, like for example the aerobic granule to remove the mechanism of aerobic granule which has microalgae grow on the surface, or effect of tetracycline on the aerobic granule which has the microalgae grow on the surface, or effect of natural sunlight on the aerobic granule which has microalgae grow on the surface, or the effect of other metal like cadmium on available microalgae bacteria granule, or removal performance of microbacteria from municipal wastewater. So at the moment, it still lack of the research focus on microbial activity during the granulation process through shear stress effect. So the research methodology, so we use the synthetic wet water and to co-culture microalgae bacteria, and in the third photobioreactor, and activated algae granulation only by the shear stress from the agitation with changing with the mixing piece. It calculates the shear stress from 0.15 to 0.35 Pascal. And we measure the microbial activity during granulation process and also the treatment. So we measure the morphology development, chlorophyll concentration, EPS, and activate the algae granule metabolism. So you can look here the MS of photobioreactor system. We have 4 reactors with different speed from 80, 120, 160, and 200 RPM. Result recursion. So the activated algae granule aspirant, you see at the movement from the first few weeks, the activated algae block can form. You can see the algae inside and bacteria cover outer side. So different shear stress. So the different size of the activated algae granule. So when to see it from block to the granule, when the granule they have the clear outer surface and very strong and healthy, so the different shear stress also react the different size and also the microbial diversity. So we can see that the activated algae granule with the size ranging from 0.4 to 0.6 millimeter appear in the 0.15 Pascal from batch 64, and from batch for the higher shear stress 0.35 Pascal from batch 54. So we can say that the higher shear stress will faster activated algae granule formation. And for the treatment performance, you can see the COD removal and phosphorus removal. For the COD removal, it can achieve the COD removal more than 77%, and it's mainly conducted by the bacteria. And for the total phosphorus removal, it can achieve more than 91%. It's mainly by the biomass assimilation, including the algae and also the bacteria biomass. So you can see that the between the different shear stress, it doesn't affect much on COD removal and also the phosphorus removal. And for the nutrient removal, and you can see that for the higher shear stress, it seems to be have the higher nitrogen removal. However, not too much. So but it's around from, you can see that it's from 85% to around 93%. So depend on before and after. So between before and after granulation, so the nutrient removal also they're not significant. So it means that the granulation doesn't affect on the nutrient removal, but it's changing on the shape, the size, and also the settling ability. And for the nitrate formation, from here it looks very interesting. You can see that, and when after granulation, the nitrate formation is reduced significant. Okay, so it's maybe because of when the higher shear stress, so it make granule formation, and it's make the contact between the substrate and the biomass is less than, and also maybe the activity of the nitrifying bacteria is reduced at the higher shear stress. So this one needs the further investigation. So from the research, we would like to propose the activated algae granule forming mechanism. You can see the component in the system, including the algae. We use the Cholera vulgaris, bacteria from activated sludge, and filamentous and EPS and micro-SD produced during the process. You can see the originally at the starting, so granulation formed from micro-SD of shear thread ranging from different shear rate, like that from 0.15 to 0.69 Pascal. So it's here that we can create the EPS bundle, and it means the EPS connect interconnection between the cell, including also the algae and also bacteria together, it's by it, and then it slowly creating the netting effect. It means they make a matrix so of EPS, and then also the filament become the backbones. Filament become backbone of this netting effect, and slowly time by time with further shear stress and though one the flock, they slowly form the activated algae granule. So you can see from the photo, it's clearly this is the starting time. So the algae flock and then the bacteria flock, and then we can see that they will make the EPS bundle and it start connecting the flock. You can see from the photo here, and then netting effect occur, and then finally the activated algae formation. And one of the indicator to show that the granule form when we observe in the microscope, so we can see when we see the granule formation, and we will see arousing them a lot of protozoa. So those are kind of protozoa. So when you see the protozoa appear a lot in the bulk liquid sample, so it means that the activated algae granule formation. So from the research, we would like to have some initial concluding remark. And from the research, we can see clearly that the activated algae granule can successfully form in the photobioreactor. And the shear thread strongly affect on the granulation process and also treatment performance, as you see. And the co-culture are possibly work well in the activated algae granule formation. So thank you for your listening, and I would like to say thank you for our key lab, Vietnam National University Ho Chi Minh City, key laboratory of advanced wastewater treatment technology, and the funding from the Vietnam National University for this research, and our team member. So thank you for your listening.
We'd like to thank Dr. Xuan for his presentation. So this presentation was a pre-recorded one. So if there are any questions, you can just add them in chat box. We can just mail Dr. Xuan the questions. Okay, so next, our next inviter talk is coded as IL54, and it is by Dr. Yongfang Lee from Japan, and she is right now with us online, and she'll be presenting live. So her topic of her presentation is phosphorus recovery from wastewater via aerobic granular sludge process. So over to you, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your introduction. May I share my... Okay. Let me see. Wait a moment. So how about now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, doctor, we can see that. Thank you.
So let me move to... How do I know? Okay, thank you. So, thank you. And before my presentation, I would like to give my thanks to Professor Ashiko Pandey and also the conference organizer, especially Professor Dong, Okay, so my name is Zhongfang Lei from University of Tsukuba, Japan. So today my presentation is focused on phosphorus recovery from wastewater via an aerobic granule sludge process. Okay, so there's some problem. I cannot move my slide. Sorry, let me see what's. So again. Okay. So my content includes 4 parts, actually mainly 3 parts. First is the research background, and the second 3 parts, the major parts. So I would like to show some approaches which we can recover phosphorus through producing phosphorus-rich granules or through extract or separate phosphorus-rich liquid from the system. So finally, I will summarize the 2 results. So as for the research background, here I first would like to give the definition of biogranulation. So biogranulation is a process where microorganisms are self-immobilized into compact aggregates without carrier or media addition, so which can finally form the granular sheaf of bacteria or sludge frog. Okay, under some specific operation strategy, the frog shape or frog-current active sludge can form aggregates with the help of the excessively produced extracellular polymeric substance EPS. So after that, under the specific operation strategy, the aggregate can further form granules. So here I use bacteria granules if the initial active sludge is active sludge, right? So the final product is bacterial agents. We can use many methods like physical, microbial, and thermodynamic method to form this kind of granular sludge. But usually in our case, we use selection pressure, which we shorten the segmentation time from like 30 minutes to finally to 2 minutes, that we can selectively retain the sludge which has a better suitability in the raptor system. Okay, so as you all know, active sludge started from the beginning of 20th century, so which has been applied for more than 100 years. So in 1970s, the first report or given by the 2 research groups from United States and from the Netherlands under anaerobic conditions. So here I used ANAGs, anaerobic granule sludge. And 30 years ago, there are also first report on granulation of active sludge under aerobic conditions. So here we use AGs, so aerobic granules. This report was made by 2 Japanese researchers from Ebara company. So you can see from the right side, the morphology is totally different from the frog-current active sludge to anaerobic granular sludge and aerobic granular sludge, especially the 2 granular sludge are different in their color and shape. Okay, the comparative image between active or frog-current active sludge system, wastewater treatment plant, or aerobic granular sludge based wastewater treatments that are totally different, especially the land occupation. So mainly due to the very different sludge suitability. So the right one, this one, have a excellent suitability, and which result in very small space, especially in the sedimentation tank. Almost within 2 or 3 minutes can realize complete sedimentation. So through this way, the future consideration to make the wastewater treatment plants, especially based on aerobic granular sludge, which can produce clean water, and also to recover carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus resources, even to produce energy. And finally, we can also produce functional materials from the obtained granular biomass. I'm not sure whether this, okay. So in the future consideration, we also would like to see whether this kind of wastewater treatment plant can achieve carbon neutrality. So this is a future consideration. In our case, we started this granular sludge from 2012, so almost 10 years ago. So after that, after 3 years of work, we first reported the phenomena of the coexistence of microalgae with bacteria, which can form algal bacteria aerobic grain sludge. And after 4 years, we also successfully achieved microalgae granules from the single cell, the tiny microalgae cells, and finally we can achieve microalgae granules. So today I will mainly focus on the bacteria aerobic grain sludge. The main results are from the 3 publications on bioresource technology from 2015 to this year, 2022. So as you can see, the phosphorus content in different type of sludge. So you can see from this table, I summarized the phosphorus content in the conventional active sludge. So you can see the content is much lower than, generates much lower than the granular sludge. So this granular sludge the phosphorus can also vary from different study. Under different operation or under the different feed to the reactor systems. So why we would like to focus on phosphorus recovery? Because especially in Japan, so phosphorus element of phosphorus is a non-renewable sources, of course. But in Japan, it's very special because Japan is totally dependent on phosphate rock import from other countries. There's no reservation of phosphorus rock in Japan. So that's why this topic is very important. So in our case, we usually use this system so to most of the granulation study. So the first 2 works, especially the first one, we use enhanced phosphorus removal aerobic granular sludge to realize the phosphorus-rich granular production. And the second one, we further focus on the feed. How about the carbon source? Which carbon source is more favorable for the granulation of phosphorus-rich granular formation? So the third one, we propose some other approach which can further remove phosphorus from the wastewater and also to further recover phosphorus from the extracted liquid. So let's look at the first work. So we used enhanced biological phosphorus removal process combined with aerobic granular sludge. So here I just listed the synthetic wastewater we used for this study, and let me see how I'm not sure how to make it smallest. Okay, so anyway, the operating content are also listed on the right side, on the table on the right side. So we can say the reactor system a little bit small. It's about 1.4 liter, and we used a cycle about 4 hours. Anyway, the retention time of hydraulic retention time is about 8 hours, and the solid retention time about 10 days. So actually it's changed depending on the effluent biomass concentration. So it's about 12 days. Okay, we can say the distribution of phosphorus in different parts of the granules, especially in the cells and also in the EPS fractions. So you can see the cells accumulate most of the phosphorus, so especially the polyphosphate. So and also in this slide we found that the bioavailable phosphorus, including organic phosphorus and non-appetite inorganic phosphorus, ANP. Okay, so these 2 parts is summed as bioavailable phosphorus greater than 90%. That means this phosphorus can be easily used by plants. And also we also characterized the distribution of phosphorus by using some spectral photometer. Okay, so we after checking the distribution of the cells, so the first two pictures, and also distribution of the major components of the EPS, extracellular polymeric substances, especially proteins and two types of polysaccharides. We also used the phosphorescent and also the distribution of the polyphosphate. We proposed the distribution of the phosphorus across the granular sludge. So especially most of the phosphorus are accumulated on, at the outer layer of the granules, and the mineral phosphorus are accumulated in the core part of the granules. This also can provide the approach for us to how to recover phosphorus. And the second study, we focus on the carbon source contribution to the phosphorus accumulation in the granular sludge. Actually, we did this research not only focus on acetate and propionate. These two volatile fatty acids are major products from the anaerobic digestion. Besides these two VFA, we also compared other VFA species on the promotion effect of phosphorus accumulation. But these two are most important one. So especially for acetate. So here I also list the synthetic waste rock composition and the operation conditions. So we use the almost same scale of the reactor, but the shape is different. And for the operation cycle, here we use 6 hours, and for hydraulic routine time is about 11 hours, and solid routine time 22 days. So okay, from this operation, we can see RA means feed containing acetate. RP means feed containing propionate. So from after maturation of the granular system, we can see along with operation, the growth of the granules is faster in the reactor with the feed of acetate, so RA. And for the phosphorus accumulation after maturation of the granules, the feed with acetate also has a much more promoting effect on the phosphorus accumulation in the granule sludge. So as for the pollutants or nutrient removal, so for the two reactor system, dissolved organic carbon and total nitrogen almost similar, so not so much different. But for the total phosphorus removal, so the feed with acetate has a much higher total phosphorus removal from the system. Of course, this removed phosphorus are accumulated into the granular sludge. Okay, we also would like to analyze the promotion effect on the two biological processes which contribute to phosphorus removal. The first one is anaerobic phosphorus release. After that, under aerobic condition, the phosphorus can be uptaken by the bacteria. So this alternative operation contributes to phosphorus removal from wastewater if we dispose the phosphorus-rich granules from the sludge system. Okay, so after compare the anaerobic phosphorus release and then aerobic uptake rate, we can see the feed with acetate can improve greatly improve the anaerobic phosphorus release rate and aerobic phosphorus uptake rate. So the increment is about almost 10 times higher in the system fed with acetate. And also the aerobic phosphorus uptake rate increased by 3.5 times. So, and also you can also see the anaerobic, the carbon source uptake rate. So in the case of the feed with acetate, it consumes less carbon source. So at the last operation day, actually we stopped the operation, these two reactor operation on day 130, and after that, all the sludge in the RP were disposed, and the granules in RA was divided into two parts, so equally. So they are again operated under different feed. So the RA still operated with a feed with acetate and RP. Of course, half of the granules from RA was operated with a feed with propionate. So you can also see the change of the anaerobic phosphorylase rate and the aerobic uptake rate. So under different feed composition. So the especially the feed with acetate addition. So we can say it still has a enhancement effect on the two processes, anaerobic phosphorylase and also aerobic uptake rate. So finally, we can see the phosphorus accumulation effect. So you can see the first column. So this is data from the very beginning. So this is the initial active sludge. So here is the phosphorus content in the granule sludge on day 120. So with the fade of acetic acid, we can see it largely enhances phosphorus accumulation, about almost 8%. So also most part of the accumulated phosphorus are polyphosphate. So this is also a very good information for us. If we want to improve phosphorus accumulation using aerobic granule sludge process, we need to check the wastewater composition, especially acid content, which we can achieve a much more promoted accumulation of phosphorus into the granule sludge. So another, the third work I would like to share with you is another approach to for phosphorus recovery from the removal from the wastewater. So here we would like to extract the phosphorus-rich liquid under anaerobic release state. So after this kind of separation, the phosphorus-rich liquid separation, we can still continuously operate the aerobic granule sludge system and see whether this kind of system can be stably operated or not. So here I also show the synthetic wastewater composition. So this wastewater composition is identical to the influent quality to our local wastewater treatment plant near the campus. Okay, and also the operation is in a larger compared to the previous two studies. Is this reactor system is much larger, 16 liter. So this actually we have operated it for more than 2.5 years. So it is still very stable. So we in this study we used cycle about 6 hours and hydraulic retention time 12 hours. So and that means the extraction rate is about 50%, and the solid retention time is about 32 days. So this is controlled. Okay, so these two figures shows the concentration. So first one, the left side, so shows the concentration of the phosphorus in the liquid. So first one, the green one, is the concentration of phosphorus in the phosphorus-rich liquid. So this is the, how to say, under anaerobic condition, the influent section. So this phosphorus-rich liquid, it's very stable. I mean, the phosphorus concentration is very stable, around 70 milligram per liter. So at the last 5 minutes, we extract it. We extract this phosphorus-rich liquid. Okay, and the other two lines show the effluent phosphorus concentration. From RB means the bacterial aerobic granule sludge, RCB means the control bacterial aerobic. Actually, at the same time, we conduct this research on algal bacterial aerobic granule sludge. That's why we use RB. So C means RCB means no extraction of the phosphorus-rich liquid. This one is a test system. So we extract the phosphorus-rich liquid from the system and use the same operation strategy as a strategy for RCB. So anyway, difference is only the phosphorus-rich liquid extraction. So from this figure, we can see the extraction system, the aerobic granule sludge system, can produce very stable, low concentration effluent phosphorus. Okay, it's very, very stable. So after 40 cycles operation, and as for the chemical oxygen demand, the organics in the effluent also no impact, no negative effect for the extraction strategy. So we also didn't check. I mean, it is under detection limit. So in the phosphorus-rich liquid, we also have very good removal efficiency of the COD. So the other two species of nitrogen, like including ammonia nitrogen and the nitrate nitrogen, we also found this kind of strategy. I mean, the phosphorus-rich liquid extraction strategy has very little impact on the effluent quality, including ammonia nitrogen and nitrate nitrogen. So, okay. So in the phosphorus-rich liquid, we can also detect some amount of ammonia because it's under anaerobic condition. Okay. So after that, of course, we use chemical method to precipitate the phosphorus in the phosphorus-rich liquid, and we have a very high recovery rate of phosphate from the phosphorus-rich liquid. So here, this table shows a change of the phosphorus content in the granule sludge. So this is the initial condition of the granule sludge. It's about 50 milligram per liter of phosphorus in the sludge, and the main part is NAIP NAIP means non-appetite inorganic phosphorus. So and also we can see very clearly. So after 10 days operation, the 40 cycles operation, the phosphorus still increased in the granule sludge. But in the case of extraction strategy, the phosphorus content in the granule decreased to some extent. Anyway, we can also say the bioavailable phosphorus content is very high. It's about 96 to 99%. So this also means the produced biomass can be used for agriculture very easily. So, and also we checked the biomass growth through the extraction strategy. We can see the biomass growth very, very obviously, and also the MLVSS in terms of MLVSS, MLVSS. So these two indicators can also see through this kind of operation, we can see the stable growth of the biomass. So no impact of the biomass growth. Okay. And for let me see, for the phosphorus mass balance, so we did this on both systems. So through this kind of operation strategy, we can see the most of the phosphorus in the phosphorus-rich liquid comes from the influent. So about 95 to 97% of the phosphorus in the phosphorus-rich liquid comes from the influent, and a very small part from the release of from the granules. So that's why we detected the decrease of the phosphorus content in the granule sludge. So actually, through this kind of mass balance analysis, we can see we can treat very less liquid. This liquid we termed as phosphorus-rich liquid, and have a higher recovery phosphorus from the phosphorus-rich liquid. Finally, we achieved 99% of phosphorus removal with a high quality effluent lower than 0.05. Actually, sometimes we cannot detect the phosphorus in the liquid, in the effluent. And also this kind of extraction strategy has very little effect on simultaneous carbonaceous and nitrogenous removal, substance removal. It's, this removal rate is greater than 99%. And also the granular growth biomass has been less affected. So from these three studies, we can conclude it like the enhanced biological phosphorus removal in combination with aerobic granule sludge can be applied efficiently to produce high phosphorus content granule sludge. So especially under the carbon source with acetate, it can promote the accumulation of phosphorus into the granular sludge. So this content of granular sludge can be easily used for agriculture. And another strategy which we tested is phosphorus-rich liquid extraction from the granular system. This kind of strategy can not only produce high-quality effluent, especially the effluent phosphorus lower than 0.05 milligram per liter, but also provide a promising approach to stable recovered phosphorus for multiple industrial purposes. Of course, there are some further research we need to do for the optimal operation of the whole EGS system. So this is my last slides. Once again, thank you very much, especially thank to Professor Ashika Pandey and the conference organizer. Also, I would like to thank the financial support by Japan Society for the Promotion of Sciences grant. So there are at least here I just listed 4. Okay, we also thank our excellent contribution of our doctoral students. Thank you. So if there are any questions, so welcome. And you can also use my email address if you have some other question which we cannot how to finish within this presentation time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. It was indeed a very detailed and as well as a very good presentation from your end. Thank you very much. So if there are any questions offline or online, we can take online if there are any questions. I don't think there are any questions. So thank you once again, Professor Lee, for your kind talk on wastewater recovery, phosphorus recovery from wastewater. Thank you so much, Professor Lee.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure whether I can stop my share or not because I didn't find.
Yeah, you can stop sharing your file. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So our next invited speaker is Dr. Carlos G. Dozorets from Israel. So since he has sent us our pre-recorded file of his presentation, so we'll play the file right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am glad to participate in this conference and thank the organizers and especially Professor Pandey for inviting me. My name is Carlos Dozorets and I am a faculty member at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the Technion, the Israel Institute of Technology. Today I will present some insights regarding the potential of electrically conducting membranes for water reclamation. Increasing awareness and water scarcity are shifting traditional water reclamation from agricultural irrigation towards safe reclamation for unrestricted reuse. Safe water reclamation targets the removal of all soluble components left in the effluents after conventional water treatment, including all kinds of micropollutants, salts, residual nutrients, and other soluble contaminants. Because of the capability and reliability of tight membrane filtration and especially reverse osmosis to remove at once organic as well as inorganic single molecules and single ions, RO desalination has become the core process of most safe water reclamation schemes as seen in this overview of potable water reuse. The capability for wastewater purification of the RO membranes relies on the multiple rejection mechanisms taking place, namely selective diffusivity of polar molecules, electrostatic repulsion of charged molecules, and molecular sieving of non-polar and amphiphilic molecules with a molecular weight around 200 Dalton. This slide shows a typical separation profile obtained in full-scale desalination of secondary effluents. As seen, the separation profile follows the molecular weight size regardless of the molecular structure with a rejection in the range of 90 to 100%. The log plot of permeate concentration versus feed concentration presented here highlight perhaps the most remarkable feature of RO. That is, removal is independent of the feed concentration, especially in the upper rejection rate. However, together with their great efficiency, RO systems are very sensitive to biofouling, which is the bottleneck for their wide application for water reclamation, as we characterized several years ago. This brings me to the core of my presentation, which is the study of highly conducting carbon nanotubes laminates as support-free membranes with enhanced antibacterial and electrochemical properties for effluent desalination. These membranes consist of a non-woven laminate of very long CNT fibers of high purity as denoted by the XRD spectra and the XPS spectra presented here. These long fibers in the millimeter range are densely and multi-directionally entangled, which is what confers these laminates enhanced properties as support-free membranes. These enhanced properties include increased mechanical resistance. This allows this laminate to stand alone without the need for any mechanical support. Increased resistance to temperature up to 400 Celsius, which allows hot cleaning and sterilization when required. Increased resistance to chemical, which allows the use of strong oxidizers for biofouling removal and cleaning in place protocols. And the most important feature, very high electrical conductivity, above 40,000 Siemens per meter, which is the basis for biofouling prevention. Indeed, this exceptionally high electrical conductivity is what is exploited for hindering biofouling with either direct current or alternated current. Since bacterial cells are charged negatively, high electron density of cathodic currents generates effective electrostatic repulsion that prevents bacteria from attachment even at very low voltages. On the contrary, anodic currents which attract bacteria inactivate them by oxidation. Because of the intrinsic polarizing behavior of alternated current, it can effectively control biofouling both by repulsion and concomitant inactivation of the attached cells. Here is a schematic diagram of the experimental setup employed for the research, comprising 6 replicate filtration cells in crop flow mode. The thick colored lines depict the liquid flow path and the thin black lines the electrical circuit. Here is a view of the experimental system showing in the front the filtration cells, and on the left the power supply and control and monitoring data server. The system was first optimized for best bacterial repulsion and inactivation for both direct current and alternated current. This slide exemplifies the optimization of some of the AC parameters, frequency and amplitude on the repulsion and fate of the remaining attached bacteria on the membranes. Blue color stand for counts of total attached bacteria, while green and red stand for percentage of live and dead bacteria respectively. The confocal micrograph presented on the right depicts very clearly the dramatic repulsion and inactivation of bacteria by the charged membrane. Based on the optimized electrical parameters, the implementation of electrical current for biofouling control was tested under different circuit configuration. Here it is shown in resistive circuit mode. As can be seen from the plot of attached bacteria in the scanning electron microscopy micrograph, increasing the voltage even at very low values resulted in very effective repulsion of bacteria as well as inactivation of those bacteria remain attached. Again, blue color represents the number of total bacteria attached, while green and red lines represent the percentage of living and dead cells respectively. Similar results were obtained in capacitive alternated current mode. Also, a slightly higher voltage was required to obtain effective repulsion of bacteria as well as effective inactivation of those remain attached. Nevertheless, a very low power consumption of approximately 6.4 watt per square meter was required for effective repulsion and inactivation. Finally, a very effective repulsion was observed with cathodic DC in capacitive mode, approaching 100% repulsion at very low voltages, even below those needed in capacitive alternated current. However, a low inactivation of the remain ideal bacteria was observed. Concluding this part, electrically polarized CNT membranes, either operated with AC or DC, offer a viable anti-fouling strategy to hinder biofouling and simplify membrane care during filtration. This brings me to the second part of my talk. An added value to effective anti-biofouling of the highly conductive CNT membranes is their capability for electrochemical transformation of organic and inorganic contaminants present in the feed water coupled to filtration. So next we studied the electrochemical reduction of several model compounds in cathodic DC electrical field in a similar setup as that described before. However, a reference silver electrode was added for voltammetry purposes as shown in the schematic diagram on the right and the photograph of the system on the left. First, the reduction of hexavalent chromium, which is a gold standard for electrochemical reduction, was studied. The reaction proceeds through the reduction of chromate to chromium trihydroxide. A typical cyclic voltagram depicted two reduction peaks, one related to the reduction potential of chromate and the other to the reduction potential of hydrogen chromate ions. As seen in the time profile plot on the left, the rate of chromium reduction increased as a function of the voltage, reaching a saturation at 1 volt. The trivalent chromium generated precipitates at neutral pH and absorbed onto the membranes. This can be seen by the decrease on the permeability with time due to its clogging. However, this can be easily overcome by simply reverting the current polarity, which allows efficient and fast desorption and release of the chromium in the concentrate stream of the filtration system with recovery of the permeability. Indeed, chromium deposition on the virgin membrane during filtration can be seen by comparing the left and middle same micrograph. The dramatic desorption achieved by shifting the current from cathodic to anodic can be seen on the same micrograph on the right. Chromium deposition and desorption was further confirmed by EDS analysis depicting the appearance and disappearance of the chromium hydroxide band in accordance. Obviously, running the electrochemical cell with alternated current, concomitant reduction and desorption of the chromium took place due to the polarizing nature of the current, which allows a very steady filtration efficiency during time. Next, the reduction during filtration of the redox indicator resazurin was tested as a self-reporting reaction. Upon reduction, the blue resazurin turns into the pink resorofin and then into the colorless dihydroresorofin. The dominant reduction voltammetric peak shown in the cyclic voltagram corresponds to the irreversible transformation of resazurin into resorofin. The spectrum on the right shows the change in absorbance with time during the reaction. The dotted line represents the spectrum at time 0, the solid lines denotes the spectrum on the feed side and the dashed line on the permit side. As can be seen, a very effective and complete reduction was observed. Finally, we show the transformation of D308, which represent the well-known family of highly halogenated contrast medium for X-ray imaging, being frequent micropollutant present in conventional municipal effluents. A typical cyclic voltagram is presented on the left, denoting a defined cathodic peak for the reduction of D308. As seen on the right, showing the plot for transformation of DTZ, the disappearance of DTZ follows a first-order reaction which parallels the release of the iodide, indicating that deiodination is the main pathway of the transformation. Indeed, this was further confirmed by LCMS analysis with formation of the fully iodinated diacetamide benzoic acid as the main product of the electrochemical reduction, with formation of other minor, also mostly deiodinated terminal product. This is further quantitatively indicated in the LCMS total ion chromatograms presented here, showing that diacetoamidobenzoic acid is the main transformation product accumulated in either positive or negative ESI mode, depicting the effective transformation of DTZ. With this, I would like to finish the presentation of the results and turn to the conclusions. So concluding, highly conducting CNT membranes at low voltage current can be considered a feasible technique for concomitant biofouling control and electrochemical removal of emerging contaminants from water. Secondly, alternated current exhibited steadier performance to hinder biofilm. Both electrostatic repulsion and bactericidal effects are involved in preventing initial attachment and inactivation. Thirdly, electrochemical reduction during filtration might be an effective technique for detoxification of highly halogenated organic compounds as well as other oxidized organic contaminants. And last but not least, electrochemical filtration with highly conductive membranes can advance wastewater decontamination and safe water reclamation. To finalize this presentation, I would like to thank the students of my group and especially Chidam Baran, who did most part of the work I presented. He is today a researcher at the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. Also, my thanks to the granting agencies that supported this research during the years. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention.
We would like to thank Professor Carlos for sending us his presentation for Invite a Talk. So with this, we come to an end of session 6C, and we'll pause here for a short break for tea and coffee session, and we will be resuming with the session 7C from 3:50 p.m. Onwards. Taiwan time. So we'll take a short break now, and please be with us after 30 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll be starting with the next presentation, and it will be from Professor Dan Sang from Hong Kong. So it will be at 3:50 sharp. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lai.
자, 정민, 정민 너 그만하고. 아! 자.
A very good afternoon to everyone from NKUST Taiwan. So we are going to start with the last session of the day. And in this session, the first talk will be delivered by Professor Dan Sang from Hong Kong, and his presentation ID is IL60. Yeah, Professor Sang is with us right now online, so he'll be presenting live from his place, and his invited talk is on the topic enhancing energy recovery from food waste digestate by acid pretreatment and co-hydrothermal carbonization. So over to you, Professor Singh. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair, for your kind introduction. It seems I have some technical problem that the app does not allow me to share the screen. So it seems I need to log out and log in again. So please wait for a moment. I will log out now and try to restart and log in again.
Okay, Dr. Singh. We also have our next presenter for invited talk, Professor Dhar. Dr. Dhar, you are here with us online. So we already have your pre-recorded file with us. So if you wish to present online, that would also be okay for us. I think he's not available right now.
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Chair, is it working now?
Yeah, we can see your screen, but
no, it seems like I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, then I turn it to full screen. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, doctor. We can see that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for the patience and small hiccup with the technical login and so on all the time. Always after the updates of the OS and then everything have to be granted permission again. So I'm very glad to be here and thanks for the organizer and for the invitation and thank you for the platform for us to share some of our recent results and our thoughts. So I'm not sure whether it's blocking you as well. I cannot see the top. Should I share content the other way? Okay, so we all know that the food waste is a big issue, and then we can try to valorize energy from food waste, and with anaerobic digestion, and then with the anaerobic digestion, we can produce some electricity and heat, recovery from biogas, but then afterwards, we still have some solid digestate to deal with. So this is the topic that we are going to cope with today. So the solid digestate, and then how can we try to valorize them and turn them into useful products? So we can do it composting. Then I believe a lot of other invited speakers have talked about composting, and then we can turn the digestate into useful compost as a conditioner or fertilizer. And then, but beyond that, we can try to see whether we can actually use the hydrothermal process and try to turn it into hydrochar. Or sometimes, or if we follow up with the further upgrading, then maybe biochar. And that can be used as material, carbon-rich material for its application, or we can use it for a solid fuel. So here we try to look at the potential of using the food waste digestate and then try to turn it into solid fuel through the hydrothermal carbonization process. And we understand that from the bench scale hydrothermal process that can be scaled up in the industrial scale, and then with the different opportunities that we can utilize the hydrochar for as a functional materials, as a catalyst support or for soil remediation, or use it for soil amendment or maybe slow release fertilizer. And in this study, we try to focus on the potential as energy recovery as a solid fuel. So with the hydrothermal process, that we can reduce the water content, and that will be easier for the solid to be separate. And then we try the common range that we can utilize with 180 to 250. And then with the pressure, with the online pressure record, such that we can know what is going on, the relationship between the pressure and the performance, as well as the temperature. And then that we can deal with the wet biomass waste without drying requirement, so we can save a lot of energy from the energy consumption for the treatment of drying. And then we can stabilize the carbon, and then maybe utilize the nutrients from the digestate as well. And then we try to, through this process, densify the energy content into the hydrochar. And with the food waste digestate, we can see that the ash content is quite high. So this is one of the major hurdles that we need to deal with. And then the high heating value would be ranging from 13 to around 15 to 16. So it may be similar to the sludge, sewage sludge digestate. So that is comparable to what we know from other sludge digestate treatments. But then it may not be good enough to use it as a solid fuel. So we may try to think about the co-processing or co-catalytic treatment of the food waste digestate, as well as the other carbon-rich material. And in our study, we think about the yard waste because we have a lot of yard waste, and that is going to landfill at the moment. So we try to look at the other ways to valorize the yard waste into value-added applications. So yard waste will be a quite good subsidy or candidate to mix with, to blend with food waste digestate, because it's contain a much lower ash content, and it contain more carbon source, with losing materials in the structures, and then that may give us a high heating value and reduce the ash content. So we can get up to around 19 to about 20. But then it seems not good enough, and there may be still room for further improvement. So we try to look at the different ways of the use of acid, and then management of the gas pressure in the system, and then even consider the use of oxidant or maybe organic solvent like ethanol to assist to enhance the co-catalytic HTC process. And then we look at the energy value from the hydrochar, and also we look at the potential of the nutrients recovery from the processed water. And we can see with the hydrochar production that we will see that with the blending of the two materials, food waste digestate as well as yard waste, then we can reduce the ash content, and with the use of the organic acid like acetic acid or citric acid, we can effectively reduce the ash content, and then that could give us a safe combustion in the utilization of the hydrochar as a solid fuel. And then with the other combination, like with hydrogen peroxide as an oxidant or with ethanol as an organic solvent, then we can also enhance the fuel properties. And with the inorganic acid, like with the hydrochloric acid or the nitric acid, then we can achieve the similar performance as well. So that would lead to reduce ash content, so that there will be less fouling and slacking risk, and then that can be indicated by the CAI as illustrated by the plot. And we also look at the HHV and also the energy densification of the process. And on the right hand side, which I'm actually blocking myself, I cannot see it. On the right hand side, there's energy densification and energy recovery. So you see the HHV can be enhanced to about 20 to 25, and with the energy densification, then we can densify to about 1.5 or so that we have enhanced performance in the combustion and also densify energy source. So in the processed water, then we can have a look at the nutrients, the nitrogen and phosphorus that may be present in the processed water that we try to recover. And then there's a potential of those nutrients to be utilized. And with the carbon content in the processed water, it could be potentially utilized and blended with the anaerobic digester as well, so that to be utilized with the carbon and then the nutrients to be utilized afterwards. And we further look at the relationship with the pressure and with the system, and that you will see that the high effectiveness with the citric acid and inorganic acid that is associated with the higher pressure. And then with the citric acid, actually the pressure is much higher than other system, and that is accounting for the effectiveness. But then if we look at the carbon usage, that is may not be that favorable, because the citric acid is actually decomposing in the process, and that's releasing the carbon into the gas phase in the container. So that's why it's generating a higher pressure, which enhance the energy densification process. However, we lose quite some amount of the carbon from the citric acid itself. So after considering the carbon utilization together, and it seems like inorganic acid would be a better option than organic acid, although organic acid could be quite effective in terms of the product enhancement. So we think about the overall carbon utilization, such that with the citric acid, it seems like the carbon loss is quite significant, although the performance of the combustion properties of the hydrocarbon has been enhanced. So we strike a balance, and it seems like the hydrochloric acid would be a good balance that we can enhance our quality of the hydrocarbon as a solid fuel. At the same time, we contain more carbon in the system without losing it into the carbon emissions. So we further look into, in the next study, we further look into the potential of the utilization of the processed water and try to make the system more sustainable and less requirement with maintenance, so that we can recycle the processed water for like 3 to 6 cycles or 5 to 10 cycles. And then we consider different regime, whether we replenish the acid every time, or we only replenish the acid in the 3rd or 5th cycle. So we get the results with the analysis with the hydrochar, that we can see the core, the hydrophobic core, and also the hydrophilic shell enrichment with the processed water recirculation. So without the recirculation, the hydrophilic shell will be thinner, but then with the processed water recirculation, then we can enrich the hydrophilic shell in the hydrochar, and then we can enrich more carbon in the hydrochar, so that we can utilize the carbon content from the processed water as well. So the processed water can be reduced in volume, and then at the same time, carbon can be further utilized. And then we also looked at the cycles and the combination of the citric acid, inorganic acid, hydrochloric acid, and the cycle of the hydrochloric acid on the hydrochar itself. And we further analyzed the combustion behavior. And from those TG, FTIR, GCMS analysis, we can see that the combination strategy can enhance the fuel properties of hydrochar, and the ash content can be further reduced to about 6.3% as a minimum. So there will be a favorable condition for use of us as a solid energy source. And then the apparent activation energy barrier for the hydrochar would be around 90 to 100. So that could be more favorable than the other cases that we may deal with the full-weight digester alone or without any catalyst. So that is a good indicator that we have the potential to utilize, to blend the full-weight digester and the yard waste, and with the catalytic conversion and with the cycling and recirculation, then we can generate a solid fuel that has a lower energy barrier to be utilized. So with that, that's my sharing today. And sorry for a kick up. So we emphasize the closing of the resource loop and fostering a circular economy. So we try to be more efficient in the carbon utilization and reduce substantial carbon loss. So that's why organic acid is actually not desirable, although it can produce a good performance. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and hope to see you in person next time, when we can travel freely next year, hopefully. So back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dan. Thank you for your amazing presentation. So I will be looking for question from audience online or offline. Is there any question? I hope no questions are there. If something is there, feel free to contact Professor Dan. So we will be moving to the next invited lecture, IL 63 by Professor Bipro Ranjan Dhar from Canada. The talk is pre-recorded and the title is Electrocatalyzing Anaerobic Digestion, Multifaceted Characterization of Fundamental Phenomena to Weight Practical Applications.
I think Professor Dhar is with us right now online. Professor Dhar, can you hear us?
Hello, hi Vishal. Yes, I can hear you. Maybe let's use the video and I can be available for the Q&A.
Okay, Professor Dhar. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
We'll just add on your video.
Hello, hi, this is Bipradhar. I am Associate Professor of Environmental Engineering at the University of Alberta, Canada. And today I'm going to talk about electrocatalyzing anaerobic digestion. In my talk, I'm going to give a brief background, and then I would like to share some of our research findings, and that's going to be followed by some take-home messages. So in last 10 years, electrocatalyzing anaerobic digestion process with conductive material and microbial electrolysis cell have been very popular to boost process kinetics and provide process intensification for anaerobic digestion. And at the same time, electrocatalyzing can help with balancing the metabolic activity of different
We are sorry. I think online we are not able to see the slides, so we'll just play it again. You can just पहले वो फाइल खोलनी पड़ेगी.
Hello, hi, this is Bipradhar. I am Associate Professor of Environmental Engineering at the University of Alberta, Canada. And today I'm going to talk about electrocatalyzing anaerobic digestion. In my talk, I'm going to give a brief background, and then I would like to share some of our research findings, and that's going to be followed by some take-home messages. So in last 10 years, electrocatalyzing anaerobic digestion process with conductive material and microbial electrolysis cell have been very popular to boost process kinetics and provide process intensification for anaerobic digestion. And at the same time, electrocatalyzing can help with balancing the metabolic activity of different group of microorganisms in digester and provide more robustness in the process. So today, different types of conductive materials have been used, like activated carbon, biochar, carbon cloth, and so on. So what happened when we add conductive materials in the digester? So some electroactive bacteria, they can degrade organic compounds, and then they can actually dump that electron on the conductive material. And then on the other hand, electrotrophic methanogen, they can directly accept that electron, and that process can be connected with CO2 reduction to methane gas. And then we can see a boost in methane production in our digester, because this process or diet is thermodynamically and kinetically much more favorable compared to typical methanogenesis process like hydrogen trophic and acetoclastic methanogenesis. But not necessarily the improvement in methane production that we see after adding conductive material is not only due to direct interspecies electron transfer. It can be also resulted from biomass retention and enhanced interspecies hydrogen transfer rate. In microbial electrolysis cell-assisted AD or MAC-AD, we introduce electrodes with applied voltage. So what happened when we provide electrodes, some electroactive bacteria, they can form biofilm on the anode surface, and they can actually outcompete acetoclastic methanogen for acetate because of their faster growth kinetics. And then those microbes, they can degrade the organic compound and transfer electron. That electron can be transferred to the cathode and can be utilized by methanogen directly for CO2 reduction to methane gas, or electron can be converted to hydrogen because we are applying voltage. So hydrogen can be utilized by hydrogen trophic methanogen. So we can see a boost in methane production with higher methane content because of CO2 reduction. And at the same time, we can get high rate anaerobic digestion process. So let's talk about diet with conductive additive. So we have done quite a bit of work in last 5 years. Like many other researchers, we tried different feedstock with different conductive additives. We looked into different fundamental feature, like how substrate complexity, temperature, mixing, they shape the diet-based pathways in digester. We also developed some materials for promoting diet, and most recently we try to explore how we can engineer this idea for high solid anaerobic digestion process. But for interest of time, I'm gonna just focus into 2 topics today as talk. So first, let's talk about substrate complexity at different temperature. So we did an anaerobic digestion test at different temperature at 20, 37, and 55 degrees Celsius. And we used conductive carbon fiber as an amendment to the digester. And first we started our experiment with ethanol, and then we switched to more complex substrate like propionate. For ethanol, we found that at different temperature, conductive carbon fiber can boost the methanogenesis rate. But when we switch to complex substrate like propionate, actually, digesters at 20 and 55 degrees Celsius, they failed, and only 37 degrees Celsius, we can get sustained methane production. So that means like adding conductive material may not work at different temperature and for different substrate. And then we looked into phyligene copies and heme binding protein concentration in those aggregates from biomass aggregates from different reactors. And we found that actually they showed some interesting trend. So for example, like although we noticed that at 37 degrees Celsius, switching from ethanol to propionate could give us the same performance, but we found that actually phyligene copies actually increased in carbon fiber reactor, but in control it decreased. But for heme binding protein, it decreased in both reactors. And we can see like, they have some distinct pattern in biomass conductivity in the reactor as well. So what we understand from these results are when you switch from simple to complex substrate, diet components or diet-based pathways like, by pili, gene copies or cytochrome, they can be altered or their contribution can be different at different temperature and different substrate. So that means a temperature-dependent optimization approach is necessary for this area. So now let's talk about high solid anaerobic digestion or HSAD, which is getting very popular these days for organic solid waste. And one of the very common design is you have a separate digester tank where you have the solid waste, but because of high solid content, you cannot provide mixing. So the reactor can be connected with a percolate or leachate tank where you can have liquid inoculum, and then that liquid inoculum can be circulated between the digester tanks. So basically you provide some sort of passive mixing in the process. So we thought, okay, if we add some like powdered activated carbon in the leachate tank, whether we can actually boost the anaerobic digestion process or not. So we loaded our digester with organic fraction of municipal solid waste, and then we added powdered activated carbon or PAC in the leachate tank. And what we found is adding PAC material in the percolate tank could increase the methane production by 17% with a significantly lower accumulation of different types of volatile fatty acid. But we did some preliminary economic evaluation, and we found that actually if we wanna make this process economically feasible, we have to make sure that we reutilize those materials. So we recover and reutilize those materials for many different cycles. But for powdered material, it could be challenging. So in the next stage, we used carbon cloth, which is basically we layered those carbon cloth in within the solid waste in our digester tank, and then we conducted an experiment, and we found almost similar improvement, up to 20% we could increase the methane yield. And those results are very promising. And then we actually we could recover the carbon cloth, and so that means that carbon cloth could possibly be reutilized for many different cycles that we have to further demonstrate. And we are actually doing some pilot demonstration these days. Like we have two HSAD reactors for 160 liter each reactor, and they are mobile units. So the dream is at some point possibly we can actually move them on site and do some on-site demonstration. But recently we started our demonstration experiment in the lab, and you can see in this photograph my student is loading the digester tank for startup of the reactor, and hopefully we'll have some exciting result in the coming days. Yeah. So now let's talk about Make-AD systems. So in 2019 we actually published a review article on this topic, and we summarize some of the research gap, and we worked towards those research gap in last 3 years. And some of the stuff that we did in last 3 years, we looked into the contribution of between hydrogen trophic and electromethanogenesis pathways in MACAD reactors. We also looked into how we can actually reduce the energy input to make this process more economically feasible. So in this talk, I'm just going to focus on only one topic. And so if you see MACAD related paper, you are going to see almost 90% of the paper, they use continuous power supply in the reactor. And we thought whether we really need continuous power supply in our reactor. So we did an experiment. We make a bench scale MACAD reactor, and we used glucose as a synthetic substrate, and we applied power supply for 24 hours, and then for 18 hours, and then 12 hours. And what we found was very interesting. We found 12 hours on condition and 18 hours on condition. Actually, methane production was almost the same. But when we reduced the power supply for 12 hours, then performance substantially decreased. So that means still we can actually turn off the power for 6 hours without compromising the performance. The next phase, we did some experiment with sewage sludge instead of glucose, and experimental scheme was almost same, and we found that actually this time we got even better results. So for example, compared to 24 hours on condition, actually 12 hours on condition were giving the best result, like the highest methane production. Then we thought what could be the possible reason? And then the first thing we looked into extracellular electron transfer gene expression. Like different EET genes like phyla-A, outer membrane C-type cytochromes gene. And we noticed that actually when we switch from continuous power supply to intermittent power supply, some of those EET associated genes, they were upregulated. And even more interestingly, when we turn off the power, or when we actually put the reactor in open circuit condition, we took some sample and we found that those EET associated genes were still expressed. So that means even when we don't have power supply, microbes, some electroactive microbes, they can still interact with each other. So possibly electroactive bacteria, they can still interact with electrotrophic methanogen and produce methane gas. So, and we noticed that actually methane production was positively correlated with EET gene expression in anode and archaeal cell numbers and MCRA gene copies on the anode. And interestingly, for network correlation analysis for microbial community in anode biofilm, actually indicated that electroactive geovector species, they were strongly correlated with electrotrophic methanobacterium and methanoseta species. So possibly diet was the factor that actually could provide better performance when we switch from like continuous power supply to intermittent power supply. So to make the long story short, we understand that we don't need to continuously supply energy or apply voltage to our MACAD reactor. And we can possibly, depending on the feedstock, we can turn off the power supply for 6 to 12 hours and get the same energy recovery or even more energy recovery. So that is indicated that actually during some peak hour of electric, energy demand or electricity demand, we can turn off the power supply and we can save the reactor operating cost. So take-home messages. Electrocatalyzing AD can be very promising approach for next generation AD, and this is actually not just my conclusion. I think most of my colleagues across the world believe that, and that's why we are investing a lot of time and efforts in this topic. But I think we understand that still we need to understand a lot of fundamental and fundamental understanding, and we have to really focus on real life application. We need to focus how we can scale up those ideas. And at the same time, we need to think about process economics, like how we can minimize energy input, how we can actually recover the conductive material and reutilize them for long-term operation and make those attractive approaches economically more feasible for industries. So I would like to thank my students and my sponsors and industry partners who contributed to this work. And I would also like to thank organizing committee for this conference for kindly inviting me and give me the opportunity to talk. And if you have any questions or comments or any feedback on our work, please feel free to reach out to me. Here I have my email address. And you can also follow our work from our website and my Twitter account. And thanks all of you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Dhar, for your very exciting and thought-provoking presentation, I must say. So the session is open now for any questions from the audiences online as well as offline. Professor Dhar is right now with us live. So if there are not any questions, so thank you, Professor Dhar, for your invited talk on anaerobic digestion. And I personally feel that, as you said in your concluding slides also, that for any research to be any research need to be practically available to the masses, and economic. The process should be economic so as to for sustainable development. It is very much necessary. Thank you, Professor Dhar, once again for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Vishal.
Okay, so our next invited talk is coded as IL66, and it is by Professor Christian Laroche from France, and he is available with us right now online, and he'll be delivering his talk online. And his invited talk is on the topic how can bioprocesses contribute to a reduction of global warming. So that seemed to be a quite exciting topic. Over to you, Professor Christian, for your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. At first, I will try to share my screen.
Yes, Professor. Yeah, we can see.
It is working?
Yes, Professor.
I try to get full screen. It is okay for everybody?
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Okay, so at first I would like to thank the organizer to have given me the opportunity to deliver this talk. First, the chair told I am in France. You can see here the map of France, and I am in Clermont-Ferrand, which is located near the center of the country. The country itself is in the western part of Europe. So I will speak about how can bioprocess contribute to a reduction of global warming. It is a general speak, but I think we can have some conclusion after that. So I will to start have an introduction. It is not very original. And after some word about the so-called net zero emission scenario. And after I will define what is thought to be the modern bioenergy. And I will also give two examples of what we can consider as modern bioprocesses. Many of them have already been presented by preceding speakers. And to finish, conclusion and perspective. So, if we have a look to this curve, which gives the average temperature anomaly according to the time, we can see that the global average temperature have increased by more than 1 degree since the pre-industrial time. And this warming continues, even now, of course. And it is now well known that greenhouse gas emission from human activities are the main driver of this warming. Usually, this warming is taken with the reference here, 0 degree, which between the year 1940 and 1980, which is a year after which this increase become very fast and very significant. Furthermore, if we have a look to this warming at the planet level, we can see that this warming is not homogeneous, and the biggest anomalies are at the pole. That is here in the red part, here also. And these anomalies are already up to 3 degrees increase in temperature, and sometimes even up to 5, which is a huge increase in temperature. Consequences will be the most important at seaside and at place which an elevation lower than the sea level. This represents 80% of the world's richness, and it shows a very important consequence we can expect from this kind of situation. So, at present, what can we say? We can say that, as I have already said, it is now generally accepted that the global warming is due to rising of greenhouse gases emission from burning fossil fuels and also from deforestation. The 2015 Paris Agreement aims to limit global temperature rise to 2 degrees above pre-industrial level. This goal is generally thought to be possible by reaching the so-called net zero emission scenario by 2050. Also, the energy sector, I will show that later, is the source of around 3/4 of the greenhouse gas emission today, and all the key to averting the worst effect of climate change. So, this calls for a complete transformation of how we produce, transport, and consume energy. The change required to reach net zero emission globally by 2050 are still poorly understood. In practical terms, achieving net zero globally would at least require both partly removing carbon from the atmosphere and preventing its release. So, if we have a look to the global energy system today, we can see that most of energy comes from fossil fuel, that is coal, natural gas, and oil. And this fossil fuel is of course, the main source of energy for transport. It is also very used in industry. Industry use also natural gas and coal, while the transport use mostly oil, and other activity is the same, building and etc. Another source of energy is the so-called modern bioenergy, and also other renewable and traditional use of biomass, which have a small impact for energy use in industry, transport, etc. In building, it starts a little bit, and also in miscellaneous activity. These fossil fuels are also used to produce electricity, and electricity can be produced also from renewable, from nuclear source, of course, from fossil one, and they can be used mostly for building and industry for the moment. With the net zero emission scenario in 2050, the fossil fuel energy is very strongly decreasing. You see, maybe the red part is the easiest to see. It is much lighter than the previous slide,
while modern bioenergy increase very strongly. And this modern bioenergy, after refining, is used to produce electricity under various forms, and other renewable also can be used to produce electricity, which is the final energy mostly used in both in industry, transport, building, and other. That means that in 2050, the electricity will play a very central role in energy use than in present time. That means also that we will have to find and to optimize clean processes to produce this electricity. So here we have the term modern bioenergy. And so what is this modern bioenergy? This modern bioenergy includes biogases, liquid biofuels, and also modern solid biomass harvested from sustainable sources. Very importantly, it excludes the traditional use of biomass, that means mostly burning of biomass. So this modern bioenergy can involve a thermochemical process. Everybody knows them here. And this thermochemical process considers that biomass is a source of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, eventually nitrogen and G. The original carbon skeleton has no importance, and the molecules that are obtained will be upgraded according to the use. They will be involved later. The modern bioenergy route also can involve biological processes which can upgrade the compound resulting from the above processes. For example, carbon monoxide, just told that by commenting the preceding sentence. However, they are most often used with pretreated biomass to give bioenergy, biogas, biohydrogen, bioethanol, for example, and also they can be used to produce chemicals and polymer, of course. Modern bioenergy is the main, not the one, but it is the main area where bioprocesses can be helpful for climate change mitigation. So, as I told previously, we must both remove carbon dioxide from atmosphere, and we must also prevent any carbon dioxide production. If we have a look to what happened with the microbial system, we can see that it exists 5 microbial carbon dioxide fixing pathways. The first shown here in the cycle A is the well-known Calvin cycle, mostly active in a photosynthetic microorganism, but it is not the only possibilities. It exists also from here the so-called reductive TCA cycle. That means that the TCA cycle runs in the reverse way, that is reductive, not oxidative. It is here in black, while in red we have another cycle, which is the decarboxylate 4-hydroxybutyrate cycle. Another possibility is here the reductive acetyl-CoA pathway, which 2 branches, and to finish the 3-hydroxypropionate pathway from in black, and in green the 3-hydroxypropionate 4-hydroxybutyrate cycle. So all systems use carbon monoxide as a substrate, and the central molecule here is always acetyl-CoA, which is always present. So, if now we have a look to the carbon dioxide treated method that are currently used, we can see that physical-chemical, and a combination of all them. And we have also biological method, and those who are the most often involved in carbon dioxide sequestration are based on the cultivation of photosynthetic microorganisms, that is, with microorganisms that have the Calvin cycle I have shown in the previous slide. So now I will, as I told at the beginning, I will focus on two bioprocesses which for me are interesting for carbon dioxide management. The first is the biogas production with methanation. That is to have a look to the power to gas scenario, here the power to gas for methane production. I have told earlier that biogas is expected to have a central position in the next scenario for energy production. So methanation can be catalytic. It is the Sabatier reaction, which is performed by heterogeneous catalysis with harsh condition, high temperature, high pressure. The result is always that the carbon monoxide combined with hydrogen to produce methane and water. This reaction can also be performed with a biological approach. In that case, we speak about biomethanation, which can be done, for example, by a methanogen archaea bacteria. Conditions are less difficult than in the preceding way, both for temperature and pressure. So the idea to produce biogas with methanation is basically, to use fluctuating electricity which is produced from renewable energy sources such as solar power plant or wind turbine. These devices have the characteristic to have not constant electricity production, and it is from time to time it is necessary to have a system to store the excess electricity produced. And this excess electricity produced can be used to perform water electrolysis, which produce, of course, hydrogen, which can be used directly, but also it can be used to feed a methanation device, which with carbon dioxide will produce methane, which can be used after, can be stored, or it can be used for mobility in cars, to produce electricity or heat. So in the lab, we work on a research program which study the so-called ex situ pathway to do that. At first, I will describe very shortly the in situ pathway, which is a technology where the same device, that is the anaerobic digester, is used to perform the anaerobic digestion and the biomethanation. So we have here an electrolyzer which is supplied with surplus power from intermittent renewable source of electricity. And so it produces hydrogen, which is fed to the digester with the carbon dioxide, and the biogas produced can be purified, of course, and after use as a pure methane in the normal use of biogas. This pathway allows to have a very high content in the biogas, up to 80%. The investment cost is quite low, but it is difficult to optimize the the gas injection of carbon dioxide and hydrogen here in the anaerobic digester. And this process can be used only for methanization. The ex situ pathway, which is studied in the lab, has two devices. One which is specialized somewhere to perform only methanation, while the anaerobic digester here perform only anaerobic digestion. And of course, we find again the electrolyzer I have already shown here. The result is that we can again obtain biomethane with high content in methane, of course. And so the characteristic of this approach is that it is versatile and flexible. That means that it is adaptable to all carbon dioxide sources, but it is more expensive because we have to build a specific device here. Another thing I would like to focus is the intensification of the cultivation of photosynthetic microorganisms. The difficulty to obtain a thermodynamic efficiency of photosynthesis in artificial conditions is to obtain this efficiency at a value as close as possible of the theoretical maximal value achievable in the nature, that is 10%. This aims at minimizing the footprint of solar plant and to have a control illumination condition by diluting the incident solar flux in an optimized technology. This led to a dilution of the incident solar light flux, and the system which is developed in the lab is the so-called incident solar light flux dilution called decoupled. The principle is quite simple. In the normal system, the area of light capture is the same as the area used to illuminate the cultivation medium. While in the diluted system, the area for light capture is less than the area used to illuminate the vessel, the cultivation medium. And this dilution here can be made. It's not the only possibility, but it can be made by using light fibers. And if we have a look to the efficiency of various systems to produce photosynthetic microorganisms, here the scale is a logarithmic scale where it is surface productivity are given in tons of dry biomass by hectare and by year. We can see that the lagoon are the less efficient after the terrestrial plant. Here it is the average productivity in Europe. It can be higher in other places, but it is in any case quite low by comparison with artificial system. After we have the raceway, which is very significantly more efficient than the terrestrial plant. After, even better, photobioreactor with external lighting and direct capture, and at least the photobioreactor with internal illumination and light dilution are the best to obtain the higher surface productivities. Here, an estimation of the thermodynamic limit of photosynthetic conversion based on the full solar spectrum. We can see that without light dilution. This thermodynamic limit is close to 2.5%, while with light dilution it is close to 10%, which is the value observed in the nature. You can have the same comment with volumetric productivity. Open systems are less efficient than classical photobioreactor, and if we improve the specific area for light, we improve also the biomass volumetric productivity. And so, given this concept, a 30-liter photobioreactor plant with light flux dilution optimized to work in summer at Clermont-Ferrand has been designed using knowledge model, which is a patent. And this technology is the core of a solar platform, which is called the PAVEN platform, which is now ready to be used since the beginning of the year. So this platform here is partial photography with it includes an heliostat which captures the light. It is outside the room, and after Fresnel lenses that distribute the light into optical fiber. They are here outside the bioreactor. In the normal system, these light fiber are inside a column bioreactor. We can see here, and this system is now used to optimize this kind of cultivation. So, as a conclusion, we can consider that recall that the net zero emission scenario point out the important place of modern bioenergy in the coming years. Biotechnology can play a critical role in this area. Bioprocess can help to carbon dioxide capture, especially using photosynthetic microorganisms, in optimize the process through intensification. And I have shown one of the possibilities to get this kind of process being intensified. Biogas play a key role in the net zero emission scenario, and the biological process of carbon dioxide conversion to metabolite can also be involved, but at a lesser extent. In any case, science and the technology will probably not be enough, and it will be still necessary to change our practice by increasing energy saving when possible, and also by increasing our efficiency, that is, reducing the energy consumption to get the same result. Thank you for your attention.
Professor, it was a wonderful presentation, and it gave us a different look that of our experiments or our work, research work, other than the results or the output. So I have some general question, like there is a project you are doing during the course of 2021-25. So I'm just asking, what is the scale of that, or the capacity of that experiment, biomittance experiment that
experiment will deal with at first building of the ex situ system, and after to optimize and model. Our main activity is on modeling the system on which we work, and we will get, for example, computer fluid dynamics characterization of all the compartment, etc., etc.
Okay. So still it's optimization, in the stage of optimization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then only you will go to the pilot scale or in a higher scale.
Yes, it is a program which is funded by the National Funding Agency.
Okay.
And so it is a program developed with other partners, including industrial, but I cannot speak about that here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And in the same project, you said like 80% 80% of mixing of methane with methane is possible. Like, so in figures or in a digit, like how much carbon dioxide emission or reduction is possible, that is also you can't reveal or something like that. I just, out of curiosity, I'm asking.
I have not understood your question.
Like in the slide you said like there is an 80% addition of methane is possible. So in the figure of how much amount of fossil fuel you can replace with this much bioprocessly developed methane.
I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you the.
Okay,
I cannot give
yeah,
you this
yeah,
kind
sure.
of thing.
Okay,
You can send me an email.
Okay.
I will try to reply, but now I have not the data in mind.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing is like we are mainly working on like liquid biofuels and from lignocellulosic biomass. That also will come in this picture, like when you say about how bioprocess contribute to reduction of global warming, right? Or they will create more carbon footprint. I don't know. What is your comment on that?
Yes, an important point is that with bioprocesses, automatically you produce carbon dioxide because when a microorganism is living, it produces always carbon dioxide. And so I think it is important now when thinking to a bioprocess to think also not only how you will treat the liquid phase, but also the gas phase. It will, that is, what can we do with the carbon dioxide produced during the process to get, for example, ethanol or other liquid molecule, which is not really done at the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your comments. So next we will be moving to the next session, IL 69. Professor Misam Tabai from Malaysia. She will be online and she will be talking. Oh, sorry. He will
It's
be
all right.
online.
Yeah. Hi.
He will be talking on highlights of the 2021 report of the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, Code for a Healthy Future. So please, you can share your
All
screen.
right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your kind introduction. Can I share my screen? Okay, I'm trying to share. Please confirm if you see my slides already.
Yeah, it's visible. You can put in PowerPoint mode. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me today. I would like to extend my appreciation to Professor Ashik Pandey for inviting me and the organizing committee of the International Forum on Industrial Bioprocess Taiwan. Also would like to thank Rita for all the great work she has been putting into this. All right, so during the next 15-20 minutes, I'm trying to elaborate the cruciality of decarbonization and transition toward bioeconomy, why we should do that. And I'm going to use our data published in the journal The Lancet last year, the 2021 report of the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, Code Red for a Healthy Future, to achieve that. So in the 2021 report we published in the Lancet, we highlighted three key messages. First, the health impacts of climate change are worsening across every indicator tracked, affecting people in all corners of the world. That was the first key message. So please bear in mind that I'm trying to say why exactly is crucial to move toward a bioeconomy and to move toward decarbonization of our economy. The second message was, just as the world is failing to deliver an equitable response to COVID-19 pandemic, there are deep inequities in the global response to climate change. So it is very important to move toward a rapid decarbonization to deliver better health for all through cleaner air, healthier diets, and more active lifestyle. And the third key message was current COVID-19 pandemic, current COVID-19 recovery plans threaten to lock the world into a future of increased emission and ill health, because most of the COVID-19 recovery plans do not encompass or include climate change mitigation and adaptation effectively. On the other side, however, COVID-19 recovery could present an unprecedented approach, an unprecedented opportunity, chance for a better future if we could include climate change adaptation and mitigation in our recovery plans, and we would be able to enjoy economic and environmental sustainability, better health, and reduce inequities. This, however, will only be possible if world leaders commit to urgent action and act together to ensure no person is left behind. So the data I'm presenting to you was published, as I said, in the journal The Lancet last year. And the journal The Lancet, with a current impact factor of 202, is arguably the most influential journal in the field of public health and has been around for over 200 years at the moment. So every year we publish our report in the journal The Lancet sometime in around October. We published our 2022 report just a few days ago on 26 October, but unfortunately the time gap between this event and the publication of the report was too short. So I'm presenting to you today the 2021 findings and data, but hopefully in the future, if I get the chance in the future, I'll present the 2022 data and findings. The Lancet Countdown is a collaboration of 120 scientists from 43 research institutions, universities, and United Nations agencies, including World Bank and WHO. So here I'm presenting to you the cruciality of climate change and how exactly it's affecting us from different perspectives. So here you can see the vulnerability to extremes of heat. Our data are reported based on HDI, Human Development Index. So as you know, there are different HDI country groups, very high, high, medium, and low. As you can see here, all countries across all HDIs are being affected by extremes of heat. The global warming, climate change, global warming, and the heat waves and exposure is increasing all around the globe. As you can see, around 19% to 20% increase in exposure or vulnerability to the extremes of heat across all HDI country groups. Here you can see the exposure of vulnerable population to heat waves. Vulnerable populations are defined as children younger than 1 year and citizens, adults older than 65 years old. As you can see here, children younger than 1 year old were affected by 626 million more person days of heat wave exposure, and adults older than 65 years were affected by 3.1 billion more person days of heat wave exposure in 2020 alone, compared to the 1986-2005 average. So as you can see here, China and India are the most vulnerable populations to heat exposure. Here you can see the effect of heat on our physical activity. Basically, we are very much dependent on physical activity, exercising to gain health benefits. I'm afraid climate change is robbing us of our safe exercise hour per day. The past 4 decades has seen an increase in the number of hours in which temperature were too high for safe outdoor exercise, with people in the low HDI country group having an average loss of 3.7 hours of safe exercise per day in 2020. But as you can see here in this slide, The graph shows you that countries across all HDI categories are affected from this point of view. Here you can see the change in labor capacity. So, so climate change and heat exposure reduces our labor capacity, meaning that the capacity to work, especially for people working outdoor, particularly farmers, decline as a result of heat exposure. 295 billion hours of potential work were lost due to extreme heat exposure in 2020. Most of which, around 80% of all these losses, happen in countries with low HDI, and especially in the agricultural sector. These countries are already suffering from fragile food security. Just imagine that further loss in labor capacity can further compromise the already fragile food security. Here you can see that climate change is also impacting our mental health. Exposure to heat wave events worsens expressed sentiment, with a 155% increase in negative expressions on Twitter as we tracked during heat waves in 2020 compared with the period 2015-2019. So people are more inclined to express negatively. People are more inclined. Some reports previously published in Nature Climate Change indicate that people would be inclined to commit suicide as a result of further exposure to heat waves caused by climate change. So as you can see here, climate change affecting our health both physically and mentally. Here we can see the heat-related mortality. Heat-related deaths in people older than 65 years reached a record high of an estimated 345,000 cases in 2019. So as you can see here, between the years 2018 and 19, all WHO region except for Europe saw an increase in heat-related deaths in this vulnerable age group. And Taiwan, where some of you are based now, is among the countries hardly hit from this perspective. Wildfires also spreading all around the globe as a result of global warming. Nearly 60% of the countries we investigated had an increase in the number of days people were exposed to very high or extremely high fire danger in 2017 to 2020, compared with the baseline 2001-2004, and 72% of countries had increased human exposure to wildfires across the same period. Drought is also spreading all around the world. In 2020, close to 20% of the global land surface was affected by extreme drought in any given month. So that's also a very serious consequence of global warming and climate change, affecting our food security substantially. So lethality of extreme weather events is also increasing. So that's very important to understand that extreme weather events not only cause destruction, such as hurricane or storms of any kind, but also they increase they cause loss of lives. So this has been constant over the last 30 years. The lethality of extreme weather event has continuously increased. Here you can see the climate suitability of infectious disease transmission. We are doing a great job. We have been doing, or our medics, doctors have been doing a great job trying to fight these infectious diseases and to stop their transmission. Diseases such as cholera caused by Vibrio or malaria. But climate change in many parts of the world is undoing this fantastic job. In 2011-21, the area of coastline suitable for Vibrio bacterial transmission increased by 35% in the Baltics, 25% in the Atlantic Northeast, and 4% in the Pacific Northwest. So the number of mounts suitable for malaria transmission increased by close to 40% between 2010 to 2019 compared to the baseline 1959. and the low HDI group was the one affected the most by this aspect of climate change. So the things for dengue and Aedes, the mosquito transmitting, it has been better. So although vulnerability to Aedes has decreased across all countries since 2000, most probably because of the measures taken by the government, but people in countries with the low HDI tag are still the most vulnerable on average. Climate change also undermines our food security and leads to undernutrition. As you can see here in these graphs, the crop yield potential continues to decline, with around 6% reduction in the crop yield potential of maize, 3% for winter wheat, 5.4% for soybean, and close to 2% for rice. It's an important food commodity in Southeast Asia, I believe in China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia. And you can see here all these major and strategic crops, the yield declining in everywhere, almost everywhere in the world compared to the 1981-2010 average. This one reason is because of shorter growing season in some parts of the world. We are also being affected in terms of marine food security. So as you can see here, among the 140 plus countries we investigated in 2018-2020, nearly 70% showed increases in average sea surface temperature in their territorial waters compared with the period 2003-2005. This reflects an increasing threat to marine food productivity and marine food security. Just to elaborate how it happens, I would like to share with you the sequence of effects. Global warming and climate change results in increases in average sea surface temperature. Sea surface temperature increases result in coral reef bleaching. They go white, they die. And coral reefs are very important ecosystem for marine fish to propagate, to lay eggs. So losing coral reefs, which we have lost them in many parts of the world. For example, in Australia, the Great Barrier Reef, we have lost almost 1/3. So reefs bleaching as a result of increased sea surface temperature deprive fish of a proper place for laying eggs and for the eggs to hatch. So marine productivity, the population of marine fish decline, so the catch decline. The fish catch decline, meaning that we are taking less seafood product of marine origin, which is very rich in omega-3 content. So when we are taking less marine oriented or marine driven seafood or fish product, then our omega-3 content reduces and we become more vulnerable to cardiovascular disease because the aquaculture counterparts are not as rich as the marine ones are, and there is a large difference in terms of omega-3 content of aquaculture product and marine-based product. So another consequence of climate change is migration, displacement, and rising sea level. Currently, around 600 million people settle down lower than 5 meters above sea level. They are at risk of direct and indirect hazards posed by the rising sea level caused by the meltdown of the icebergs in Arctic and Antarctic. So you see that the different adverse effects of climate change are so diverse and happening all around the world. So what is the reason? The reason is, I'm presenting to you the reason here. The reason is the carbon intensity of the global energy system is plateauing over the last 50 years. The decline, the average decline of our carbon intensity is only 0.6% per year, which is incompatible with meeting the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. Despite all the renewable energy capacity we are trying to develop, we are still largely dependent on fossil fuel in most places in the world, and as a result, the carbon intensity of global energy system is still plateauing. So it's very important to further divert funds and resources toward renewable energies while taking care of the vulnerable population as a result of subsidy shift and subsidy removal. Here you can see the household energy resources. In 2019, only 5% of the rural household in countries with the low HDI country group relied primarily on clean fuels and technologies for cooking. These populations are largely at risk of morbidity and mortality due to exposure to household air pollution, as you can see here. So mortality from ambient air pollution by sector is presented to you. Huge number of people die on a daily basis as a result of exposure to air pollution, in particular particulate matter 2.5 micron. 3.3 million deaths were recorded or could be attributable to ambient PM 2.5 pollution from human sources in 2019. And a third of which were directly related to fossil fuel combustion. And the medium and high HDI country groups had the highest mortality rates, as you can see here. Sustainable and healthy transport is something we are missing in many parts of the world. Electricity use in transport rose by 15% from 2017 to 2018. And the global electric vehicle fleet topped 7.2 million cars in 2019. However, emission from road transport, as you can see here, also continue to increase. It's important that the electricity used for electrification of our fleet is derived from renewable energy resources to make sure that we are not just shifting the source of pollution from streets to power plants. So here you see that red meat consumption in agriculture sector is the major source of greenhouse gas emissions. So going for a more decarbonized agriculture requires us to go for a more balanced diet, vegetables and meat, but not too much red meat, because red meat production and consumption is the main culprit. I'm trying to wrap it up. These are the last two slides of me presenting to you. So economic losses due to climate-related extreme events. So as you can see here, economic losses of climate-related extreme events are huge, as presented to you here. And every country located in different HDI category is losing a lot. So here you can see that for example, the amount of economic loss in Europe in 2019 was equivalent to the average income of 6 million European citizens. That's huge. Here you can see that we are also losing earning as a result of reduced labor capacity, which is a huge amount of money we are losing because we are not earning as a result of exposure to heat waves. And here, this is my last slide, you can see the cost of health impacts of air pollution is also extremely high, which is equivalent to annual income of countries with population of around 80 million to 100 million in different HDI country groups. So we are losing from different perspectives, from health perspective, from environmental perspective, and from economic perspective. Should we further delay our response to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So these are the same key messages I presented to you at the beginning. I have brought them here as well. Thank you so much for your time. And I also told you that the global launch of the Lancet Countdown 2022 report was published on 26th. The global launch was done on 26th October and was officiated by Tedros himself, the director of WHO, and was we had a nice array of keynote speaker. Helen Clark was there, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, the former Prime Minister of Australia also joined. Richard, the editor-in-chief of The Lancet, was there, and Mia, the Prime Minister of Barbados, and we had our Marina Romanello, the Executive Director of The Lancet Countdown. You can find the report here at this address, and you can also find the recording of the global launch on the Lancet Countdown website. Thank you so much for having me. I hope I didn't take much. I tried to finish it within 20 minutes. Okay. I'm at 19. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tapatabai. So it was a really wonderful presentation, and it is a different aspect of our current situation under the circumstances of COVID-19. So since we are running out of time, we will be moving to the next session. So if any questions, you can contact anybody have any questions, you can contact Professor Tabatabai by email. So the next invited lecture is IL 72 by Professor Jin Suk Lee from South Korea. It was a pre-recorded talk, and the title is The Role of Bioenergy for Carbon Neutrality 2050 in Korea.
Good afternoon. I'm Jin-Seol Lee of Korea Institute of Energy Research. First, I would like to give my sincere thanks to Professor Ashok Pandey and the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity for this presentation. Being carbon neutral by 2050 is generally regarded to be a required intermediate step to realize 1.5 degree scenario by 2100. And bioenergy is expected to take an important role for realizing the carbon neutrality in Korea. So I'll introduce the overall Korean bioenergy R&D activities in this presentation. My presentation agenda is as follows. First, I'll give a short introduction about the CO2 situation in Korea. Then I'll talk about the current status of bioenergy in Korea. After that, I'll mention the current major bioenergy R&Ds performed in Korea. Finally, I'll conclude my presentation by introducing the 2050 bioenergy R&D roadmap. Now, Korea is the 9th CO2 emitter in the world and actively working on CO2 reduction. In 2021, Korean government set out the plan for 40% GHG reduction in emissions below 2018 levels of 2030. As shown in the figure, CO2 emissions will be reduced to 436 million tons of CO2 in 2030. By doing intensive works, Korea pledges to become carbon neutral by 2050. To achieve Korea's NDC target in 2030, Korean government implemented a set of reduction strategies for the sectors including power, industry, building, transportation, and etc. As shown in the figure, 27% should be reduced in the transport sector by 2030. Biofuels should take an important role to achieve the goal. Recently, 10 core R&D subjects are screened to achieve 2050 carbon neutrality by Ministry of Science and Technology. 2 subjects, bioenergy and biorefinery, are included in the core R&D subjects. Some bioenergy are implemented in Korea. Current status of the commercial bioenergy will be introduced. This slide shows the bioenergy supply by fuel type in Korea. As shown in the slide, the solid biofuels takes about 65% of total bioenergy supply. Then liquid biofuels takes about 30% in energy amount. Although energy supplied in liquid fuels is much smaller than that of solid biofuels, the liquid biofuels like biodiesel and biofuel oil takes about 80% of total bioenergy market. This means liquid biofuels have much higher energy value than the solid biofuels. Relative energy value and the market size of each biofuel supplied in Korea are summarized in this slide. As shown in the table, liquid biofuels have big markets and much higher energy values than solid or gas biofuels. So liquid biofuels will take the most important role for CO2 mitigation in Korea. Biodiesel is the only transport biofuels used in Korea. Since 2007, biodiesel has been introduced in the transport sector. The blending ratio is steadily increased from 0.5% in 2007. In 2021, 3.5% biodiesel blending is enforced. Now, 0.7 million kiloliters of biodiesel is consumed annually. By 2030, the blending ratio is planned to increase up to 8%, or 1.6 million kiloliters per year. With the rapid planned increase of biodiesel supply, the shortage of raw material is emerging as an important issue. This slide shows the feedstocks now used for biodiesel production in Korea. About 70% of raw materials are non-eatable biomass like used cooking oil and palm fatty acid distillate. To meet the future increasing demand of feedstocks for biodiesel, new additional feedstocks should be identified. As the biofuel is recognized as a viable option for CO2 reduction in the CO2 sector, active R&Ds have been performed. Major bioenergy R&Ds are going to be mentioned. The R&D covers the feedstocks and conversion technology. As no excess grain is available for biofuel production, all research works have focused on utilization of non-eatable biomass. Three major feedstocks, such as waste batch, lignocellulose, and microalgae, are identified as the potential ones. Secondly, as CO2 reduction in the road sector is going to be mainly done by electrification, biofuels for non-road sector will be more needed. So the R&D works on non-road sector biofuels will be mainly introduced. As mentioned earlier, used cooking oil is used for biodiesel production, but some waste fats are still unutilized because of their high acidity. As shown in the slide, unutilized waste fats normally have very high free fatty acid content, about 15 to 50%. In Korea, about 0.2 million tons of waste fats are generated annually. So commercialization R&D works for utilizing the high FAA waste is now underway. Because used cooking oil has low free fatty acid content, less than 4%, it usually be converted only by trans-esterification process. However, high FFA waste fats need to take two-step process. First, FFA contained in waste fats should be converted into biodiesel by esterification. Then the residual lipid is converted into biodiesel by trans-esterification. The main research focus of the technology is the development of highly efficient solid catalyst for esterification. As butanol has better fuel characteristics than ethanol, cellulosic butanol technology was also studied. The main points of the technology are shown in the slide. The concentrated acid hydrolysis technology was applied to extract sugars from the lignocellulose like forest residue and municipal solid waste. Generally, modified microorganism was employed for butanol fermentation, utilizing both C5 and C6 sugars. Hybrid butanol purification technology was also studied for energy saving. GS Caltex, a major oil refinery in Korea, built a biobutanol demo plant having 400-ton biobutanol production capacity. The demo plant successfully finished the test run but stopped due to the poor economic feasibility. As microalgae is an important feedstock for biodiesel and other driving biofuels, mass cultivation research works are also underway. Several major research organizations, including my institute, are working on the mass cultivation of microalgae using actual flue gas. The research focus is on the development of cost-effective photobioreactor and high-performing strain. This slide shows the microalgal biorefinery scheme. Currently, we are trying to develop biojet fuel using lipid extracted from microalgae. 3 different biojet fuel technologies have been studied or under study in Korea. My institute is working on HEFA technology. We try to minimize the hydrogen consumption in the process. Other national research institutes like CRIT and KIST are also working on alcohol to jet fuel technology and pyrolysis to jet fuel technology, respectively. This slide shows the key technology. As biojet fuel production process needs a big hydrogen source like an oil refinery, the site of biojet fuel plant should be very restricted. To remove the restriction of plant site, we try to develop standalone biojet fuel process. We used jatropha oil as a raw material for biojet fuel production. Glycerol obtained from hydrolysis of oil was used to make hydrogen by aqueous reforming. Due to time and budget limit, we only demonstrated the technology in lab scale. Biofuel oil made from off-spec plant oils, biodiesel residues, and animal fats is currently used in summer power plants. The biofuel oil was recently tested as a marine fuel. Test run of biofuel oil as a marine biofuel was recently conducted in a container ship traveled from Busan, Korea to Panama in Latin America. 20% biofuel oil blended in marine fuel was used in the work. Fuel compatibility is fully improved. Based on well-to-wake balance, 16% carbon dioxide reduction was achieved with the tested fuel. In near future, more R&D works will be done in the marine sector. Finally, I would like to briefly mention Korea 2050 Bioenergy R&D Roadmap. All major research topics in biofuels are included in the roadmap. For stable feedstock supply, R&D on new feedstocks, including biosugar and microalgae will be done by 2030. R&D and demonstration study on the biofuels in road sector will be finished by 2030. For non-road sector biofuels like biojet and marine biofuels, applied research and demonstration on thermochemical technology will be completed by 2030. With regard to bioconversion process, applied research will be continued even after 2030. With successful R&Ds, biofuels are expected to significantly contribute for CO2 reduction in the transport sector. Thank you for your kind attention. If you have any questions, please email me.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your great work. Now we will move to the next session, IL 75, from Professor An Tuan Huang from Vietnam. The talk will be pre-recorded and the title is Role of Blue Carbon in Climate Change Mitigation and Circular Economy.
Hello everybody. First on, I would like to convey my greatest thanks on you because you gave me a special chance to present my my story about an assessment of regulation status and synergistic effects of biofuel use and carbon captures in the maritime shipping. As far as you know, the transport is one of the main contributors to carbon emissions for the countries around the world. Even if current and committed policies were to success, transport carbon emissions will still grow almost around 20% rate by 2050. Highly ambitious policies could cut the emissions by around 70% rate, but not zero. As you can see, aviation and shipping is the most contributor in carbon emissions in the world. As far as you can see, in the 2020, aviation and shipping account for around 15% rate of carbon emissions in the world. Therefore, that's why I focus my presentations about the cutting carbon emissions in shipping in maritime industry by using biofuel and carbon capture. The maritime sector greenhouse gas emissions were around 2.6% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions account for 2015. It's a total shipping carbon, as you can see, total shipping carbon emissions by gigaton in 2015 around 1 gigaton. The carbon dioxide emissions from the sectors have historically risen at a rate similar to the general global increase. But over the past decade, emissions have declined from the peak and appears to a step at the moment. And from 2050 to 2020, it increased around 15% rate, only for shipping. And the shipping sectors, therefore, because shipping sectors are an important contributor to emissions. Therefore, there are many regulations in order to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. As you can see, our intentions is to have the ship owner navigate the technologies and fuel and respond to driver for decarbonization of developing decarbonization stairway reflecting the ship's owner particular circumstances. And in my opinion, and based on the evaluation, carbon dioxide intensities will decrease in 2050 around around 10% rate. And our framework consists of two main parts. The first, on assessment of the economic potential of the fuel and analyze efficient strategy over the lifetime of the ship. It related to the technical assessment. As far as we know, if you can use lower fossil fuel for the ship, of course, the ships will release lower carbon dioxide emission into environment. And the next, a structural reviews of impact of the chosen fuel strategy on the ship's design. In this context, it could be used for the new design. For example, some existing marine engines could not use a new biofuel because it was designed to use fossil fuel. Therefore, I would like to mention that the new designs for the marine engines could be used by fuel in the next context. Key drivers influencing these decarbonizations, in my opinion, there are three drivers in the growing awareness of climate change among the general public, and how they increasingly translate into more climate conscious behavior affecting the ways we act as consumer, voters, or investors. So, in the first, the regulations and policies. And the next, expectations of cargo owner and consumer. Because why I would like to mention cargo owner, because cargo is the most contributors for carbon dioxide emissions in the marine shipping, because it is a high freight ships, and it consumes the most. It consumes the fuel the most. And the next, asset to investor and capital. Now, I would like to take a look about the main regulations, milestones, possible policies, measures. The initials IMO's International Maritime Organization's greenhouse gas strategy currently drives policy development within international shipping, setting concrete ambitions for 2030 and 2050. The strategy is now being implemented through a package of short-term measures. Notably, I remember that in June 2021, the IMO adopted a 10th new carbon dioxide regulation applicable to existing ships. It is EEXE. EEXE means Energy Efficient Existing Ships Index. In order to address the technical efficiency of ships. And the next, the carbon intensity indicator CII rating scheme in order to address the operational efficiency and the enhanced ships energy efficiency management plan. So you can see SEEMP. In order to address the management system. And now, in 2027, some possible strengthening properties of CII requirement and enforcement. And now, you can see some better options for reducing the carbon dioxide footprint of shipping. Would be trending the propulsion technology of fuel for which alternative have been proposed. For some example, nuclear propulsions, you can see this advantage. We always have many safety concerns and long-term start of radioactive waste and fuel cell. Fuel cells on those fuel cells is considered as the emissions of point cells if hydrogen used and suitable for larger ship and longer emissions. Longer missions. However, is a disadvantage of that production of renewable hydrogen and is secured on board storage still in development. and unsuitable for small vessels, and also for battery. And now I would like to focus biofuels and ammonia. Ammonia is well-developed global productions and distributions infrastructures and non-carbonous fuel. And although it is highly toxic and presents production highly carbon intensive. By the way, moreover, biofuel with some advantages, including more compatible with present shipping infrastructure than other options, and high levels of greenhouse gas mitigations. However, it is competitions from road, aviation, and petrochemical sectors because, as far as we know, biofuels is now very expensive. It's more expensive than fossil fuel. And for using biofuels for the shipping status, it could be reduced. It could reduce carbon dioxide emissions. You can see that the use of biofuel would be less disruptive and challenging than other novel propulsion options, while contributing much more to reduce carbon dioxide emissions than measures unrelated to biofuel chain. You can see it can reduce maximums of around 80% rate of carbon dioxide emission for shipping industry. And the combinations of bioenergies and carbon captures and storage can potentially reduce negative emissions and hence feature heavily in integrated accessible model. So I would like to introduce a model relating to using bioenergies and carbon capture. For example, in 2015, the carbon dioxide emissions from the shipping sectors around near 1,000 million tons, and it is expected around 1.5 thousand to 3,000 million tons in 2015. However, if we use biofuel for marine shipping, the carbon dioxide emissions can be reduced around 3 times. And of course, there can see some biofuels. I would like to introduce some biofuel can be used for marine shipping. The first, biomethanol, biomethane ether, bioenergy, and biooil. As mentioned earlier, the term biofuel encompasses a broad range of options, with the most prominent being fatty acids, maintaining ester, biodiesel, such as vegetable oil, but straight vegetable oil is not good. Hydrotreated vegetable oil, it is now hydrotreated vegetable oil is not commercialized. Some biomethanol, biomethane ether, bioenergies, and biooil. Before the rate of biofuels used for seed in operation is very low, around total 0.5% rate. And now it increased significantly, around 11.84% rate. Alternative fuel uptake in the world is increasing, ever increasing. For example, methanol, hydrogen, and ammonia emerges. Net than around 1% rate of the ships in operation are running on alternative fuel. Also, although it increased significantly, but it's very small, dominated by the South Sea segment and non-cargo ships, and so is a little impact on the total maritime emissions. In my opinion, if it increased around 10% rate, of course the carbon dioxide emissions around will be cut around 10% rate. Okay. However, around 12% of current new fuel are ordered with alternative fuel system. The first biofuels, biomethanol. Biomethanol could be produced by fossil feedstock and renewable. Methanol is one of the most widely produced organic chemical with a global production about 92 million tons per year in 2016. The production of biomethanol therefore concentrate on the thermochemical route, in which biomass is gasified in a similar manner to coal, and the syngas is then catalytically upgraded to methanol. Biomethanol can therefore be obtained from a range of waste biomass sources, implying a high potential availability, although the actual amount of biomass available for biomethanol production could depend on economies and on competitions from the other bioenergy sources. For methanol as a fuel for marine engines, so I would like to introduce some ships use methanol as fuel. For example, Mitsubishi FB6 in 2027, and in 2010 F6 in 2012 Spirit and June in June 2015 Zamanica, and very recently high methane ships used biomethanol in 2020. Used for high methane ships 2020, it is count around 97% rate of carbon dioxide emissions could be reduced in comparison to the use of fossil fuel. The next, biodimethyl ether. Dimethyl ether, the simplest ether, is clean is considered as clean burning, high density fuel that can be used as direct replacement for diesel fuel. It can be produced either by the catalytic dehydration of methanol only in a one-step process that permits both methanol synthesis from syngas and dehydrations in the same process unit. Present worldwide productions of dimethyl ether is around 9 to 15 million tons per year. Dimethyl ether is a gas at ambient temperatures and pressure that can liquefied by pressurizing above 5 bar. However, dimethyl ether is more compatible with diesel engines than methanol is, with only moderate engine modification required. For the next, bioenergy. Bioenergy, also known as liquefied biomethane, can essentially be produced via 3 different routes: anaerobic digestion, continuous operating of syngas, and renewable fuel of non-biological origin route. The syngas route for bioenergy production is analogous to that described for biomethanol. Syngas is produced by biomass gasification, and we can see the ratios of hydrogen and carbon monoxide is adjusted to the route 3 by the water steps directions. Carbon dioxide is removed from the syngas, then hydrogen and carbon monoxide are converted to methane in the methanation reactor. For the use of bioenergies for the marine engine, it could be seen that given the tightening the maritime emission regulation, energies have been hard of being a potential fuel for maritime sector. according to the IMO Stonefast count, it came into force in January 2020 for the boosted the additiveness of energies, and it has been calculated that the total fuel cycle sulfur emissions from energy can be as low as a quarter of that for low sulfur distillate marine fuel. And as energy gains traction as clean fuel or solution, a greater number of energy power vessels are being built, and the global order book for 2019 lists around 17 of these build orders as energy power. And by way, and up to now, in this session, I only introduced biooil could become a potential biofuels for marine engines. Although there is no story about the use of biooil for marine engine. Although as the greenhouse gas mitigation options, biooil efficacy is largely feedstock dependent. On those productions, the upgrading technology also play a role with estimates for greenhouse gas reductions about around 50% rate to over 90% rate. So, in my opinion, I would like to introduce some future marine fuel. Future marine fuel about three classifications. First, common fuel, including LNG, LPG, methanol, and ethanol. And the next, carbon neutral, including biofuel, biomethane, synthetic methane, and zero carbon, including hydrogen and ammonia. As energy gains traction as clean fuel solution, greater number of energy power vessels are being built in the world. And although current levels of NBC productions is sufficient to make this alternative fuel a catch-all solutions for shipping, it will certainly be part of the non-solution starting with NBC carriers. And methanol-based and other alternative to energies with similar profile to NBC. Last but not least, biofuel are the carbon neutral solutions becoming increasingly available as maritime fuel. Maritime players have been testing them in response to growing social pressure to reduce shipping carbon dioxide emission. And as you can, moreover, because this ammonia and hydrogen is a rare carbon, and of course it did not release carbon dioxide emissions into environment. However, the use of hydrogen and ammonia for marine uranium is in the future, because now there possesses many disadvantages that could be used for marine engines related to safety. And now I would like now in summary, I would like to introduce some biofuel and some new fuel for marine engines in order to reduce carbon dioxide emission and climate change. Thanks for the attention.
For your amazing work. So this will end the IL invited lecture series, and next we are moving to the short oral presentation. The first short oral presentation in session C is SO24 by He Ming Jing from Hong Kong, and the short oral presentation is pre-recorded.
Hello, everyone.
everyone, this is Mingjing Grace from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Today, the topic that I'm going to deliver is catalytic hydrothermal carbonization of food waste digestate for energy recovery. So currently, food waste, after anaerobic digestion, the generated biogas will be used for electricity generation and heat recovery. While the residuals after the watering process, it will generate liquid digestate and solid digestate. So the solid digestate currently can be either just disposed to landfill or used as fertilizer or composting. Well, this process will all generate some pollution such as pathogens or eutrophication or the release of greenhouse gases. So we use hydrothermal process to convert food waste digestate into hydrochar for energy recovery. Well, hydrothermal process has a different advantage. For example, we have a carbon neutrality advantage that needs energy intensive pre-drying process, and it can also recover the nutrients from the processed water, and also can stabilize the carbon from the biomass. And also it can densify the energy, can have easy handling property with reduced volume, better dewatability, sanitation, and also it can decompose those organic pollutants in the waste biomass. So by adjusting different temperature, duration, pressure, and catalyst, we can produce hydrochar with different properties and energy performance. So why we need to pay special attention to food waste digestate? Because it is different from other lignocellulosic biomass such as wood waste or fallen leaves or straw, because food waste digestate contains not only lignin or cellulose, it also contains lots of like protein, hemicellulose, and alkaline earth metals that will also change the properties of hydrochar. So the food waste digestate, the raw feedstocks, as you can see from this table, the ash contents reach around like 30.5%. Well, after the hydrothermal process, because the all the solid parts has been concentrated, the ash parts reach almost like 47.7%. Well, the HHV, which is higher heating value, is only improved like 0.7 megajoule per kilogram, which shows that without adding any catalyst, the hydrothermal carbonization process actually is not effective for to densify the energy from food waste digestate. So this is because that the food waste digestate has very high moisture content, less recalcitrant carbon, and less degradable bacterial cells, and nutrient and protein rich, and also the most important is high ash content. So in our recent study, we trying to recover more energy from the food waste digestate by using catalytic whole hydrothermal process. So the key concepts of this study is that we want to lower the ash content and improve the overall energy and carbon recovery efficiency, so that we can have more carbon, especially the fixed carbon, retained in the solid phase as for higher energy content as a solid fuel. So first of all, we're trying to cold hydrothermal food waste digestate and wet yard waste, which is fallen leaves. So we find out that the mix only without adds any catalyst, the energy performance actually was not that ideal. So we find out that actually adding acids is play a very key role here to lower the pH as well as the ash content in the whole hydrothermal system. For example, adding citric acid and hydrochloric acid, these two acidic hydrothermal catalytic system can significantly improve the combustion comprehensive index and also the stability of hydrochar. And also the energy densification is much higher than other catalytic system, for example, the ethanol or the nitric acid, because they all have some oxidation potential, and it will enhance the depolymerization so that less fixed carbon can be returned in the hydrochar. Although we find out that citric acid has better energy performance, but when we look at the carbon balance here, we can find out that most of the carbon was lost in gas phase. So the gaseous products could be the carbon dioxide or those VOCs. And so the citric acid, because the citric acid under the high temperature will be decomposed to CO2 or other small molecular carbon compounds. So it will create higher pressure for better energy performance, but it will also have higher carbon loss. Well, for the hydrochloric acid, the carbon loss is can only be 2.4%. So which means that hydrochloric acid actually is quite an ideal catalyst to retain more carbon and energy in solid phase for energy use purpose. So in our future study, we will also investigate the role of pressure and also the role of hydrochloric acids on the whole system. So the take-home message is that the food waste digestate actually should be valorized for energy recovery, and the ash content and mineral constitutes were the decision factor for combustion behavior, and hydrochloric acid actually expresses the highest carbon utilization and energy recovery efficiency. Thank you.
So this was the first oral presentation of the day, SO24 by Mingqing. This was a pre-recorded file. So our next presenter in short oral presentation is coded as SO27 by Laka Salaipet from Thailand. She is there with us in Taiwan. So she'll be presenting now. Is it PDF form?
Yeah, this is PDF.
You don't have the PPT?
I'm afraid that it will move.
But I don't think it will be. You have to move it with your cursor, yeah.
Okay, this one is okay.
Yeah, you can do.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Sorry. So good evening, everyone. I'm Lekha Salaipet from Thailand. So today I would like to deliver this talk on the fight test production by Bacillus subtilis PR RP4-18 isolated from organic free-range laying hen from in Thailand. So as you know that fight test what has induced into the animal feed industry for decades ago, and 60 to 80% of the phosphorus from the seeds of cereals and legumes is not bioavailable for many monogastric animals such as chickens. So this is very important for the animal that we need to help at by using the 5-test enzyme supplement in the feed. So because of the phytate or phytic acid is an anti-nutritional factor that has a negative impact on animals' performance by the interacting with the proteins and minerals in the diet. So nutritionists try to use the phytase, as I mentioned before. This phytase is a type of phosphate enzyme that specifically acts on the phytic acid, breaking it down to release the phosphorus in an absorbent form for the animals. So here is the diagram that how phytase can digest the phytic acid. And nowadays, microbial phytase has commonly used in the industry. The farmer mostly add the phytase enzyme into the feed to help the the animal to digest them well. Unfortunately, in Thailand, we are faced with this problem because mostly the phytase enzyme we imported from outside. So it's a very good way, a good choice if we can produce our phytase in our country. So in my work, I'm aim to isolate the bacteria that can produce the phytase, and we would like to optimize the production of this enzyme. So we went to the organic free laying hen in Thailand, and we collect the feces. After that, we extract the DNA and we submit for the metagenomics, and we found out that the genes for phytase producing enzyme there. And at the same time, we also screen the bacteria using the selective media. And we found out that from 27 isolate, only 18 isolate that can produce this enzyme. And only 7 from 18 that give the high enzyme activity. So we extract the DNA again, sequence them, and we submit to BLAST, and we found out that 6 of them are E. coli, and 1 of them only RP4-18 is Bacillus subtilis. So next, we use this RP4-18 to optimize. So we use the condition like temperature, pH, time, carbon source, and nitrogen source. And here we reported that at temperature of 37 and 40 that give the highest enzyme activity, as well as the pH 6.7 and the time of 4-day incubation that also give the highest enzyme activity. So next is when we check the carbon source, we found out that with 2% of glucose, it can show the highest enzyme activity compared to the 2% sucrose. But however, sucrose is more cheaper than glucose, so we choose glucose, or we choose sucrose for the next experiment. And the last condition is for the nitrogen sources. We found out that 1% of yeast extract gave the high enzyme activity. So the next one that we did is we validate our data by using all conditions together, and we found out that after 97 hours here, with the optimal condition that we used, it can produce double fold of the enzyme, like 2,300 something compared to the control one that have only 1,000 something. So this is the optimal condition that we used, like temperature of 37, pH 6.7, time for 4 days, carbon source is 2% sucrose, and nitrogen source is 1% yeast extract. And this can exhibit the phytase activity at 2,300 FTU per minute. So the next one, we also use optimization using the RSSM because we know that pH, sucrose, and yeast is the critical point. So we choose these 3 conditions to be varied. And from our study, we found out that the yeast extract here is the most important source, because if we increase the yeast extract, it will increase the enzyme activity. So in our next experiment, we would like to study on the optimal condition and stability of this enzyme, as well as, because this is bacillus, if we can use the live cell into the chicken like a probiotic, so we need to check the probiotics properties of this enzyme on this bacteria as well. So I would like to thank my research team and also the owner of the farms to allow us to collect the samples and SRI for granting our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laka, for your presentation. So if there are any questions from the audiences, online or offline, the session is open for any questions. From online audiences? Okay, yeah.
Your fermentation, your process is submerged.
Yes.
So
we not submerged fermentation like
solid state.
No, it's the liquid stage.
Yeah, submerged is
yes,
a liquid
yes.
state.
So what about the practical application of solid state?
We didn't try to use
because
that. Yes.
because the substrate is like solid state. The chicken feces is.
Yeah, that's our next plan, because nowadays we use the chemicals, phytic acid. We didn't use the seed directly.
Okay. Nice presentation. Thank you.
We'll move to the next presentation, short order presentation, coded as S30. It is by Miss Katina Filippi from Greece. She is there with us online. Katina, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can just share your slides now. Thank you.
Is it okay?
We cannot see the slides.
Okay.
And please make sure that you complete your representation within the time limit.
Now?
Yeah, I think it's loading. We'll wait for a few seconds.
Okay.
It is still loading. We cannot see. I hope. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We can see it now. Yeah, you can come on this sharing mode. Yeah. So you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Katina Filippi and I am a PhD student at the University of Athens in Greece from the Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition. Today I will present you a part of my work which is related to the biomass delignification with deep-detected solvents as a green alternative to conventional methods. Lignocellulose biomass is a complex structure composed of cellulose, semicellulose, and lignin. Until now, one of the most common ways to convert lignocellulose biomass is chemical pretreatment, which is based on the utilization of acid or alkali as pretreatment agents in high temperatures and pressures. However, this process is harmful for the environment. The utilization of deep-detected solvents for biomass pretreatment presents many advantages against the currently used chemical treatment, as it requires simple and cheap preparation and presents low toxicity and biodegradability. Moreover, the solvents could be recovered and recycled and can be synthesized by using food-grade constituents. Finally, a deep-detected solvent satisfies the main requirements to fit the principles of green chemistry. In this work, grape pomace and stalks resulting after the winemaking process is used as the lignocellulose material, and here presented the proposed process flow diagram. As a first step, water extraction of soluble sugars, followed by solvent extraction of lipids and phenol compounds was carried out, while the remaining solids were mixed with grape stalks. The mixture of grape pomace and stalks was pretreated utilizing deep-detected solvents, which are prepared by mixing a hydrogen bond donor with a hydrogen bond acceptor. In all mixtures, choline chloride was used as a hydrogen bond acceptor, while formic acid, acetic acid, lactic acid, and oxalic acid were used as hydrogen bond donors. The different biomass treatments were carried out utilizing different temperatures and time intervals. After each pretreatment, the solid and liquid fraction were separated using a vacuum filter, while the solid was thoroughly washed with water in order to reach a neutral pH. Water acts as a co-solvent, resulting in lignin precipitation, which was separated from the liquid fraction with centrifugation. After lignin removal, the liquid was recovered with evaporation and was reused as a solvent for biomass pretreatment in the next pretreatment cycle. The solid obtained after a pretreatment was subjected to enzymatic hydrolysis using a commercial enzyme preparation, which is composed of cellulose, semicellulose, and beta-glucosidase. Finally, the produced hydrolysate was used as carbon source for succinic acid production with a bacterial strain Actinobacillus acidogenes in batch fermentation mode. The performance of the different organic acids used in this preparation of the depute active solvents was determined based on the composition of glucan, micellulose, and lignin in the initial solids and in the solids remaining after pretreatment. In these graphs, we can see the results obtained utilizing 4 different organic acids as hydrogen bond donors. The solid concentration in the pretreatment was 100 grams per liter. The temperature was set to 120 degrees Celsius, while the residence time was 2 hours. Among the carboxylic acid tested, oxalic acid and acetic acid present lower lignin removal, while acetic acid seems to have a negative effect on glucan, resulting in a maximum removal of almost 40%. As a result, choline chloride to lactic acid was selected for further processing because it seems that the solvent prepared with lactic acid as hydrogen bond donor could be recovered and used more efficiently than the solvent prepared with formic acid. This data does not show in this representation. The utilization of choline chloride lactic acid at 1 to 10 molar ratio was further evaluated at different temperatures, while the residence time was set to 1 hour. And as you can see here, the increase in temperature increases also the removal of all components. Finally, the treatment at 120 degrees Celsius was selected for subsequent experiments. In this set of experiments, we evaluate the efficiency of the solvent recycle in the subsequent enzymatic hydrolysis, which strongly influence the feasibility of depute-acted solvents pretreatment in biomass. As we can see in the graphs, the results are similar between the first pretreatment time, which is presented as a zero cycle, and after 2 pretreatment cycles. After the second cycle, the removal of solids and lignin was gradually decreased. As for the hydrolysis efficiency yield obtained after the enzymatic hydrolysis of the pretreated solid, a maximum yield of almost 90% is observed in the first 2 pretreatment cycles. During the next cycle, the hydrolysis efficiency was gradually decreased until the 4th pretreatment cycle, where the hydrolysis efficiency was 60%. Moreover, it is remarkable to mention here that the overall conventional yield of glucan remains constant at approximately 60% after 3 pretreatment cycles, which confirms that after the 4th cycle, the pretreatment efficiency of the solvent is reduced. Finally, comparing these results with that obtained with alkaline treatment, we observe that the utilization of depute-acted solvents results in higher yields. Now, the enzymatic hydrolysis produced after the treatment with depute-acted solvents was used as carbon source for succinic acid production with the bacterial strain Actinobacillus acidogenes. The final succinic acid concentration achieved was 35 grams per liter, with a yield of 0.60 grams succinic acid per gram of total sugars and the productivity of 0.7 grams per liter per hour. As we can see, these results are similar with those obtained utilizing a simulated commercial carbon source, which indicates that depute-acted solvents present no inhibitory effect in the fermentation. Comparing the fermentation conducting utilizing a hydrolysis produced with depute-acted solvents with the fermentation in which the hydrolysate is produced after alkali treatment, the succinic acid concentration, yield and productivity were significantly decreased in the case of alkali pretreatment. Finally, here presented the mass balance of the proposed biorefinery. To conclude, depute-acted solvents can be recycled efficiently for at least 4 pretreatment cycles. The utilization of depute-acted solvents present higher yield in both glucan and cellulose comparing with alkaline pretreatment. The effectiveness of the treatment with depute-acted solvents was further confirmed with the efficient production of bio-based succinic acid. Thank you for your attention. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Katyana, for your presentation. So your work is quite exciting. It's related to the conversion of lignocellulosic biomass into succinic acid. And I have a few queries that I have from your presentation. So you used grape skin and seeds for your experiment as the biomass. So did you check for the compositional analysis of your biomass? What was the composition?
Yes, of course. The composition analysis is in this slide, but we
Maybe I
have
missed
not
it.
enough time to.
Okay.
Yes, it's here.
So you can just tell me what was the concentration of your cellulose?
20%.
20%. That's not that much. Okay. And
20 to almost 25. 20 to
hemicellulose was there
25.
also. Yeah. Glucan is 31%. Is it from your biomass? Yeah, I can see glucan 31%, right?
Yes, glucan here is 31% because biomass it was pre-treated before. So in the initial stage,
It is after
Crepomas,
pre-treatment.
yes.
Okay.
Before the pre-treatment, the the glucan concentration was 31%.
Okay, right. So another query I have, like you used different deep-tactic solvents, out of which I think CHCl, that is choline chloride and lactic acid, was quite good, giving good results. So like you used a higher molar ratio of 1:10. So did you try for a lower molar ratio? So just as to compare, because if you see,
I have also tried 1:2, 1:5, and 1:14, but 1:10 was the best because the other molar ratios presents significant removal of glucan and hemicellulose.
and
So I prefer
and when you
10.
used molar ratio of 1:15, so why the yield was low at higher concentration? What could be the reason?
It was not low, but it was almost the same to 1:10. So I prefer 1:10 in order to minimize the lactic acid concentration.
Okay, and since we know that while using deep protective solvents, the hello, can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, the viscosity is one of the major issues while using the deep protective solvent. So I think when you used water as a co-solvent, right?
Yes.
So did you also check what could be the variations in the viscosity levels? Like if you use only the deep protective solvents in liquid form, and when you add water to it, so what could be the differences? Like when you don't use water as a co-solvent, the yield is less or more. So did you went for that?
No, I haven't checked it before.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next presenter is coded as SO33. It's Ravineet Yadav from India. So he's there with us right now. He's there.
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
So,
am I audible?
Yeah. So you wish to present live online, or shall we play your pre-recorded file?
No, so I'll present online.
Okay. Then you can share your screen. That's better.
Yeah, just a second. My screen is visible?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, hello everyone, I'm Ravineet Yadav from Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Mohali, India. Today, I'll be presenting my work on bioproduction from gaseous N2 and CO2 feedstocks via gas fermentation and microbial electrosynthesis processes. Now, in today's world, every production and manufacturing industry releases large amounts of, you can say, the carbon emissions. Now, and these increasing carbon emissions have resulted in global warming and climate changes all across the globe. So in order to tackle these challenges, both storage and utilization of CO2 are being considered. Various bioprocesses are at different stages of development for CO2 utilizations. Now, these bioprocesses require fixed nitrogen, which usually is in the form of ammonia. And this existing ammonia production processes require large amount of energy and releases huge amount of carbon. So talk about uh, if we talk about the envisioned circular bio-based economy context, then there becomes a need to reduce this dependence on this high, you can say, the carbon emitting process. So what we did is that in our proof of principle study, we circumvented this fixed nitrogen which is coming from ammonia and replaced it using gaseous nitrogen in the microbial electrosynthesis process and targeted bioproduction from N2CO2 gaseous feedstock using mixed microbial culture. So in this case, the microbial electrosynthesis, it is the process which produces multi-carbon chemicals from CO2 using microbes as catalysts, deriving energy from renewable electricity. And in the anodic compartment, the water oxidation takes place, and this results in availability of protons and electrons at the cathode to drive further reactions. So in this case, we used hydrogen production as our desired reaction to produce acetate, ammonia, and some biomass. And we were able to produce acetate, ammonia, and these three different products up to a level of, you can say the acetic acid was produced around 460 mg per liter. And this was done using a enriched mixed microbial culture. Now, this worked in principle, but the presence of different microbial communities resulting in cross-feeding of the products, which means that the acetic acid which was produced by CO2 utilizing microbes, example acetobacterium and clostridium, and the ammonia which was produced by free-living nitrogen fixers, these two were utilized by other communities. So to overcome this challenge of cross-feeding, we used pure culture, which is the N2CO2 fixing pure microbial culture. It was used in the further studies. So Clostridium jungdali was selected for this work as it is one of the well-known anaerobic microbe for bioproduction from CO2H2 feedstocks. And this has fully sequenced genome and well-known pathways. It is also known to fix nitrogen with sugar, and some bioinformatics analysis also suggested that the presence of genes which are responsible for nitrogen fixations are present in this, and their expression were also under the CO2 growth conditions. Now, we first tested the production in gas fermentation, where the culture was grown in this serum bottles under this optimized experimental conditions in both soluble nitrogen and gaseous nitrogen condition. So these were the experimental condition. Temperature was 37 degrees Celsius, pressure was 1.4 bar, gaseous composition were in N2CO2 and S2 were in 1:1:4 ratio, and the soluble nitrogen used was ammonium sulfate. So in case of when this was grown on with the soluble nitrogen using hydrogen and CO2, the maximum titer achieved was around 1100 mg per liter. While when it was grown on gaseous nitrogen with CO2 and H2 gases, the maximum titer was achieved around 120 mg per liter. This was 10 times lower as compared to the soluble nitrogen condition. And no ammonia was detected in this case, which could be because it is directly consumed by the microbes. Now, further, the nitrogen fixation was also validated using the nitrogenase enzyme activity by acetylene reduction assay. The production under complete gaseous feedstock was further supported by this assay. So as you can see that different condition were different experiments were conducted. So first was fructose with soluble nitrogen and fructose with gaseous nitrogen. So this was a control for this fructose with gaseous nitrogen experiment, and similarly CO2 soluble nitrogen was a control for CO2 gaseous nitrogen. So in the gaseous conditions, it was clearly seen that nitrogen and enzymatic activity of nitrogenase was seen. So, and further, this culture was also tested in the two-chambered H-shaped microbial electrosynthesis reactor at 3 different working electrode potentials. And the experimental conditions in this were the electrodes used for anodic compartment was mixed metal oxide coated, the cathodic compartment was graphite, and electrolytes were 50 millimolar Na2SO4 in case of anodic compartment, and in the cathodic it was the microbial, you can say, the media for the microbes. And in case of the 3 different electrode potential conditions, the acetic acid titer increased with the reduced applied potentials. Now, the acetic acid production was highest at minus 1.2 volt versus AgAgCl, and a maximum of 70 mg per liter of acetic acid titer was produced in this case, and no ammonia was also detected. And there was also some role of you can say the microbes was also seen in electrocatalysis, and this was suggested by the cyclic voltammetry data. So it shows that there was a reduction in the hydrogen evolution reaction over potential and increase in the current density. So in summary, acetic acid production from gaseous N2 and CO2 is feasible using both enriched mixed and pure microbial cultures. Ammonia production was negligible in both gas fermentation as well as microbial electrosynthesis. Higher production is achieved using enriched mixed microbial culture than pure culture. Strategies for improving pure culture can help improve the production further. And overall, we can say that bioproduction is feasible with only gaseous feedstocks. Thank you so much. At last, I would like to acknowledge IFI Bioprocess 2022 conference for giving me this opportunity, NKUST Taiwan, ISA Mohali, and my supervisor and lab members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravineet, for your presentation. So if there are any questions from the audiences, we can take. Any online questions? Uh, 15. Okay. So if there are not any questions, so we'll move forward. Thank you, Ravneet. So we come to the last presentation of the day, coded as SO36, and it's by Nikos Giannakis from Greece.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Nikos, you can just share your slides and start your presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Well, hello. My name is Nikos Giannakis, and I'm a PhD student at the Agricultural University of Athens. And today I will present to you a part of my work entitled Valorization of Coffee Waste and Orange Peel by developing a biorefinery to produce value-added byproducts and microbial oil. So coffee is one of the most popular beverages in the world, since in 2019 over 1.8 million tons of coffee were produced in the European Union. Among the EU member states, Germany produced the most roasted coffee, followed by Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Sweden. For every kilogram of the beverage produced, though, 2 kilograms of solid waste are generated in the form of spent coffee grounds. In the European Union, in fact, more than 330,000 tons of spent coffee grounds are generated only from coffee catering services, creating an important issue since the majority of it is nowadays disposed in landfills. So the objectives of this study was the valorization of spent coffee grounds, and this was achieved through the development of a biorefinery for the production of value-added products, leading to the bioprocess development for microbial oil production. In the first step, spent coffee grounds, the recovery of value-added components was conducted from spent coffee grounds, leading to the release of coffee oils and antioxidants. In the second stage, the residual solids were subjected to enzymatic hydrolysis with enzymes produced via solid-state fermentation in order to obtain a sugar-rich hydrolysate, which, along with orange peel's free sugars, was used as a fermentation feedstock for microbial oil production using the oleaginous yeast Lipomyces starkey. So in this slide, you can see the proposed biorefinery for the spent coffee grounds utilization. The initial solids were subjected to extraction with ethyl acetate, leading to the recovery of coffee oil at around 120 grams from 100 kilogram of coffee, spent coffee grounds. The compositional analysis of the free fatty acids of the coffee oil revealed that the main fatty acid was oleic acid, followed by palmitic acids. And then the extraction of phenolic compounds was conducted using ethanol as the extraction solvent, leading to around 55 grams of crude phenolic extract, of which about 80 grams was caffeic acid equivalents. Then the residual solids, consisting of mainly hemicellulose and lignin, as well and also glucan and protein, were hydrothermal pre-treated and hydrolyzed with enzymes produced via solid-state fermentation. And the hydrolysate was used as a feedstock for the microbial oil production. So, in the upper right corner of this slide, you can see the kinetics of the hydrolysis using the enzymes from solid-state fermentation. As you can see, after about 72 hours of fermentation, about 17 grams per liter of total sugars were produced, the main of which was mannan at around 8 grams per liter, followed by glucose, galactose, arabinose, and finally xylose. Then the hydrolysate was fermented, as you can see in the left side of the slide. The initial sugar concentration was set at 100 grams per liter, and yeast extract was added into the medium in order to adjust the free amino nitrogen concentration at around 300 milligrams per liter. So after 170 hours of fermentation, the dry cell weight reached 87.5 grams per liter, with a 49% oil content, corresponding to 40.2 grams per liter of microbial oil. The produced microbial oil to consumed sugar yield was 0.16 grams per gram, while the productivity reached 0.24 grams per liter per hour. As you can see, the production of microbial oil began around the 50th hour of the fermentation, when the free amino nitrogen concentration in the medium was almost depleted. So the analysis of the free fatty acid of the composition of the free fatty acids of the microbial oil from Lipomyces starkey revealed that the main free fatty acid was oleic acid, varying from 45 to 55% depending on the time of the fermentation, followed by palmitic acid at around 35%. As you can see in this slide, during the fermentation, the proportion of each fatty acid changed slightly, but not significantly. So finally, moving to the conclusions, the development of a novel biorefinery was found to be a promising way to ensure sustainable spent coffee ground valorization with the recovery of value-added products. Ethyl acetate could efficiently replace hexane as an alternative grease solvent for the extraction of coffee oil. Enzymatic hydrolysis with crude enzyme consortia led to the production of 16.6 grams per liter of total sugars. And finally, the fermentation of spent coffee grounds hydrolysate and orange peel-free sugars with Lipomyces starkey resulted in 87.5 grams per liter of dry cell weight with a 49% of oil content. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nikos, for your presentation. I have one single query for you. You have used coffee waste bioproduct for your research work. So what is the economic feasibility of your research that you have done so far?
The economic feasibility?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't evaluated that yet. It is in my plans to do that. But I think if we recycle the solvents that we use, it could be a feasible process.
Okay.
Especially if we found a way to use the produced microbial oil, like producing biolubricants or maybe biodiesel or something like that. But I haven't done that yet.
Okay. Thank you, Nikos. So, thank you. So with this, we come to the conclusion of today's all the sessions. So now we will, delegates will move for the dinner. So tomorrow is the concluding day of the 10th IBA conference being held in NKUST, Taiwan. So tomorrow will be the last session. The only session will be in the morning itself. It will start from 9 o'clock in Taiwan time. The session will be 8C. So I request all of you who are there online as well as who are present with us here to join at 9 o'clock sharp. And the day will start with a plenary lecture from Professor Yong Kon Park from South Korea. And it will be followed by different invited lectures all around the globe. So we will also have been exciting day tomorrow. So after all the presentations, there will be the closing session, and I also request you to attend the closing session tomorrow, which will be starting at 11:15 a.m. And in that closing session, we'll be presenting the best paper, including the oral presentations as well as poster presentation awards. And the declaration of the venue of the next 11th IBA conference will also be declared by the organizing committee there. So I wish you to join the tomorrow's session as well as the conclusion of IBA conference to make it a huge success. With this, I complete and take your permission to close the session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, those who are present online as well as who are there with us. Thank you.